Park, I'm John Norman, and for the next 7 to 8 hours we are going to be commentating on one of the greatest rearguard actions in the history of Test cricket, a format that stretches all the way back to the 19th century. Dear listener, you have not heard anything like what you're about to hear over the course of the next 6 and 7 hours. It's the penultimate day of this Test series. We will be back tomorrow, and we will at some stage late on day 5 be commentating on the greatest comeback victory the game has ever seen. Yes, it does look a little bleak. 18 for 2 overnight, still 640 runs away from victory, but with Bethell and Root at the crease, and with the likes of Brook, Pope, maybe Stokes to come, surely the scene is set for the greatest of all Test matches. I'm sure the odds agree. It's time now for an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Lee Phelps from William Hill is with us. Lee, give us the odds ahead of what is still surely a nip and tuck affair when it comes to the odds for this particular betting market.
Yeah, almost Churchillian there, the rousing speech. England 25 to 1 to win this. The draw is 22 to 1. I mean, can they stick around for as long as you suggest? I mean, all the betting is around what Bethell and Root do next, really, how they get out, loads of markets around that, and what sort of scores they can amass. You can back both players to either score 25, 50 or 75. So Bethell to score 25 is 8 to 11, just a touch of odds on. Bethell to score 50, and of course, he's already got 154. Already got a 96 in this series, and a 50 not out as well. That's 3 to 1. Will he score 75? Yes, 13 to 2. And as for Root, well, 25, yeah, if he scores that, you get 8 to 11. 2 to 1 for him to score a 50. Obviously, well capable of doing that. And 4 to 1 for Joe Root to score a 75. Just needs to stay there, surely. The 75 looks doable. 4 to 1 for Joe Root to score a 75, or more, of course. Looking forward to listening to it.
Brilliant stuff. That was today's odds update. Thank you, Lee. From William Hill, 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Steve Harmison is alongside me in the commentary box. Oh, it was a long old day yesterday, wasn't it, Harmy? We went back, we recovered, much like the England bowlers. That's how I like to think of it anyway. A couple of beers, joined by David Boone, Marcus Trescothick, Brendan McCullum popped by. Look, it's. I remember watching I remember going back to 1999, going into extra time. Manchester United 1-0 down in the Champions League final. Manchester United always score. Clive Tildesley, Solskjaer, Sheringham. You never know when you're just about to watch or listen to the biggest comeback in the history of your team. And boy, if England, I'm not even going to say if. I mean, it is ridiculous. And Manners is saying this 2 days ago. They don't need 2 days. England can wrap this up before tea on day 5, and then we can all head to our local hostelry.
Yeah, I mean, I would take that seriously if you didn't have that daft hat on. And I'm sure you're looking at me going, that daft hat on your head.
It's putting me off. You've got a Christmas tree on your head.
And you can't see anything serious with that daft hat on. And I am going to say something serious. I think something special is going to happen today. I don't think it'll go to tomorrow. I hope. I mean, England, I don't think England stand any chance of winning this game. I mean Dan McHardy said that India had 0.01% when they were 2-0 up to win 3-0. I think England have got even less chance here of winning this game. But what I want to see is something special happen. And I think there is going to be, whether it's O'Rourke, is going to get his first fifer of the series because he really deserves it. He's bowled fantastically well. Brook's in the form of his life, #1 batter in the world. Go and get 100 off 75 to 85 balls. Root being there and sort of, not a rear guard, but Joe Root's in good form as well. So we might see something special without England winning, which would be, it's not so much England putting up a fight, but England going out and doing what England do, which is trying to dominate the bowlers.
If in October I'd said to you, what is more likely to happen? New Zealand go to India and win 3-0, or England chase down 650 to win a test match, which one would you have said is the more likely to happen?
England chase 600.
So you say there's a chance. First ball of the morning, and it's cut away, not quite to the boundary. A chase on by Mitchell Santner through the covers, but England have knocked 2 runs off that target. 640 to win has become 638. They're 20 for 2, and talking you through the first 20 minutes of what will be the greatest test match of all time will be Neil Manthorp after a word from Steve Harmison.
A good start from Joe Root. He's up on his toes. It's a beautiful day here at Seddon Park. I mean, blue sky everywhere. Matt Henry's bowled brilliantly throughout this series, but so has Joe Root. He's played fantastically well.
Henry in to Root, digs out a Yorker length delivery up to mid-on, and there's no run. England underway. Joe Root's first couple of runs this morning, and Merry Christmas to all of you who celebrate it. We're not there yet, but we've got into the Christmas spirit on tour now, thanks to Katey Hanscom and Scott Taylor, who've been out Christmas shopping this morning with their breakfast. They got us all hats. Here's Henry again, bowls to Joe Root, guides this one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Rachin Ravindra is fielding at mid-on. He's spent the whole series on the boundary, I reckon.
I mean, so is Will O'Rourke. I mean, Will O'Rourke's either been bowling or signing autographs. I mean, these teams have been very, very, very good to the crowd, and as Jerusalem just finishes, the crowd have been very good to them.
Driven by Root out towards cover. Good diving stop, very good stop indeed from. Is that the captain, Tom Latham? No, it's Mitchell Santner. Harmy, was that sung with particular gusto because it's the last Jerusalem of the tour?
Quite possibly. We just needed to clear their throats. I mean, pubs and clubs shut early in New Zealand, so no matter how much the Barmy Army do have to drink in the afternoons, they get a good night's sleep because there's no real watering holes open up after about 10:30. So they had a good night's sleep, ready for a good day, and they've sang Jerusalem with vigour.
They have. Here's Henry again, bowls to Jacob Bethell, pushes out towards cover. I mean, they don't often, they're not often all on their feet to sing the rendition of Jerusalem. So I think there is something special about it being the last one of the tour, the last one of the series. They're that's a very good point you make, actually, because you do find it's quite hard to have a late night, isn't it, on tour in New Zealand. Here's Henry again, bowls to Bethell and beats him outside the off stump. Gosh, Matt Henry's bowled well. I know that Will O'Rourke's caught the eye more because he's a bit quicker and he makes batsmen jump about, but Henry has bowled superbly. First over gone, 7 gone in the innings now, 21 for 2. It's a beautiful day in Hamilton. There's 90% blue sky, the sun is shining, it's warm, but there's a cooling breeze, and the grey skies of yesterday are forgotten, and Will O'Rourke bowls the second over of the morning and not Tim Southee.
Yeah, I think this is the right call, especially with Jacob Bethell there. I think Bethell on at the crease, I think it was right. It's right for O'Rourke to bowl. He's bowled well in this series. He's got it to swing. He practices trying to bowl outswing, but when he plays in the game, he tries to swing it in, and especially to the right hand, and I think that's the right way to go. I do believe now with the modern technology, DRS, the right way to go is bring and keep the stumps into play.
Here's Will O'Rourke then bowls outside the off stump. Joe Root leaves that one alone and goes through to the keeper, Tom Blundell. There was another little piece of commemorative ceremony this morning with the New Zealand team having their team photograph taken in front of the sight screen, above which is the newly erected banner, the Tim Southee end, and 3 times it says thank you Tim, thank you Tim, thank you Tim. So it really has been a a farewell to remember for Tim Southee from Test cricket. Here is O'Rourke again to Joe Root, hits him on the thigh pad, I think, bounces out up on the onside. He'll remember it. He had 2 guards of honour from the England team and from the whole squad, and several other, interviews and press engagements. It's been quite the send-off.
Yeah, it has. It's been a send-off for somebody who's been great for New Zealand. He really has. Talks about the amount of cricket that New Zealand play and the span of the career that he when he started to where he is now. So he's deserved his send-off.
O'Rourke again to Joe Root, pushes behind square on the offside, and there's no run.
He'd like to be sent off in a good way, in a positive way, which a victory will do that. But I think he'd like a performance to go with it. I think so far in this series, his performances, England have got at him and tried to be aggressive towards him. So he will want to go out on a high and hopefully pick up a few wickets. He's already got 1 in this 4th innings, and I imagine he'll be wanting 3 or 4 more just to finish on a high.
Here's O'Rourke once again running away from us from the Tim Southee end, and that's pushed away behind square on the leg side, and it's fielded by the man we're talking about, Tim Southee, who's catching in a leg slip position. I wonder actually, Harmy, whether all of the emotional energy that's been spent by him has left him feeling a little bit drained. I half wonder, look, if he doesn't take 2 or 3 or 4 wickets today and New Zealand win, I think that will be satisfaction enough, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's got to this point, he might just want the whole thing to be over so he can enjoy it.
I think going out with a win will be a celebration enough, and that's nicely played by Joe Root, back of a length from O'Rourke once more, and he gets right up onto the top of it off the bounce and plays it with a straight bat rather than playing it with a bat angled at 45 degrees or even a square bat, a horizontal bat. So that resulted in his downfall in the first innings when he was caught at backward point. This time it gets right up on top of it and steers it down to the wide third man boundary for 4, and England moved to 25 for 2.
That's a good shot. Really is a good shot. Total control. His fielders in there and the catchers in there. Not one point did you feel as though they were in the game.
2 slips in the gully and a leg slip, or a leg gully. Here's O'Rourke once again, bowls to Root, and he defends it and then fields it, traps it with his bat, and taps it towards Mitchell Santner fielding close in on the offside. 8 overs gone now, 25 for 2. Jacob Bethell on 9, Joe Root on 7. It is an opportunity, and they do come along quite often in Test cricket in particular, where you can play as an individual. Obviously you bat in partnerships, you look after your partner, and Root and Bethell are now having a chat, but it is an opportunity, isn't it, Harmy? If Bethell and Root score 100 for themselves. Yeah,
it's not. We have talked about sort of tough runs, good runs. There's no soft runs in Test match cricket. I mean, somebody's bowling to try and win a game. If you get 100 in the 4th innings and the game's already gone, I mean, they're not soft runs. I mean, the reason why you're in that position is because the opposition have bowled well.
Bethell pushes square of the wicket on the offside towards cover, and it's Glenn Phillips who comes sprinting into field.
So we go into Wellington, and a lot of people talked about Blundell, who, there were easy runs. They're not easy runs. They're nowhere near easy runs. Test cricket is so hard. Bowlers are on top. That's why you're in the position of losing the game. So if you go out there and you score 100, or you get a big score.
Here's Matt Henry once more running into Jacob Bethell. 21-year-old left-hander tucks it nicely off his pads out towards square leg. Mitchell Santner chases. It'll be just a single. The official word from the excellent Danny Rubin, who's the ECB or the England team media manager, is that there will be a further assessment on Ben Stokes' injury after the Test match, but he is expected to bat in England's second innings if required. Just one word I want you to define there. Required.
Yeah, required.
What would constitute a requirement?
Common sense.
Here's Henry again, bowls. Root is forward, pushing it out wide of Rachin Ravindra at mid-on, wide enough for a single. But seriously, I mean, what would constitute a requirement?
Tea time tomorrow. That's it. Tea time tomorrow. If he needs to bat, it'll be at tea time tomorrow.
For a session on one leg to secure a draw, or
well,
I mean,
it depends on how bad it is and how bad the sort of hamstring is. There's no point making it worse, because if there's a lot of cricket to come up, if England are still in the game, tea time tomorrow, he might bat.
Bethell edges and it flies away between third slip and gully. Captain Tom Latham pursues it down to the boundary in order to retrieve it, and it's 4 runs. Not a chance. It not only went into the gap, but I think it went along the ground as well. So
yeah, controlled defensive stroke outside, thick outside edge. Good bit of bowling from Henry, but Bethell's defended it into the ground. His bat, as he makes contact, is going into the ground. It's not away from his body. It's not in the air. It's the toe of his bat is not sort of going upwards. Everything was going down. It was a well-controlled shot down to third.
Here's Matt Henry to Bethell, hits him on the pad and kept low, kept conspicuously low, but it wasn't in line. So, so it was. Sometimes when the ball does keep low like that and hits batsman on the pad, you shout, don't you? Anyway, just because it kept low.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, but from that length, it's got from that length over the wicket, you'd say it's got to have pitched outside leg stump. But from a hamstring injury point of view, I think you have to let them settle down. So I would imagine you won't get a full extent of where the grade, what grading it is, 1, 2 or 3.
Driven by Bethell, thick inside half of the bat, and it was an off drive, but it's gone through mid-wicket, and he'll be able to come back for 2 runs. How many? Is it too many to count? But how many serious hamstring injuries did you have? And did you
Mine was the end. I had one right at the very end. That finished me off. I tore my hamstring.
Because you couldn't bear the thought of the rehab?
The little bit of the rehab, but the extent of it. I was in last year of a contract. I did it in a pre-season game, and it was torn right more or less off the bone, and it took 3 months to get over, just over 3 months to get over, and that was the end for me. I knew I didn't have the fight to get over that hamstring injury to then back end of the season try and fight. I didn't have there was nothing, no goal at the light at the end of the tunnel in a way, which is international cricket. You always come back, rehab, get back to the end of the season. So once I had my hamstring injury, that was it for me. My retirement came.
O'Rourke once more from our commentary end, bowls to Joe Root, who pushes up to Mitchell Santner at mid-on. Will Ben Stokes, what's the likelihood that Ben Stokes kind of knows now how bad it is, or how mild it is, hopefully? I mean, will he think it's a...
Well, he'll know because he's done it before.
Yeah,
he's
right.
done it before, so he'll know the extent of...
So he'll know that it's not as bad or as bad as the last one.
Before.
And that was a 2-month hamstring, last
2 months hamstring. So even if it's not as bad as before, it still takes 6 to 8 weeks to get over. So that takes you, well, and that's after February. So you're into the sort of early March. Early March, does that bring sort of a Champions Trophy selection into question? It probably does. That's what I said yesterday. His white ball career for England is probably over, and now it's just about 11 Test matches. Get him fit for the start of the summer, Test match summer against Zimbabwe. Then you've got India. Then you've got Australia, and then if there is a decision to make on what format he prioritises after that, then the white ball might come in if the Test career becomes harder for him from a body point of view, or he just continues being the best England captain he possibly can be. He's a bloody good one.
O'Rourke to Joe Root, again pushing up towards mid-off, fielded by Kane Williamson, and there's no run. It's 33 for 2. Joe Root has 8. Jacob Bethell has 16. The world's top players are now beginning to be very precise about planning their years, planning their careers. There are more and more players who still play international cricket who are saying, I'm only going to play 2 other things. I'm going to play international cricket, whether they're red ball or white ball, and very few multi-format players now. Here's O'Rourke again. It's dug out by Joe Root. Not only dug out, but timed superbly. Looked like he dug it out, but it's travelled to the long on boundary far too quickly for that to be a dig out. He's hit that. Tempted Yorker from O'Rourke. Looked like Brook was defending it, but he's timed it very, very sweetly.
Yeah, he's used the pacer at 145 kilometres an hour, and he's just made sure he's got a straight full face of the bat on it, and no fielder straight behind the bowler, so off it pops for 4. Former England captain moves on to 12.
Into double figures. 2 slips a gully and a leg gully and a backward point mid-off, mid-on as O'Rourke is in again to Joe Root, pushing up to Williamson, who's patrolling the mid-off area. So as I'm saying, so Ben ruled himself out of the IPL. Money aside, that is an arduous tournament. That really takes its toll physically and emotionally.
And mentally, yeah.
Mentally, yeah. So he identified the SA20 as being his one jolly outside of international cricket a month. It's a very family-friendly tournament, and over the festive season. Oh, that's a bouncer, and it's taken off. It's flown over the keeper's head. I'm looking at Hassan Raza. Please don't signal buys. That's just monstrously silly.
I mean, Tom Blundell wouldn't have stopped that if he was standing on Will O'Rourke's shoulders, and he's 6'5". That's just not fair. I'm sorry.
A stupid decision. Absolutely stupid decision. Of course it's a wide. Not only did Tom Blundell not be able to, Joe Root wouldn't have been able to hit that if he'd thrown his bat at it. Played a tennis overhead smash, he wouldn't have got to it. Anyway, it's 4 runs. England will take them 41 for 2. Here's O'Rourke once again to the crease now. Bowls down the leg side, and Root leaves it alone. This is a speculative appeal from Tom Blundell. Root wasn't even playing a shot, let alone getting anywhere near it. Bethell 16, Root 12. England set yesterday, I'm sure you know this by now, but I'll remind you, a target of 658. It's the highest total that New Zealand have ever set anybody in the 4th innings of a test match. It's the second time they've set a target in excess of 600. Harmy, we had it on from a reliable source, that if New Zealand could have, they would have been still batting this morning.
Yeah, we heard that, and it was like, really? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm speechless at that. I really am. What were they looking for? 1,000? Give England a real tough chase. Kane Williamson and Darryl Mitchell were still in. We were told that they'd probably have batted on. If that's the case, England would have been chasing 750, 800. People were having a go at me and saying those Stokes would be disrespectful to the game if he declared on the second day of a test match to set it up to win it.
Here's Matt Henry. That's a beauty. Another one to Jacob Bethell, beaten outside the off stump. Well, I asked you from a very much a dispassionate third-person perspective, because England could have done that. England were leading by 480 at the end of day 2. And I just said to you, do you think some people would think it was disrespectful if you declared at the end of day 2? Because, I haven't experienced that before. I've never seen that before. Henry in again to Bethell, who drives up towards mid-off, fielded by Williamson again. And they could have done. They could have declared at the end of day 2.
Would have if Joe wasn't close to a milestone.
And he was 65, wasn't he? No, 70. He was 70.
Overnight 73, I think.
So that's why they batted on the third morning, and they set New Zealand 580 at the Basin Reserve. And that was reasonable. The declaration came lunchtime on day 3. Here's Matt Henry again to Jacob Bethell. Hits him on the pad, deflects into the slip cordon, fielded by Tim Southee. But it would have been quite hard to rationally justify New Zealand batting on for the 4th morning with a lead of 700.
Yeah, I think that was a bit too. That was taking the game too far. I mean, if you think England are going to get 600 or 700, have to get 750. Wow. The game has gone then. Worrying about leaving them 2 days.
Here's Matt Henry again, bowls to Jacob Bethell, and that's played defensively straight back to the bowler. We've only had 20 minutes, but Bethell and Root look like they're, quite rightly, look like they're going to play a little bit of traditional Test cricket, rather. I almost said old-fashioned. Traditional Test cricket. They're going to play each ball on its merits. They're not going to be launching a counter-attack. Not yet, anyway. Henry in again. Bowls. Bethell drives. Thick inside edge. Down to fine leg for 4. Matt Henry has good reason to suck air between clenched teeth and run his fingers through his hair, because that's frustrating when that happens.
Yeah, there's no fielders there. I mean, even leg slip, that would have beaten leg slip on the inside. A little bit of luck for Jacob Bethell. There's an element of luck on New Zealand's way in this Test match. I think England have had the luck. The little rubs of the green go their way throughout this series so far, apart from the first 3 innings of this Test match in England. They've had a little bit this morning. That's a good inside edge from Jacob Bethell. Could have gone crashing into the stumps.
It was very close to leg stump. Here's Henry again, bowls to Jacob Bethell, who's forward and steers this one out towards cover point, fielded by Glenn Phillips. No run. 11 overs gone, 45 for 2. Jacob Bethell was adamant that he wasn't disappointed, or he was disappointed to get out. He happened to be on 96. He was adamant that it didn't matter. He said I think he said to Brendan McCullum, it would have been great fun, wouldn't it, because he played an outrageous shot on 96.
Yeah, it would have been great fun to crash it through the field for 4 to bring up the 100, and that's the mentality that Brendan McCullum wants from his team. He wants his team to be on the front foot. He wants his team to express themselves, play and enjoy their cricket, and that would have been very, very enjoyable. O'Rourke in, back of the length, and just pushing it into the offside for no run. Big fast bowler, but well in this series so far has Will O'Rourke. That's the length. If these next phase and his next, challenge, if you like, from a bowler's point of view, can he hit that length at 145 kilometres an hour and challenge the batter to come forward? A lot of talk, a bit like Morne Morkel. Good length, comfortable length, back of the length. It looks good, but if you can get that length a bit fuller. As O'Rourke comes in again. This one's short ball into the midriff of Root. Bounces out onto the offside, no run. England 45 for 2. 11.2 overs so far. Target 658.
And you're going to have to talk through every single delivery. I'm not going to talk again. I'm going on strike. You're in a good mood this morning, Harmy. Can I run you through a scorecard which might just dampen things slightly?
If you're going to tell me somebody's chased 653, yes, you will put me in a bad mood.
Well, we know that hasn't happened because Gary Morgan sent through the highest scores successfully chasing the first-class game, as targeting the pads this time. Rook, and it's clipped to a leg gully, no run. So
653, I think, the highest first-class one.
He'll be listening.
The timeless, 1930 something.
I'm not going to take you back to 1930 something. I'm going to take you back to a Test match that took place near enough 9 years to the day. Not here in New Zealand, but in fact a place in the world as far removed from Hamilton as you could possibly get. There's Root. Comes forward and tries to play defensively against O'Rourke, and that hurries him up a touch and hits the inside portion of the bat onto the pad, or possibly the other way round, but Root's well outside the line of the ball. South Africa are in Delhi for the 4th test of a 4-match series. 2-0 down.
I remember this.
One match had been rained off, and they're coming up against India. India bat first and make 334. That's 118 overs. O'Rourke again, as this is dug in. Root takes on the pull. That's not that far from Blundell behind the stumps. Possibly a bit of glove helped away to the boundary. Fine the wicket, and England's target reduced by 4. 609 to win now. 49 for 2. So yeah, India probably win the toss and they bat first, 334. And they bat into the second day, where they then bowl South Africa out for 121. So, 200-run deficit. This is a proper India team, by the way. With some players at the height of their powers. O'Rourke again, and this time forcing shot from Joe Root straight to Glenn Phillips at point. So no run, end of the over, 4 runs coming from it. England 49 for 2 in second innings. Bethell and Root have seen off the opening 20 minutes or so here on day 4. Pujara, Kohli, Rahane, Rohit Sharma, and then the bowling attack sounds familiar because it's still around. The spin duo of Jadeja and Ashwin. So essentially India come out to bat with the first innings lead of 200, and they bat for another 100 overs. And then 267 for 5, 100 for Rahane, 88 for Kohli. I mean, they're miles ahead of the game, and they put South Africa back into bat. Second innings of the game, a target 481, so a good 200 less pretty much than England faced, but it was a time. Still had the best part of 2 days to bat out. They're 2-0 down, and maybe they would have been forgiven the end of a tour. Not sure if there was T20s and ODIs to come, but maybe they would be forgiven to thinking to get back to South Africa for Christmas, as this is outside edge towards third slip from the bat of Jacob Bethell. Matt Henry continuing, yet to add to his success from yesterday. Bethell's moved to 20, no run there. So you could imagine that South Africa might feel, you know what, we've lost this series 2-0. Let's give it up. Let's get back. Let's go and have Christmas. We've been away from home for a long, long time. They lose Dean Elgar early, 5 for 1. Neil Manthorp's favourite player, Temba Bavuma, hits 34, but he perishes as Bethell is beaten by a ball that comes into the left-hander. No run. And then something changes, and I'm sure Manners, when he comes back on, he can explain what it is that changed. But, I mean, before that Bavuma wicket, he'd taken 117 deliveries, strike rate of 29. You know, obviously, South Africa are thinking, all right, well, the 481 is a world record chase, and we're not going to chase that down. Something must have happened to make them over the wicket, and Bethell just steps down the track and with a beautiful swing of the bat just clears his front leg and hits this pretty much where it came, over Henry's right shoulder and away to the boundary for a beautiful 4. 53 for 2, 50 up for England, 605 runs needed to win. Something must have changed within the South Africa camp, because they are not giving up. And then what happens or occurs over the course of the next 2-3 sessions, I think would probably test even the patience of you.
Yeah, it was. It was A.B. de Villiers, wasn't it?
A.B. de Villiers batted for 354 minutes. Off his pads this time to square leg, backward as square from Bethell, who takes another single. He moves to 25 to score 54 for 2. So Temba Bavuma hit 34. It took him 117 deliveries to do so, but his strike rate of 29 is almost Kevin Peterson-esque. Hashim Amla, 25 from 244 deliveries. Do you know what strike rate that is?
You're talking to a man who's got no GCSEs, John Norman.
10. A strike rate of 10. Henry again, and Root pushes this to the offside. There's a half a thought of a run, but the field is in. Catching fielders wherever you can see. 3 slips, a leg slip, a backward point and a gully, extra cover, mid on, and fine leg, William O'Rourke.
Yeah, I'm sure me bowling at this point would be, I mean, I'd be on my knees, but...
Well, between them, Ravindra Jadeja and Ravichandran Ashwin bowled 96 overs in the innings. A.B. de Villiers, slightly faster than Hashim Amla. His 43 came at a strike rate of 14. This one kept a little bit low. Joe Root gets his bat down on it in the nick of time. It was coming into the pads, and if he hadn't managed to get the toe end on, I don't think even he would have bothered reviewing that. 54 for 2, end of the over, 5 runs coming from it. England needs 604 to win. You're listening to talkSPORT 2, or you're watching via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Faf du Plessis I mean, you know, this is a guy that loves to play shots all around the wicket. T20 specialist on the franchise scene now. 10 runs from 97 deliveries. Strike rate of 10. And between them, they take the game deep into the afternoon session. They bat out, actually they go beyond tea on day 5. 70 odd overs on day 5 they bat before finally getting bowled out.
If England can bat that length of time, England might have a chance of winning the way they play on this surface. If they bat the length of time, I mean, we'll have very little to talk about.
Oh, I've just noticed an uncanny, maybe it's a sign.
A sign?
I've seen a sign.
Oh no.
Round the wicket is Tim Southee, and this is pulled up and over mid on by Jacob Bethell, starting to show us some of his one-day shots here. 4 more. Score moves along, 58 for 2. Just seen a sign, Harmy. This is incredible. This is going to absolutely astonish you.
Come on then.
In second innings, South Africa scored 143. From, by the way, 143 overs. 143.1 overs. They went at less than 1 run and over. Defensively played this time by Bethell. Back to the bowler.
So
Can you remember what score England hit in the first innings here?
Yeah, England. So England got.
Can you remember?
England got 143 off
143
off 110 less overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, and I know I sound like an old man sometimes and talk about the good old days. And
to be honest, when you're with our producers Scott and Katey, you sound like an old man all the time.
All the time. But so how good the cricket used to be. I've far more watched Brendan McCullum's team every day of the week.
Pitched up, driven to the left of mid-wicket, and Kane Williamson gives up the chase. 4 more. That's the shot of the day from young Jacob Bethell. Moves to 33, 62 for 2. If England bat out 143 overs, Harmy,
they've got a chance.
Stokes may well come out to bat.
Yeah, Bethell
with the finishing line in sight and a game of golf still in the offing late on day 5.
Bethell is, to be fair, I mean, Matt Henry bowled a good spell, a really, really good spell from a City end. And Jacob Bethell, you know, waited for the right one, went down the wicket and hit him over the top. That was a good shot. Tim Southee's come on. They've got an effort to go straight at him. That there, half volley outside off stump, but it was executed perfectly. It was a really, really good shot by young Bethell.
Left alone this time on a length by Southee, in and around off stump. Highest 4th innings total in 4th innings of a test, win, lose or draw. 654 for 5. England versus South Africa, you're right. So what were they set here? 658. It's on. It's absolutely on, Harmy. You are not playing golf today, and you're not playing golf tomorrow morning. You might be able to squeeze in 9 holes tomorrow, late tomorrow, but we're probably going to need you to be on Times Radio, talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT, probably Talk Radio. Pulled again, and not quite as well timed as the pull shot earlier on in the over. Goes a touch straighter, and Rashan Ravindra comes into field, so just a single. 9 runs coming off the over though. Joe Root about to face the final ball of what will be Tim Southee's 3rd over, 63 for 2.
Just seen that last pull shot there, Jacob Bethell. Just had to wait on it, that split second. Didn't come off the surface. There's a couple of misbehaved so far this morning. That little heavy roller wearing off a little bit. Matt Henry got one to keep low. Southee didn't get one to come onto the bat there.
Here is Joe Root with 2 slips and a gully, and he picks out gully. Forward foot press into the turf and fielded. Beautiful day here at Seddon Park. Didn't see too much sunshine and very little blue sky until late in the evening session. The first session was washed out. But there is wind, and I tell you what, the England support staff and coaches are going to have to go and get their umbrellas. The parasol that has just been blown across. So there is some wind here at Seddon Park. Not quite Wellington levels, but it might just make bowling a touch more difficult today. 63 for 2. England started the day 18 for 2, so we've had 8 overs, and they're going at a good rate. Jacob Bethell about to face Matthew Henry, and he's driving back to the bowler, who fields on the bounce and does well to parry the ball up, collects it and then walks back to his mark. Anton Devcich is with us, and just watching the it's quite a pleasant scene here, because our commentary box looks down just above the sight screen to the right, and just below us the England coaching staff and some of the substitute fielders are all sat there on their white deck chairs. Pitch to mid-off by Bethell, no run. A big gust of wind has just come across, and the England team are on the left of the walkway.
Bald Scottish broadcaster Alan Brazil is getting the sack for Christmas.
Oh no. Bulging Circle 50 seasonal and sensational live commentaries, including 10 live games on Boxing Day. And
yeah, I'm here, mate. I was just waiting for you.
Here, 50 live football fixtures, all wrapped up with nut-cracking commentary, plus all the cheers and chants.
Pull shot, chance at square leg. Rashan Ravindra. No, it's going to be 6. He was interested for a minute. It's Mitchell Santner actually out there on the boundary. But Bethell's taken on the short ball, and he's moved to 40. The score, 69 for 2 here at Seddon Park. You're back with us on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Anton Devcich alongside me, former New Zealand international. And Jacob Bethell starting to play shots.
It was a lovely shot, and it was aided by the wind. The wind has changed around here in Hamilton. It's coming from the south today, so that pull shot down towards the main gate sort of just was helped on its way by the wind, and the people on the bank will be very thankful for that southerly today.
Southee again, Henry again. This is another short delivery which Bethell shapes to pull, and then realises it's just a little bit higher and withdraws from the shot. 69 for 2. Bethell's 40, Joe Root's 16. That was a good shot. We've seen some really fine shots from Bethell, couple down the ground. That pull shot flat batted for 6. And the fans that have turned up today, and it's not a big crowd, but certainly if you travelled over from England, you're enjoying the conditions, the space afforded to you over on those banks. Those big banks are on the seats to the left. Sun's out. That's way too short. Be called a wide and sails over Blundell's head and away to the boundary. Just below us here. 5 more runs to the score. 11 from the over. England moved to 74 for 2. And of course, New Zealand have come in with just the 3 seamers, so at some point we're going to see some spin from Mitchell Santner, who picked up 3 wickets in first innings. But if England are looking to target the pace, you can imagine they're going to do exactly the same to Santner.
Yeah, I think so, and New Zealand will be, I think, you know, the way this game's turned out, they'll be relatively happy with the way they've selected their side. And Bethell, I'm really impressed with Bethell. Although he's been aggressive, he's been very selective on what he wants to hit, and his tempo throughout this innings so far has been outstanding.
Here's Henry again, angling a ball in onto the pad of Bethell, who comes forward and just pushes this in front of square leg and comes through for another run. Yeah, I think it's not all been about, you know, running down the track and just trying to smash every single delivery as far as a ball can be hit. He's been selective with his shot making, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he hasn't tried to overhit it. This wicket has shown that the bounce can be variable, and I guess the positive part about this partnership is you are batting with one of the best batters in the world. I know Harry Brook's ranked #1, but Joe Root's been there for a decade or so.
Maybe that first baller's seen him drop down again, who knows. Driving is Root, square of the wicket though. Propping forward, and Matt Henry ends up on his knees. And this is the other good thing with Root. He's happy to play second fiddle. He doesn't mind. He sees a guy going well at the other end, then he'll adopt his game, change his game accordingly. He'll play every ball on its merits, but if he needs to get the guy back on strike, then that's what he'll do. He has, of course, taken the strike for the start of the next over, and Tim Southee is set to continue. It was a great moment yesterday. It's interesting to hear. He said when he walked out to bat yesterday, he'd never felt more pressure in his career. to hit those 2 sixes that he needed to get past 100, and sadly just fell short.
Funny you say that, because I remember the last tour here in New Zealand, Ben Stokes was trying to knock off Brendan McCullum for the amount of sixes, and he said the same thing.
Stokes' man, he's well clear now, isn't he? As that route forward, just opens the face of the bat a touch. It's fielded at gully. 2 slips at gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on. There's quite a square mid wicket. Fine leg. And of course, even New Zealand wouldn't put defensive field settings out there with a lead of 582.
Never say never.
Well, we'll see when that slip's taken out. Southee again bowling over the wicket, and trying to come forward his route. Plays behind the crease with a straight bat. How long do you think it'll be until we see a bowling change? It seems like we've had quite a lot of action, but I suppose it's only been 9 overs. Southee's only bowled 1.2 overs today, bowled 2 last night. Henry has bowled 8 overs in total, and O'Rourke has bowled a couple this morning and 1 last night. So it'll be a while till we see a few overs until we see Santner in on a length and defended by Root again. He's 17. Bethell at the other end fell 1 boundary shot short of a century in the second Test match. Is 41, 76 for 2.
I think you'll see O'Rourke swing around, because the wind is coming from the opposite direction as what it has been, and for the first couple of overs there he was actually bowling into the breeze, so I think potentially the fast bowlers might do a little bit more work up the top there, and the spinners come from the Tim Southee end today.
Well, we had Frankie Mackay in the commentary box. His route is down the track and clipping off his pads as a chase for fine leg, who is quite wide, and successfully done so it'll just be 2 runs to the score. We had Frankie Mackay in the commentary box for the first Test match, and she was trying to run through the southerlies, the southwesterlies, the northerlies. I've spent a lot of time in New Zealand, as you know, for the last 15 years, and I still glaze over when people start talking about the different direction of wind.
Yeah, well, I stick to north, south, east and west. I don't get into the northeasterlies or anything like that. It's far too confusing for me, but if you don't get it, then I've got no chance. All you know is the northerly is generally a hot wind, southerly a cold wind.
I'll take that. Pitched up by Southee, and once again Root, who's playing his own game in his own time, punches this to point, no run. You got golf planned for tomorrow?
I've actually got...
well, you've got kids, haven't you?
Well, I do, but I've palmed them off again to the wife.
Oh, wow. What's your secret?
Well, I don't know.
When the cricket finishes, that's my time.
My secret is the man bowling here has invited me out to a horse racing stud, Waikato Stud, out in Matamata, and we're going to spend the day... I don't know what we're going to do out there, but I bet you could imagine.
Oh, surprising bounce from Root. He's outside, edged it to second slip, and the chance has gone down.
Very unlucky for Tim Southee there. Hard length delivery just outside off stump. Joe Root pushes at it with hard hands, and I think it's Tom Latham at second slip. Might have just got onto him a little bit quicker than he was expecting, and hit his hands, and he's put it down. A relatively regulation catch too. That's a big chance gone down.
Oh dear. Did you say Tim Southee's invited you up tomorrow?
Well, he said after the Test match. So
okay.
He isn't.
He might want to cancel those plans.
Well, he might want to after listening to the first part of this commentary. Yes.
Daniel McHardy's going to come in to continue comms after a word from Anton Devcich.
Yeah. So, been lucky enough to be invited out there, which would be nice to share a beer and a bit of food. It's actually Brendan McCullum's next door neighbour, so hopefully he's out there as well. We have Matt Henry here continuing from the city end. Joe Root, after last ball of Tim Southee's over, he's getting a life. It's one thing New Zealand don't want to be doing. This early stage is dropping Joe Root. Relatively regulation catch too.
Morning, Anton. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening on talkSPORT 2. As Matt Henry continues from the City end, starting with the ball that lifts into the armpit of Joe Root, takes the hand off the bat, but steers it through the square leg region for a run. Henry into his 9th over. It's the 6th of this opening spell. Got rid of Zach Crawley. Oh, surprise, surprise. Ben Duckett, the other man out late last night for 5 and 4 respectively. 18 for 2 at the start of the day's play. And really, it should be 80 for 3. That needs to be taken, Tom Latham. I feel like I'm in Christchurch. He dropped 3 catches. Bethell now steering the ball nicely away through mid-wicket off the front foot. But one good chase by Ravindra from mid-on prevents a second. Bethell's looking very assured. He's 42 off 43, doing it nearly a run and ball, 81 for the loss of 2. And you can identify a moment of this series, dropping Harry Brook on 16 in Christchurch.
Yeah,
changed that game.
Well, it did, and
then they dropped him again,
times
and
as well.
again, and again.
But he did everything right there. He moved smoothly in second slip. It just hit his hands a lot harder than what he was expecting.
Henry brings a defensive stroke out of Joe Root, pushing to point. There's going to be no run.
And I guess in Tom Latham's defence, usually catches that go to slip tend to come off the front foot. The ones that come off sort of pushing back or crease line can be a little bit harder to pick up in terms of where the back, because you're generally looking at a certain area where you think the edge is going to come from, and if it doesn't come from that area, you do sort of react late to it.
I can only imagine how Jeremy Coney is thinking right now. Here's a drive, glorious elegance from one of the very best going around. Got to the pitch, it was wider of off stump, very full. And we drive to the offside boundary. 85 for the loss of 2. As Root now hits his 4th 4 and is on 25 not out. Coney, of course, expects everyone to catch like he did. He'll be tearing his hair out, the hands will be going. Waving, they'll be in your face like this.
Yeah, especially...
Not at all annoying, is it?
Especially the really good players.
Exactly, that's the thing. New Zealand still searching for their first wicket today. Another outside edge. That's Matt Henry at his very best. Good length, hitting high on the bat. And then the splice going down into the gully where Will Young is positioned.
We were talking yesterday about when you're out of a bit of form and you feel like you're getting all the good deliveries bowled to you, and then the guy down the other end seems to get all the luck. I can't quite see Zach Crawley down the bottom there, but I can imagine he is thinking that, because I felt really sorry for him yesterday. I didn't think that ABW was out.
Full inside edge, big appeal for LBW. I heard 2 noises, certainly not going over. Turned down, and New Zealand, cursory sort of chat. Hats are coming off. Southee's already given it to Latham, the captain, so there won't be a DRS review. 85 for the loss of 2 at the end of the over. Bethell 42, Root 25. Although any New Zealand cricket fan might just talk to that with read it in the newspaper.
No, and fair enough. I just thought the way a few of the other LBWs had been judged throughout the game, I thought potentially was maybe just a little bit, I guess, inconsistent. But you're right. The umpires do have a tough job, and they've got to make split-second calls, and that's why the review system is there.
Why am I wearing a Santa's hat and you are not? I know you have immaculate hair. And how long does it take to prepare that magnificent lid of yours? He's covered it now. Southee around the wicket. Bethell charging, hit to point. Great fielding, diving away to his left. Glenn Phillips, gee, so good at his reactions. Left or right. He's taken a couple of screamers in the gully. He's not fielding in the gully because Will Young's excellent. Will Young takes the ones hit to you. He tends to struggle with the ones hit straight to him, Glenn Phillips, but there's not a position on the field where he is not electric. That was smoked by Bethell. Interesting decision.
I didn't actually see it. I was putting my
Santa
Santa
no,
hat
you're putting
on.
your Santa hat on.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it, mate. That's why I was absolutely talking nonsense. Back of a length this time. Bethell plays very late into the gully. Young fields no run.
I feel like these Santa hats are...
itchy.
Well, they're good for when your Christmas is during winter, but we live in a summer Christmas time here, and it's almost like wearing a beanie. A woolen hat.
Is this what you lower yourself to do, too, on talkSPORT 2? Although Harmy's hat that's next level. It's like a Christmas tree. It's staring at me from the back of the boat. It's like a grumpy Christmas tree. A surly one. Here's Southee, short, pulled away beautifully. Oh, word, listen to that clatter as it hits the advertising boards. That was smoked.
Again, Bethell just leaning back on that one, and he's been very selective with the ones he has tried to be aggressive on. He's defended the good balls that he's found too good for him, and as soon as there's been any width or any length, he's pounced on it.
Effort ball by Southee, 231k, but not quick enough at that height. That was plundered away. I think it's time for Will O'Rourke to replace Matt Henry from the other end. I liked Will O'Rourke. He got the ball up. He was challenging the stumps a lot more, following from the broadcasting and the Tim Southee, but stiff breeze at the back could be the call. Here's a bouncer. Better height here from Southee. Bethell has to respect it and wanted to play the stroke, then decided against. 136k. Tim, what's going on?
He's still got some life in those legs, old Timmy. But again, Bethell, beautiful batting. You know, he saw that it got a little bit too high on him, and he just pulls out of the shot. He's been really selective with what he's looking to attack here.
2 men out in the deep. Rachin Ravindra, deep forward squared, taking a selfie for one of the adoring fans, and quite a square, long leg. Latham's coming out of second slip and coming onto the onside, so I'd be surprised if Southee persists. I think only one short ball thus far, so he's got one up the sleeve, 2 balls remaining. Slip very wide. That's Daryl Mitchell. Southee goes full and defending his Bethell into the cover region. No run. 46 of 48. It's southeaster. I know you and John hate accuracy with wind. Coming from about 140 degrees on your compass. Don't nod.
No, I agree. I'm agreeing with you, yeah.
Southeaster. Essentially, it's straight down the ground.
It is.
It's straight down the ground. So Southee's pushing up into it. Normally, it sort of comes across the field and helps with Southee's away swing or in swing to a left-hander, but he's pushing up, and it's quite strong today. He gets this horribly wrong as he pushes the ball well down the leg side from around the wicket, and there won't be a stroke. The end of the over, 89 for the loss of 2. Bethell 46, Root is 25, and the partnership 71. I think it was you when we caught up in the middle. At the end of the day, you looked at me with light in your eyes. It looks like a great one-day surface.
Yeah, it does. It's the colour of a one-day surface, and it's actually quite unusual to get this colour wicket here at Seddon Park. And speaking to Carl Johnson, the head curator here in the morning, he's been relatively happy with it. It's very hard to see the cracks, but once he pointed them out to us when we were out in the middle, there is a vertical crack basically going from stump to stump, and it's just outside the right-hander's off stump, I guess. And I thought back to one of the...
Chen, would that be bowling from the
city end, yeah. And I think back to a ball that Zach Crawley got last night that cut him in half, and I would put my money on that it was that crack that made it nip back.
Will O'Rourke's back into the attack, this time from the city end, bowling downwind, full of length than what I was expecting first up, but right in behind Joe Root. So 2 slips, a gully, point mid-off, mid-on. Deep square is back. Ravindra getting another selfie in. He's good with the fans, he really is. One day I hope he doesn't get called out. Fine leg, gully 2. That is Tim Southee. Root just surveying where the New Zealand fielders are on that onside. O'Rourke from the far end. Looks like he's pushing him from the side screen. It's a very long run-up. Imposing figure. I was wider of off stump. Steered off the front foot with the open blade straight to ground to the gully.
Well, this is the end where the crack is running down the off stump line. So Joe Root just doing a little bit of gardening there. He's obviously seen where Will O'Rourke's trying to hit that crack. But this will be a true test for Joe Root, because Will O'Rourke is slightly quicker than the other 2, and if he can find either edge of that crack, it could. Well, there's no. He doesn't know which way it's going to nip, but it just creates a little bit of inconsistency.
I don't know what Scott's angling at me in the background. Looks very happy, whatever it is. Wider of the crease, he bowls, pulled away out towards Ravindra, who will slide with his legs. But It was always a hopeless cause for Root, who just got inside the line nicely and ushered the ball away. 29 to Root. Bethell 46. Sits down. Don't you have somewhere to be? Important people to see and talk to? No? And I think yesterday being overcast all day sort of helped. With those cracks not separating a little bit more. Heavy roller, of course, squeeze those together. Two in reasonable quick succession change of innings, and of course again today. It might just open up because it is bright sunshine. Here's an inside edge and a cut stroke attempt from Root. Second time today, England got a fraction lucky. First it was Bethell off Henry, and now O'Rourke sees a ball speed past the stumps and down to the onside for 4 behind the wicket. Root to 33. It's 97 for the loss of 2. The partnership is 79, and for the record, 561 more runs to win.
There we go. There's that line from Will O'Rourke. Sort of the corridor where a little bit of inconsistency is happening. Joe Root, there was width on offer, but something on the pitch. Must have hit something on the pitch because he got an under edge. Ball didn't bounce as much as what the one previously did, where he went on the back foot and pulled him away. So this is going to be a good test. Joe Root's going to have to be very selective with how he plays this.
O'Rourke, nice straight approach. Moves past the umpire at the city end. It goes past the outside edge, and that squats a fraction. That might be that crate you're talking about, Anton. And well, he's given it the old teapots as Will O'Rourke. And one thing, I have a sneaking suspicion, the last 2 balls have done one thing. I think they've annoyed the fast bowler, who I think in that first innings bowled with the most anger I've seen in his. He is a gentle giant, isn't he? And you speak to those players who share a changing room with them. He just sort of sits in the corner, doesn't say much, takes it all in. But there was a genuine annoyance. It was a menacing spell in that first innings because he's bowled with a whole. Well, hasn't had much luck this series. Let's be frank. It's another one that jags back, and Root, similar shot to how he was dismissed in the first innings, gets a bottom edge onto the bounce to Mitchell. Well, that's a far more challenging over. Prior, it's been pretty easy for England over the first hour or so. There's a couple of drinks and helmets being run on because I think we're going to see spin. Mitchell Santner, 97 for the loss of 2. Scott has just told me imitation is the most form of flattery. Most. Apparently he's dressed up as you today. Yeah. Yeah. No, not Killer. Not Killer. No, I don't know what Mark Killer's dressed up as. No one can imitate that.
I thought it was Forrest Gump. What do you know when he goes for that long run?
That's true. That is good. It is.
Forrest
That's
Gump.
better. Needs the cap round the right way.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope he just doesn't decide to go home.
Wow.
No, I'm done. I've done enough.
Just stops and goes home.
So Mitchell Santner will push up into the breeze. 23 wickets this year at 19. I don't think too many New Zealand cricket fans had that on their Test cricket bingo card heading into the season, including 3 for 7 of 3 overs in the first innings of this match. He got rid of Pope, who just couldn't defend a ball that bounced and spun a touch, caught it first slip. Ben Stokes played I thought a predetermined slog sweep, missed plumb in front LBW, and cleaned up one other in the tail. That wind is picking up. You can hear it in the effects, Mike. The rustling of the trees, persistent from over the wicket, bowling to the left-hander Bethell. Bowles pushed to cover, no run. Bethell 46. We've enjoyed from Bethell. I'm about to shoot off, but after this over, man, huge ask asking anyone about it number 3 in New Zealand where it can seem around. Of course, everyone's discussed no first-class hundreds prior to it. He's a reverse sweep attempt that's hit the pad and ballooned up towards slip. Not taken by Mitchell. We'll check the replay, Seth. There's a bit of bat there. I think it's just off the pad myself.
Just died before him, didn't it? Hit him outside off there, but this is a good end from Mitchell Santner to bowl from because that southerly wind will aid a little bit of drift, and he does tend to be a little bit round arm, which can be quite hard to pick up at times for a batter.
Bethell waits. Slip, short leg, catching mid-wicket. Nathan Smith's on at cover 2. He'll be called into action as Bethell pushes forward. What have you made of Bethell throughout the series?
I've really liked. Well, from what I've seen in this game in particular, I've really liked what I've seen. He obviously got some runs in the previous test, got 96, but I've enjoyed. He's not playing recklessly. He's just selecting him, when he needs to go up a gear.
He goes back and plays with the straight bat to Santner. I'll look around the box. Maybe light a fuse on the way out. I predict he'll open in the Ashes at some stage. He's opening all right. He's been opening in this series, essentially.
Yeah,
rocking back and playing nicely off the back foot just through the vacant point region for a single. 98 for the loss of 2, 1 ball remaining in the Santner over.
Yeah, I guess he obviously has seen his fair share of the new ball. And I'd imagine
really organised.
I'd imagine Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, the way they play, would be quite hard to bat behind, because you're either out there really early or you could be sitting there with your pads on for a very long time.
Do you think Duckett has any remorse, looking how flat the surface is today? Good seeing conditions, not overcast and the lights are on like last night.
I think there would have been a fraction of remorse, but it would have only lasted for a minute or two.
Right.
I think that's the way they sort of think, the English side.
Round the wicket to the right hander, spearing in towards off stump, clipped away neatly into the mid-wicket region Smith fields. That is the end of the over. The partnership is worth 80. It's been very pleasant to watch. Just 90 balls. Roots 33. Bethell is 47. Taking their overnight score of 18 for the loss of 2 through to 98. And well, that's 80 runs in 62 minutes of cricket. 560. Just saying, 560. More from Anton.
It's been good.
Neil Manthorp.
It's been a good start to the morning. It's been positive cricket, but it's been hard cricket at the same time. And Willow Rourke has changed ends, and he's now coming from the city end, which just earlier on I was mentioning to the right-handed batsman there is a significant crack outside the off stump, and in his previous over he found that crack and he made life particularly hard for Joe Root for a period of time there. But Willow Rourke coming around the wicket to Bethell.
Flicked away for a couple past square leg. Rachin Ravindra does the fielding. Sprints out towards the boundary and allows them to come back for 2. Jacob Bethell moves to 49, and it's the 100 up for England. No wickets down in the first hour of play. We started half an hour early at 10:30 local time. And so far, so good. There has been a chance. Joe Root dropped on 20 by Tom Latham at slip, off the bowling of Tim Southee. 100 for 2, England. Another 558 required. Here's Matt Henry to Bethell and knocks him over. Hit him on the pad, and Bethell tumbles over onto his knees. But I think there may have been some bat involved in there, actually. There was no appeal for leg before wicket. I think that's an indication that it kept low. Hit the crack.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it hit the crack, but it hit something that doesn't feel too pleasant. Generally, Jake Bethell down on his knees there for a moment.
Yeah, it's hit him in the Sunday lunch, the meat and 2 veg. 100 for 2. That's very uncomfortable, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. He's standing with his legs apart, like that's going to help. And Joe Root has had a wander down from the non-striker's end to have a giggle. Jacob Bethell there. It didn't keep low at all. If anything, it bounced a bit more.
Yeah, well, I think he's wishing it kept low.
just a couple of inches lower would have been fine. Yeah, that's a bit uncomfortable, but he's experienced enough not to call for the physiotherapist, because there really is nothing he can do as well. Outside the off stump here, O'Rourke beats Jacob Bethell. That one, good delivery, good follow-up delivery on a line of about 5th stump, and Bethell pushed speculatively at it, and there's no run. 100 for 2. It's been a very mature start by Joe Root and Jacob Bethell in particular. There's been nothing flash, nothing exotic, nothing that would indicate that England are going to go down in a blaze of entertaining glory. It's been good traditional Test cricket. O'Rourke is in again, and that is driven up towards mid-off. Mitchell Santner fields, and there's no run. There was a lovely comment yesterday's batting and the lack of a declaration that I read this morning, and that was that revenge has no shelf life, and New Zealand were exacting some revenge for the shellackings that they have taken in the first 2 tests.
Yeah, I guess it could be a part of that. You know, I think Bethell and Root, they've got to recognise that Will O'Rourke is the big stroke weapon, and he might only have 3 or 4 overs in the spell.
Good bouncer from O'Rourke, and very well played by Bethell. So, yeah, blunt Will O'Rourke, and...
Well, I think so, yeah. I think, you know, although they do like to play aggressive cricket, sometimes you've got to recognise when someone is going well, and just note that it's going to get easier if you can, I guess, dilute his strike. And he bowled a few overs in that first innings, and you know he's going to have to bowl a few today, having only 3 seamers. So if you can try and just, I guess, empty the tank early and just absorb, it might become a little bit easier later in the day.
O'Rourke again beats Bethell outside the off stump. Absolute ripper once again from Will O'Rourke, who stands with his hands on his hips, allowing himself a moment of frustration. He's been very, very good at just turning on his heels and marching back to the top of his run-up when he's beaten the batsman, but his body language would indicate that he's feeling a little bit of a, okay, enough of this now. Could you just edge it, please?
Yeah, a little bit of frustration there. But Bethell, you know, he obviously took one to the groin. 2nd or 3rd ball of that over, and Will O'Rourke followed it up beautifully with ripstormer of a delivery. Just bit the outside edge, and oh, Bethell's still there.
Bethell 49, remember his unbeaten 50 on debut at the Hagley Oval, and his wonderful 96 in his 2nd Test match at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, and he's now 1 run away from adding a 2nd half century, the 3rd half century I should say. Mitchell Santner to continue with his left arm spin. He's got a man at backward short leg, orthodox slip, catching cover. They're the stationary fielders apart from the keeper. That's tucked away nicely by Joe Root behind square on the leg side, and Rachin Ravindra does the fielding, so a different field completely for the left-handed Jacob Bethell, not only because he's left-handed but because New Zealand have different plans for the 2 batsmen. So interestingly the backward short leg remains in place for both fielders, for both batsmen, right-hander and left-hander, and the slip and the catching cover becomes a catching mid-wicket or a mid-arm as Bethell pushes firmly down towards long on, but doesn't reach long on because Santner steps across to his right and fields. 101 for 2. Joe Root 34. Jacob Bethell on 49. Be quite something, a half century in your first 3 Test matches, maybe more, as Bethell drives again back down towards the bowler. I can hear the sound, even though he's 12,000 miles away. Gary Morgan, our statistician, tapping away. The moment I said half century in his first 3 tests, Gary's going to send us an information on England batsmen who have done that. And there is 50 for Jacob Bethell, tucked away past Will Young at backward short leg, and Jacob Bethell reaches a 3rd consecutive half century, coming from 63 balls, 8 fours and a pulled 6 off Matt Henry over square leg.
Yeah, very well played, Jacob Bethell. 3rd 50 in this series, and all in the 2nd innings. You know, all 3 have come in the 2nd innings. He's batted very nicely as this young man. He's took to international cricket like a duck to water in both formats, red and white ball cricket.
Here's Santner again, bowls to Joe Root. given a life. You don't want to do that too often for Joe Root, pushing it back to Mitchell Santner. And there's no run. Just reaching for my my messaging service from Gary Morgan. Here's Santner again, bowls to Root, who cover drives beautifully down on one knee, and it's racing away to the boundary for 4. Had to reach for that. It's a super shot from Joe Root, but it was full, not really a half volley. It was the width that tempted Joe Root, and he had to reach for it, didn't he? A stretching cover drive.
Yeah, it was more of a slash drive, wasn't it? He has had to reach for it. Where I think lesser players who aren't as good as Joe Root, when they're playing that shot, their right shoulder comes in too much, and then they try and either hit it too hard, or they try and hit it too straight. And Joe there, he's gone, he's waited, and then with a flick of the wrists, he's meaning to hit it through the sort of cover point region, and executed it absolutely perfect. Yes, he was playing miles away from his body, but at no point did I think he was out of control, in total control of that. Hits it into the ground, and it flew away through the vacant cover point region for 4.
Will O'Rourke once more from the city end up to the crease now, bowls to Jacob Bethell, who clips. Lovely super looking shot, but only as far as Williamson, tumbling and fielding at mid-on. Decisions to be made, Harmy, for Tom Latham and Will O'Rourke. I presume that Will O'Rourke will be involved in the decision as to how many more overs he bowls. Or maybe that's just Tom Latham's decision. But as Anton Devcich was saying, if he's identified as the main weapon, then perhaps that accounts for the respect with which Bethell and Root have played him. And the feeling is that once he's out of the attack, they may be able to think more about counter-attacking, and Bethell pushes square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. There's no reason they should, of course, but O'Rourke now into his 7th over. Do you just squeeze as much out of him as possible while the ball is still reasonably new?
Yeah, I think try and identify, is he looking like getting a wicket? Is he challenging? Are the batters set? Are they scoring comfortably off him? And I think he is still challenging, but there does come a point where you go, right, one more over, because if a new batter comes in, this wicket's going to be even harder to sort of start your innings off. And who's the one you want to face? It's either Henry or O'Rourke.
Here's O'Rourke again to Jacob Bethell, and it's clipped out towards Williamson again at mid-on, and there's no run.
Extended first session, so extended all sessions really, 2.5 each one, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 to make up time for yesterday. So it can be a positive if you are on top and you're going well that last half an hour, can really ram home the advantage. Or if you're chasing your tail and you're not taking any wickets, I mean, a 2.5 hour session could be a long time, and really as a fielding side be quite deflating. So New Zealand will want a wicket and want to break this partnership, and I think at this minute in time the most likely to do that is Will O'Rourke.
Here is O'Rourke again, bowls. Oh, that's a searing bouncer. That is quick and hostile and straight for the chin. And I must say that Jacob Bethell has played that brilliantly. To get out of the way of it, he's had to do a bit of a limbo. That's very, very good ball. That's 147 kilometres an hour. It's perfect length. It's hostile, it's nasty, and it perhaps is a sign of a bowler coming towards the end of his spell.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a good ball. I think if he gets that just a touch straighter, then he's in business, because I think it was always just outside and it was going away from Jacob Bethell, which made it easier to get out of the way.
Another good one, follow-up delivery, beats the edge, full and straight, just on off stump, outside off stump. O'Rourke now turns again. He's as I said, he's been really good at keeping his emotions in check, and he's not boiling over by any means, but he's allowing his frustration to become obvious. Many thanks to Gary Morgan, and here are those numbers. How many England batsmen, Harmy, do you think have scored 50s in their first 3 Test matches for England?
Oh,
wild guess.
2.
He's the 6th.
6th, yeah.
I have a confession to make. Here is O'Rourke down the leg side, and there's no run.
Sorry, in their first Test match? Or
In first three
Test
50s
matches.
in their first 3 Test matches. And then my confession is that I don't know who Spooner is. I suspect that was sometime around the turn of the last century.
You commenting?
Shut up. Spooner, Percy Hendren, Sutcliffe, Dennis Compton, and Ian Bell. It's quite some achievement, I think. The most the most consecutive Test matches in which a batsman has scored 50 from debut is 5, and that was David Steele. So it's quite a list. Gary's going to tell me who Spooner is now. I'm going for Charlie Spooner.
Did Harry Brook not get 50 in each of his first 3 Test matches?
I'm pretty sure Gary will. I'm pretty sure Gary would have included him if he did. It's a drinks break here at Seddon Park in Hamilton, and England have reached it unscathed. Still 2 down. They were 2 down overnight, 18 for 2, still 640 away from victory. Both openers out yesterday, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. Now Jacob Bethell has reached 50. Joe Root is on 38, and it's been a really absorbing. But I mean, New Zealand are going hard, Harmy. You know, there's nothing laid back or presumptive about their approach. They haven't turned up here just expecting England to roll over. They've gone hard. Matt Henry's bowled really well, as he has done throughout the series. O'Rourke has gone hard and quick. They are pushing. They are, you know, and it's like Root and Bethell know they're in a real contest in this first hour and a half.
Absolutely, and I think that's the respectful nature of the way Root and Bethell have played, each ball on its merits. And the beauty about this side, we've said for so many times that, you know, they look at what's in front of them. They don't worry about what's happened behind them. They don't take in consideration of what happens behind them. It's about how they see the game in front. And you know, there's a Masters out there, isn't he? Joe Root batted beautifully. He's 38 off 48 balls. You know, the young pretender alongside him, 50 off 69. They've been respectful when the ball's been in a good area. You know, they've bobbed and weaved when O'Rourke's been the aggressive nature, and when the ball's been there to score, when it has been there to score, and there has been scoring options for them this morning, they've put it away in a comfortable manner. There's been a drop catch, a couple of inside edges, but I think the way they've played this morning, I think they've rode their luck, and they've deserved to ride their luck because of the nature of the way the two guys have played this morning. So in all, I think it's been another, you know, enthralling session, or first half of the session in a Test match, which are a part of a Test series, which has been, I think both teams have been very evenly matched. You go through the whole series, barring eight drop catches in the first Test match, that would have been a closer Test match. England obviously ran rampant in Wellington, and New Zealand have been on the front foot here. So I think as the series has gone on, man, as was expected when we first came out here, that it was going to be a close series by two teams who are, you know, evenly matched. I think it's proved that case on cricket and ability with a glaring omission of the drop catches in Christchurch.
It wasn't Charlie Spooner, it was Reggie Herbert Spooner, who was born in 1880 in Litherland in Lancashire. He was a right-handed batsman, so it was at the turn of the last century that he made 50s in his first 3 Test matches. And Gary says that Harry Brook managed 3 consecutive innings of 50 plus, which is a different stat, rather than 3 consecutive Test matches. So drinks have been taken, and well appreciated, I think. It's a warm morning, although there is a refreshing breeze blowing across the ground. Sweep shot, Mitchell Santner back into the attack, and Joe Root sweeps and misses. Nicely taken by Tom Blundell, who whips the bails off, but Root's back foot remained very firmly in the crease. Bethell 50, Root 38, 106 for 2. It's been a really good contest. Fascinating to watch. There's been nothing given at all. No pressure relenting from New Zealand. Diving stop as Root sweeps once again. There's a dive at deep backward square leg, but in vain as Rachin Ravindra has to picked the ball up from behind the foam triangles, the boundary, and ricocheted into the LED advertising boards. Once again, Rachin Ravindra finds himself in Devon Conway land, all by himself on the deep backward square leg boundary. He's been taking selfies on behalf of young fans. Another sweep shot from Joe Root, this time to the right of Rachin Ravindra, and it's 4 more. Well, again, it is a sign that sometimes you identify, as Anton Devcich was saying, which bowlers are bowling really well, and just let them have a spell. And that's what they've done with Will O'Rourke, and they've decided to take the attack to Mitchell Santner.
Yeah, and it's the line from Santner. Santner's just straying onto sort of leg stump from around the wicket in that angle there. It's not coming back, so Joe Root's going to the sweep shot. He's played it perfectly the last two deliveries.
And now it's straighter from Santner, and just a little shorter, and Root pushes forward defensively. So the stationary catches, short, backward short leg, slip, catching cover, or sort of shortish mid-off, that's the skipper Tom Latham. Backward point cover, deepish mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square leg. Santner in again, and whipped away by Root, this time in front of square on the leg side. It's Tim Southee who has to chase, and I laugh because he's like an old diesel tractor there. He just took a little while to get into his running, get the engine started, and in fact Rachin Ravindra runs around from deep backward square leg to field, and they've gone through for 3.
Typical Root, given, especially from a spin bowler's point of view, giving the fielders a little bit of a run around. Got Ravindra moved probably 20 yards to his right hand side, and just comes out of his crease, clips it down, clips it into the vacant mid wicket area, and makes him run 60 yards to chase it to his left.
Here's Santner once again, and last ball of the over, defended by Jacob Bethell. He's 50. Joe Root is 49. John Norman will have the pleasure of describing his, what is it, Harmy? 71st 50? I'll check. It's 117 for 2. More from Harmy, then it'll be John Norman.
Yeah. Joe Root's seen a hell of a lot of situations in the past, and not many times he's gone out to bat thinking we need to get 650 and we have a chance of winning this game. But while the scoreboard ticks, everybody will still believe. Well, a hell of a lot of runs, and
someone's changed their tune.
Yeah,
I was saying that they were going to win about an hour ago. You were like, no.
They've still got no chance. But
well, what are you saying then? They're going to win or aren't they going to win?
No, but we've got to believe, though, haven't they? Everybody's got to believe as the wind gets up. I still don't think they stand much chance.
O'Rourke is in. This is down the leg side and fielded by Blundell. Well, they scored 100 runs this morning in an hour and a half. What time is it? It's just approaching midday. So we've had about an hour and 25. They've added 100. Got another 40. Got another hour and a bit until lunch. See off William O'Rourke. Phillips will come on at some point. They could be 250 by lunch. Harmy, they could be looking to win this today.
Well, if I'm still sitting here tomorrow morning, I'll believe.
You might be sitting here tomorrow morning wondering, "Whoa, that was a night," and the game's finished. And you're thinking, what am I doing here? O'Rourke is in again, and Root's playing in his crease, pushing to point. No runs. See off O'Rourke. How many is this spell? Is O'Rourke? This is his 8th over. He bowled 1 last night.
He bowled 3 this morning from
Tim Southee. Southee. 2 slips, and it is Southee at leg gully. There is a regulation gully. Backward points. Williamson at mid-off. And mid-on as well, as O'Rourke continuing. An attempted uppercut by Root. Chases the ball, trying to ramp it up and over. Second slip, but doesn't connect. Santner's golden run has got to come to an end at some point, you feel? Maybe today?
Yeah, England have played him well this morning. I think both Bethell and Root have played him well. He's had to change his lines. He's mixed his lengths up. When he strayed offline, both Jacob Bethell and Joe Root have punished him.
O'Rourke again, and on the pull this time. Doesn't get up as much as Root expected. Hits him high up on the pad. Possibly a little inside edge, not the pad, the thigh. That squirts away, no run. 117 for 2. England going at a run rate of 4.74. And you'd expect that, well, actually, I say you'd expect that to increase, but actually what we've seen in this test so far is runs against the new ball seem to come a little bit easier than runs against the softer, older ball. But, of course, England didn't employ a spinner in first innings, so that might change with Santner. And Root is forced to his knees by an inducker from O'Rourke on a leg. And, wow, let's just take a moment to think of all the children out there.
Yeah, both of them now. Bethell got one a little bit earlier. His children, dears, are yet to come. Joe's got a couple. That has gone crashing straight into the unthinkables. Ouch. That's just not funny.
There's a mountain range in the South Island called the Remarkables.
Remarkables.
And that was the unthinkables.
Yeah. That is sore. That is hilarious for everybody else. Rian Ahmed's run out with a drink. Physio sat still thinking there's really nothing I can do if I come out there other than to try and help you breathe.
Yeah, pick you up from underneath your armpits. Okay, Root's ready to go. And O'Rourke, who's bowling a hostile spell here for the third time in the over. Root attempts a pull shot. There's a run that takes him to the other end, and it's an applause in part for the 50 and applause in sympathy for the pain that he just experienced to the ball before, the one that took him to another half century.
Yeah, he raises his bat, acknowledges the Barmy Army and the England players and England supporters, and then walks towards Jacob Bethell as though he's been sitting on a horse for the last 2.5 hours.
He looks like you, stepping off the aeroplane.
Yeah, it's in sight, isn't it? The old aeroplane, it's in sight. What a feeling it would be if... Yeah.
Well, it'd be England's greatest achievement.
Oh. I mean, you asked the question before, which one do you think's the best achievement, 3-0 or in India, or chasing 650 to win a test match? I know we're 500 still, 500 to go, but...
118 for 2 then. Here, if you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2, as a gust of wind just blows across Seddon Park, and Mitchell Santner has to abort he's halfway through his delivery stride towards the wicket. Here he comes now, the slow left arm. It's tossed up and swept to the boundary at mid-wicket. One bounce for Joe Root. It was a full toss in the end. And Root moves to 54. He's level with... actually, no, he's gone past Jacob Bethell. And the score moves on again, 122 for 2. This wind isn't going to help the New Zealand bowlers much.
No, it's going to be a little bit off-putting for the bowlers because it's a crosswind. Mitch Santner's trying to hold himself up. He's obviously bowling into the sort of hard yard end. Will O'Rourke's bowling probably as much as it can be down breeze. It's coming off his right-hand shoulder, but Santner, with the wind the way it is, he's having to throw it into the wind, or bowl it into the wind. He's not throwing it, bowl it into the sort of wind to try and get it to hold. But it's not giving them any assistance when it comes to drift point of view, because he's going into the wind.
Santner again, quite wide of the crease, angling into the right-handed Root, comes forward and defends in and around off stump, no run. So just one man out on the boundary, deep square leg. Apart from that, almost like a ring field with a slip and a catching cover, backward point, a deeper cover, mid-off, about halfway back. Root is beaten this time. Flat-footed square cut, which bounces more than Root expected. It was wide, it was there to be hit, but it was a turn as well, away from the right-hander. Relatively tall man is Mitchell Santner. Gets there is bounce, he'll find it. This is darted in a touch, and Root playing deep in the crease, pushing back to the bowler. Williamson's pushed back at mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and a short, fine leg. Once again, Mitchell Santner. I'm not sure that's because of the wind or Root wasn't quite ready.
I think Joe was quite ready. I think he just snuck up on him a little bit there.
He does sneak to the crease, does Santner. This is a nicely flighted delivery, and Joe Root on the sweep. It looks like he's been hit on the pad. Impassioned appeal for leg before wicket. And I think New Zealand have got to review this, Steve Harmison.
They've got to review it. I think this is close. Yeah, Tom Latham, he's gone for the review. I think it's the right thing, but I just wonder if Joe's hit it. I just wonder if, I mean, it'll be a great decision. Sam Rousers had a really good game, in my opinion.
Your decision is not out.
I just wonder if the former England captain's got a little scratch on this.
Please.
He did just have a little look at his bat, didn't he, Root? But I thought this was a good shout at first view. We're quite some way away from the action. Going to see a replay now. Well, if he hasn't touched it.
Appears to have missed the bat, so we can get a ball tracking to ultra edge when you're ready.
Well, Rod Tucker's saying it's appeared to have missed the bat. Oof, well, he's in trouble then.
Yeah.
Has it pitched in line, leg stump?
It's gone very close to the glove.
Oh, yeah. Has it hit the glove, Harmy?
Yeah, but Joe's indicating it's hit the bat. So whether these bats hit the floor, Joe's bats hit the floor. The very tip
edge
of Joe Root's bat, as he's trying to get over the top of the ball, has just clipped the ground. So maybe that's why Joe Root thinks, I've hit this.
I think this is close, Harmy.
I suspect if he hasn't hit this, it's close.
Ultra edge coming up. Up at the moment, bat and ball. Goes under the bat.
Well, he hasn't hit it.
This is the glove.
Big moment in this test match. There's a massive moment in this test match.
Here we go. Pitching in line, hitting in line, and smashing middle stump. Joe Root's got to go. Santner strikes here at Seddon Park.
Sorry, you'll be overturning your decision of not out to out.
And England now 3 down.
So overturning your decision to out.
122 for 3. Joe Root's been dismissed, trapped in front on the sweep. And Santner's golden run of form continues.
Yeah, it does, and it's a good delivery. He's swept very well as Joe Root. The one before dipped on him, and he managed to get it on the full toss. And I mean, a big moment in this test match. England still 530 behind, but Joe Root was looking, and the way he's played and the form he's been in this series, it wouldn't surprise you to go on and get a big score. So a massive wicket for New Zealand in their quest to win this test match, and it'll be 2-1 in the series, and it is a dead rubber, but New Zealand will not want any sort of squeaky bum time, and Jacob Bethell and Joe Root were just starting to have everything their own way there.
Well, I'm not sure how many times any commentator will be able to say this, but Harry Brook is walking out on a king pair.
Last time he won.
Second innings.
Second innings, wasn't he? And he wasn't on a king pair because he didn't face the ball. So I got that horribly wrong.
What's that called? That's diamond. Diamond duck.
Diamond duck. Yeah, diamond duck.
Dismissed by William O'Rourke, first ball on day 2. Harry Brook, the #1 cricketer in the world. Harmy's off. And Santner has struck. If you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2, for the first time today, New Zealand have picked up a wicket. Dropped on 19 from the bowling of Tim Southee by Tom Latham at second slip. A more than gettable chance. Hasn't cost New Zealand too dearly. Still, England's best bat has gone, replaced by ICC #1 test batter in the world. Harry Brook about to face his first ball on a king pair. And it drifts down the leg side. Collected by Blundell, End of the over, a good one for New Zealand. Just a little sigh of relief, possibly, with that dismissal. England still need 536 runs to win. New Zealand 7 wickets, and maybe Anton Devcich, who's joined in the commentary box. England won't chase down the target today.
Maybe not today, but they've started well, and there's talk around the back of the box. What are the chances going into day 5? And the way England have gone about it this morning, I've been really happy. I think they're definitely not going to give up, which is really nice to see. And the New Zealand bowlers are really having to run in and bowl hard and work for these wickets, which, you know, that's all you want to see on day 4 on a Test match. It's 2 teams digging in.
So 3 slips of Garley, backward point. William O'Rourke is going to continue with a mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg in place. Beaten this time is Jacob Bethell, rising short pitch delivery, back of a length more than anything, but it's that height and the bounce that O'Rourke gets. One of the highlights of this Test series so far, I felt, was William O'Rourke's spell against Jacob Bethell in first innings. New Zealand think they've got a plan and a way to operate against Bethell, and they really tested him out. It was high quality bowling, and actually Bethell stood up to it in the main. He got a really good ball. He got more than one good ball. He got a lot of good deliveries, forcing him to play, forced to play there. Williamson feels at mid-on. Nathan Smith as well. There was a good little battle going on between those two. They made their debuts at Christchurch, and Smith got Bethell out on a couple of occasions, but actually was hit for a few runs as well. So that was a good battle. But O'Rourke to Bethell in first innings, to me, Anton, was excellent cricket.
Yeah, just going on from the Bethell thing, he actually held his own for a long period of time, and at the end of the day, he got caught at point. It wasn't like that, you know, hit the shoulder of the bat and it went through to the keeper.
O'Rourke again, round the wicket, and there's a swing and a miss from Bethell, who lost his body shape and tried to overhit the ball that was there to be hit, but again, it's O'Rourke's extra bounce and pace, and possibly that's the first sign of a little bit of frustration from Bethell that we've seen today.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration, but also there was width on offer there, and I keep saying that his decision making has been really good today. And you know, if the English are going to throw their hands through anything, it's going to be width, and on that occasion there was width. But going on to that point about him getting caught at point, it wasn't only caught at point, it was an absolute screamer of a catch.
O'Rourke beats Bethell, touched flat-footed on the up, and that's a shot that can get you into trouble. And push the ball to the right of mid-off. There's 3 slips waiting for that, and the keeper. And Bethell thankful not to get an outside edge.
Yeah, that one there just a little bit fuller in length and created a little 45 angled shot, which he sort of tentatively poked at, where the previous ball he threw the kitchen sink at it, and if you get an edge when you're throwing the kitchen sink, it tends to fly a little bit further.
2 balls left of this over from O'Rourke, who's testing out Bethell's patience and technique as much as anything. Left alone this time, as Bethell almost adopts a baseball stance, holds the bat shoulder high behind him and lets it sail through. How many more do you think O'Rourke has got? He's still pushing good speed. We saw him bowl an 8-over spell on day 1, which turned the course of this Test match.
Yeah, I think, well, what's he into now? He's into his ninth, and he bowled 1. He bowled 1 last night, so I'd imagine he'd be coming to the back end of his spell, and Bethell just needs to manage this last part.
Last ball of the over, and Bethell ducks underneath a short length delivery, and the little battle within the battle comes to an end, as does my commentary stint. For now, anyway, Anton Devcich will stick around, be joined very shortly by Garth Galloway.
Yeah, well, Mitchell Santner has been a bit of a tricky selection for New Zealand over the years. He's promised so much in the Test game, but never really fulfilled his potential. And ever since that Indian series when New Zealand had that famous series victory, Santner large number of wickets in that series, especially in the last game. He's almost found a newfound confidence in himself. And I mentioned to someone in the box yesterday, I think I said England tend to play Test cricket like one-day cricket, and Mitchell Santner is one of the best white ball bowlers going around, so I thought it was a good match for this Test.
Go, Slag!
Here it is. Sorry.
Me that you're not playing ball.
No, I'm in. I'm here.
There's an extra couple of £100 if we wear the hats, apparently. Thank you very much, talkSPORT. We should be paid for the humiliation. Here's Santner seeing Brook onto the front foot, driving into the offside. They scamper through for another run. That wind has been, I have to say, having done a few days of Test cricket here in Hamilton, very rarely seen a wind as gusty as this.
Yeah, but also the direction. Generally, when it comes from that direction, it's the world's about to end in terms of rain.
Yes.
But we've got blue skies here today. There's no chance of that.
Santner's going over the wicket to Bethell, who's forward and driving. That's an immaculate shot. Just so beautiful, effortless. Henry just turns and chases, just giving him a little bit of width. And Bethell, who is looking like a very good player indeed, is to 54.
Yeah, that delivery from Santner there just drifted away from Bethell and probably pitched maybe fifth or sixth stump, and Bethell just caresses it through the offside with only a cover in mid-off, and it was fairly easy pickings.
127 for 3. England need a further 531. Here's Bethell. He's going to have another boundary as Ravindra gives chase out on that point boundary, but he can just let the ball cross it and retrieve it. 131 for 3. Bethell is 58, and the high percentage of boundaries continue in this match.
Yeah, I'm not totally convinced about this field as we just see a field change now. The reason why they had one cover and a mid-off, and then the deep backward point on the boundary was quite a considerable margin behind point, and that was due to Bethell playing the reverse sweep early in Santner's spell.
Santner has a first slip, Mitchell, and then a short leg and a short mid-wicket in the form of Tom Latham. Bethell is pushing into the offside. Santner races out to cover to ensure that no run is taken.
They've clearly identified a few footmarks outside Bethell's off stump because they're trying to get him to play into that cover region, and generally when left-handers play into the covers it creates a gap, so gap between bat and pad, so they're obviously looking to exploit that part.
Santner flights that one, it's looped up, and Bethell has to wait for it as he sweeps. He's turned it onto the boundary, a backward square leg. Blundell removes the bails, but no suggestion that there's been a run out. Bethell is quick between the wickets. That ball just dropping quite quickly on him, a little bit slower at 85 kilometres an hour. 133 for 3 it is. Bethell is 60, Brook is 1. And what are your predictions here, Anton, for the outcome of the match? I think we'd all agree, subject to the weather, which is fine, that New Zealand will win. By when?
I'm a little bit more optimistic with England's chances. Although I don't think they can win, I think the way they've started this particular innings, and obviously asides from last night where they lost the 2 openers, they've been really measured. They've been aggressive, but they've been really selective with what they're playing, and I'm sure they'll have a little bit of fun later on in the day, but for now they're just pretty content with respecting the balls that they need to and punishing the ones that offer them I guess a little bit of width. And O'Rourke's probably going to be into his last 1 or 2 overs here, so he's the big threat for New Zealand.
Well, they've scored 115 runs this morning. We've got a longer session starting half an hour earlier, and this is not measured, Anton Devcich. Brooks given away his stumps as he so often does, stepped away to leg, swashed at the ball and missed it.
Yes, wow, that
woke us up.
That woke us up, all right. Yeah, he's given himself room there, and Will O'Rourke's just smashed a hard length outside off, and if he connected with that's going on to Seddon Road.
So O'Rourke, you're just thinking this might be the last one. They've got to look after him, haven't they? It's that real balance between wanting to take wickets and thinking we could be here for a long time.
I think Harry just needs to maybe just read the situation of the game here. He's deep into his spell, and there might be another bowler coming on very soon.
Absolutely. As O'Rourke bowls and Brook plays to Ravindra at mid-on.
when I say that, though, I haven't been a part of the England camp last year. I know that type of language never gets talked about. It's more about taking the positive option, and I guess what's going through Harry Brook's mind is how do I get off to a start and get a tempo that I'm comfortable moving at.
Well, they've scored 118 runs this morning, 115 runs in 105 minutes. And we've seen some really elegant shots. There hasn't been aggressive slogging. He's out, Brook's gone. For the second time in the match, the number one batsman in the world falls to Will O'Rourke. A ball which climbed on him. He's taken the edge of his bat, and Mitchell takes the catch at slip. Brilliant bowling from O'Rourke. England in trouble, 1-3-3 for 4.
Again, Will O'Rourke hangs out in that corridor just outside off stump where we saw those cracks before play, and that one there reared up off a length. It was slightly shorter than the previous delivery, but it took Harry Brook high on the bat and may have even got a little bit of glove, which went through the first slip, and it was a relatively easy catch for Daryl Mitchell.
Ollie Pope is now doing some stretches down on the boundary, making his way out, looking up to the sun, seeing what the light is like. 1-3-3 for 4. Well, you know, O'Rourke has been remarkable, really. You know, New Zealanders are, I think, entitled to be excited by what they see in Will O'Rourke. The ball before that, 151 kilometres an hour. This over, 148, 151, 142. That ball short of a length, and the shorter ones tend to register at a slower speed on the speed radar. But it really hurried Brook up. He followed it. He was induced into the false shot. He was caught at slip. And when you think that Brook has been the number one player in the world in terms of the ranking, he scored 100 in Christchurch and 100 in Wellington. In this test, he's faced 7 balls, and O'Rourke's got him out twice.
Yeah, and adding to what Will O'Rourke's pace is, he actually moves the ball both in the air and off the wicket, which sometimes can make it feel 5 to 10k faster than what it actually is. I mean, this pitch in particular, it's not behaving true, but it's not a bad wicket, saying that as well. But just with that little bit of variation off the wicket, makes life tough even for the best of Test cricketers around the world.
Here's Pope facing his first delivery from O'Rourke. It's full. There's an appeal for LBW. The wicket-keeper and slips joined the appeal only after O'Rourke had roared at the umpire. I think there's a feeling that it's moving down leg, or has Pope got a long way across his stumps? It's 153 kilometres an hour. No wonder he's missed it.
That's a lot closer than what I first thought. I think Ollie Pope has gone across his stumps a little bit. If anything, I think it might be high.
TV umpire to director, we have a
So
player review for
it.
LBW. Richard's decision is not out.
Umpire
Check the feed, it's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Rod Tucker. So it's not a no ball. Fair delivery, as you've heard him saying. We're going to go front on now.
Now, Adrian.
Full delivery, which looks like it's just angling down the leg side. I think it might just be umpire's call, in which case it'll go in favour of Ollie Pope.
He was well bowled.
Coming up now.
Did angle back, but you can sort of see it's hit him on middle and leg with a bit of an angle.
So we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
So here's the ball tracking. No bat involved. Pope a long way across in front of his stumps. We'll see. It's either going to be hitting leg or clipping it, which will go in favour of Pope. England 133
Adrian,
for 4. Here's ball tracking
coming up now. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets umpire's call, so you'll stay with your original not out decision.
Zach Crawley again will be pulling his hair out.
Stay with your not out decision.
It's fair enough. It's that margin for error, isn't it, that the system allows? And I had a fair degree of sympathy for Crawley heading off yesterday, but it is what it is. If you're given not out on the field, then you get the advantage, don't you? It's trying to convince the umpire with the initial result. 153 kilometres an hour. Quick, full delivery from O'Rourke. He has 2 balls remaining. New Zealand hunting for another wicket, beaten outside the off stump as Pope, or did he just withdraw his bat.
He just pulled his hands away from that. Yeah, the ball stayed slightly low there. So Pope did well just to recognise that and just pulled his hands back towards his body just to make sure that he didn't get a glove or an outside edge to that one. But this is high quality bowling.
Have we heard whether Stokes is going to bat?
I'm not entirely sure. He should.
He should be able to. Okay.
I saw him doing a warm-up this morning. It was obviously a very light warm-up, and he looked like he was moving all right.
That's good news. Oh, this one's hit Pope. That's uncomfortable. It's hit him in the head, I think, as he tries to duck underneath it. This is high-quality, quick bowling. Just taken him right on the helmet, a really uncomfortable moment. He tried to get underneath it. It's followed him, and Pope has been hit. He's okay, but really uncomfortable bowling from Will O'Rourke. Truly quality fast bowling, and Pope almost undone by that one. The over has come to an end. I think the England batsman will be very pleased about that as well. Indeed. Where's that hit
I think that's his shoulder or
bicep,
his back shoulder.
He got low, didn't he? Took his eyes off the ball, though. Not well played at all. 145 kilometres an hour, that last one. So I'm pleased he hasn't been hit in the head. It's gone straight into the point of the shoulder. But he got himself into a poor position and certainly was not watching the ball.
Again, it comes back to the pitch. Like, for me, that's a ball that should be going over Pope's head, but it's kept fractionally low, and I guess that's why New Zealand wanted to bat for as long as they could yesterday to try and create this inconsistency in this wicket.
I think O'Rourke will be saying, just give me the ball again, please. I'd like one more. As we look at him, he's bowled today 8 overs. So 2 4-over spell, or 3 over and a 5 over spell. Here's Santner from the Tim Southee end, the broadcasting end, as Tim Southee, as it's been named for his last test, is a backward defensive shot, just played back to Santner. Southee very unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Root earlier in the day when he was on 19, pushing at a ball outside the off stump, and Tom Latham, inexplicably really by his standards at second slip, spilling an absolute sitter. 133 for 4, and Bethell is playing this ball off the back foot to the deep backward square leg boundary, where O'Rourke retrieves. 134 for 4, Bethell 61, and that brings Pope on to down to face Santner. And of course Pope was undone by Santner in the first innings, caught by Mitchell at first slip. Lovely ball which turned and bounced.
Yeah, I think for me, watching Mitchell Santner early in his spell, it looks like he's really struggling with this gusty wind. Some balls are drifting and then some aren't. And I guess that's the challenge of Test cricket, that he probably hasn't had too much experience with bowling with tough wind conditions. Some of the grounds are a little bit more exposed to the wind.
Here's Santner bowling. His arm just seems to get a little round on that occasion. He darts it into the pads of Pope. Blundell misses it, and it's down to the boundary for 4 byes. The signal from umpire Raza. 134 for 4.
You see, and I'd imagine Mitchell Santner does have methods to stop the drift here, but in white ball cricket generally, what you do is you scramble the seam so the ball doesn't drift as much, but he'd probably get a stern talking to from his fast bowlers if he started hitting the shiny side of a test match cricket ball.
Absolutely. And one of them's O'Rourke, who'll be bowling in the next over, I'm sure, as Pope is playing forward and just the ball squirting off a thick outside edge to O'Rourke at point.
Yeah, it was nicely bowled, that one there. Still quite round arm, so he's trying to create some angle where he can get some turn from that angle.
He's got a slip and a leg gully, and this is a flighted delivery. It's a good one, and Pope is almost beaten in the air, had to reach for it. Played it safely enough between cover and point, and Pope underway with a single. 139 for 4. 1 ball remaining in Santner's over.
Yeah, I think the big challenge for Mitchell Santner here is just understanding what his role is while Will O'Rourke is going so well. He needs to create pressure and try and make England play tough shots. If they want to score boundaries, they have to try and play it from a really good area on the wicket.
Santner's over the wicket to the left-handed Bethell, who's driving beautifully. Williamson fields well, diving to his right at wide mid-off. but they are able to take one run. Williamson is quite deep in that position. 140 for 4 it is. Satner's over has come to an end. 1 for 36 from 6, Mitchell Satner. Henry, 9 overs, 1 for 53. Southee, 1 for 20 from 5. And O'Rourke, who's been absolutely splendid and menacing, 1 for 23 from 10. The England scorecard, Crawley and Duckett out yesterday for 5 and 4 respectively. Today we've seen Root LBW to Satner for 54, playing a sweep shot and misjudging the length of the ball. He was hit full and in front of the stumps. New Zealand reviewed, and Root was given out. And then Harry Brook, who just lasted 6 balls, out first ball in the first innings, and on this occasion he lasted 6 before he got a brute of a delivery from O'Rourke. Same bowler in both innings getting him out, and this one just went to Mitchell at first slip off the edge of the bat. Here's O'Rourke bowling again, snorter, which sees Bethell play the ball really well. Watched it, but had to get down on his knees. But that's a good example of how to play a nasty bouncer.
Yeah, well played from Bethell. The line was tight. It was at his back shoulder, and he's played that beautifully. He's just dropped to his knees, dropped his hands low, let it go through the keeper.
Very well directed, wasn't it? Just coming around the wicket, O'Rourke, and it just followed Bethell menacingly. So well played. 146 kilometres now. I find myself looking at the pace of every delivery now. 140 for 4. O'Rourke bowls outside the off stump. Good leave from Bethell.
I think what's more impressive with O'Rourke is, people can come into Test match cricket and take wickets, but the calibre of player that he's getting out and in the fashion that he's getting them out in is the impressive part. He's genuinely rushing the best players in the world. He's getting them to play false shots. He at times it looks like he's just well more advanced than what his age and experience suggests.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Well, if we look at the first innings, he was instrumental in England's demise, as this is a full ball which lands in front of Southee at third slip, just an edge from Bethell on that occasion. Well, he picked up Bethell for 12, Root for 32, and then Brook first ball in the first innings. And here today, he's picked up the vital wicket of Harry Brook, 1 for 23. But really on another day, and we've said this often about O'Rourke during the series, it could be 3 or 4.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, and don't underestimate what he's doing for his bowler down the other end. He's creating opportunities for them also.
Absolutely. Here he is going around the wicket to Bethell, who's impressed with his diligence. He's caught on front on the pads, but O'Rourke withdraws the appeal while the slips and wicketkeeper continue it. It's going down leg.
Yeah, that one, his natural shape is away from the left-hander, and that one just held its line. He didn't really appeal himself, but from behind the wicket, there was a relatively strong appeal. But as you could see from the replay, Tom Blunder was heading down the leg side as well, which is generally a bit of a giveaway on where the ball's going to go.
His pace just reducing now. The last 3 balls, 139, 140, 143. So 2 balls remaining in what might be the end of the spell. We'll see. O'Rourke will have different ideas. Here's a nasty one which hits Bethell in the elbow, or just on that front arm, short, and he takes one hand off the bat. Another good piece of bowling from O'Rourke. 145.
Again, another great bit of batting from Bethell. It got big on him, and he just took it on the body. This innings has been a tough innings, and I could just see him now shaking his hand, opening his hand. It might have got him on the glove, but he just does what he has to do. Take it on the body, well bowled. Go back and bowl me another one.
And then he focuses on the next ball. He doesn't seem to be worried by what's gone before. The sign of a good player. Here he is, again getting that thick edge, pushing at that one. And Southee dives away to his left and makes a good save in the slip region. So 140 for 4. It is Pope is 1, Bethell is 62. And O'Rourke 11 overs, 1 for 23. So another maiden from him. We'll have more comments from Anton, Devcich, and then it will be Neil Manthorp taking over.
So we're going to continue with Mitchell Satner from the Tim Southee end. His first few overs have been solid, a little bit inconsistent in terms of his drift, but he got the prized wicket of Joe Root. Joe Root went down to sweep a delivery that kind of got a little bit too full on him and snuck under the bat, and unfortunately for Joe Root, it was taken out middle stump, but in comes Satner again. Bowls to Ollie Pope, he just pushes into point. There's no run there.
So Mitchell Santner's toiling away. He's the only bowler you can safely or accurately say has been attacked. There's been a sense of counter-attack against him. Joe Root swept him a couple of times to the boundary, and in an over that cost 11. Here's Santner in once again. This one is tucked away by Pope out towards the leg side, but has fielded it backward short leg. There's no run.
I think Mitchell Santner will like his chances against Ollie Pope. He tends to push the ball relatively hard, and then if he can get one to drift, he's got a chance of hitting him in the pads as well.
Pope forward, and this one does hit him on the pads, but only Tom Blundell thinks that there might be an LBW. It's a very speculative and polite appeal. Hassan Raza doesn't respond verbally, just a little shake of the head. 140 for 4. 2 men out today. Joe Root for 54, Harry Brook for 1. Santner and O'Rourke, the successful bowlers, as Ollie Pope is again forward and steering this one behind square on the offside to backward point, fielded by O'Rourke. Is O'Rourke done? No, he's bowled 10 overs.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's done. Which for me, that's the reason why I was a little bit disappointed. Obviously Harry Brook got a good ball, but just getting through that spell might have been the ideal situation.
Pope drives sweetly through extra cover for 4. There's a chase on momentarily for Will Young, but in fact that's the captain, Tom Latham, but he realises very quickly that the ball has beaten him. No, it's Glenn Phillips, got it right in the end. 144 for 4. Ollie Pope with his first boundary is up to 5.
It's quite an important innings this for Ollie Pope. I know we sort of joked about England sort of might be all over at some stage today, but it's a very important innings for him, I believe.
Pope is forward, steers that one out to extra cover, and that is Latham who fields. Just before you go, 66 and 77, those innings are sort of middling, but more importantly, I think, the more important measurement, I think, of Pope's contribution on tour in the first 2 test matches was partnerships of 150. England were 40 for 4 and 70 for 4, and he came in at 6 and put on 150. So I think it's underappreciated by people who watch players, but players understand the importance of partnerships, right? So 2 partnerships of 150, I would say that was a good tour for Ollie Pope. And I think he's looked, and I'm not the only one, much better at 6 than he has at 3, to be honest. I think far less skittish, more relaxed, older ball. Here is Will O'Rourke, he's not done, and this one is steered away by Jacob Bethell, nicely between third slip and gully, and down to the unguarded third boundary for 4 by Jacob Bethell. He's 66, Ollie Pope is 5, 148 for 4 England. Nominal target became even more nominal when Joe Root and Harry Brook fell within a couple of overs of each other, but Jacob Bethell's still there and batting very, very nicely on 66 from 90 deliveries. Here's Will O'Rourke. This is his 11th over this morning. His bowls a bouncer, and Bethell chops it away beautifully behind square on the offside, back-to-back boundaries. This is a big effort, this, from Will O'Rourke, and you almost get a sense that possibly too many eggs are being put into this spell, into this basket. How well is he going to come back? Katey Martin is alongside me. How's it been going in the television commentary box, Katey? It's funny how 2 commentary teams can go off on different tangents, can't they? You can be talking about completely different things on television than we have been on radio.
Well, they did, because I love doing my hawk, and I don't know if I said this yesterday. They said, oh, I don't know how you do radio because you love hawk so much.
Short and hooked away by Bethell. He doesn't get hold of it at all. Did that come for the splice of the bat, I think? And it's just lobbed up gently behind square on the leg side, and they trot through for a single. Because we do.
Well, I just said there's so many wider-ranging topics than just cricket when you're on radio. So it suits me because sometimes my brain goes faster than what my. So I've already had a conversation in my head. So then I've halfway started through a sentence on TV, and people are like, "What is she talking about?" But it made sense in my own brain. Whereas I have time here to be able to backtrack and go through a process. You know, when you say something and people are like, "How did you get to there?" Oh, well, do you want me to explain? And then 20 minutes later, you've got to that end point.
Let me backtrack. Yeah. Here is O'Rourke once again, and steered away by Ollie Pope behind square on the offside. And there is also the hazard of working in two different commentary boxes, and but you get to day 4 and you're not quite sure who it was you had the earlier conversation with, whether you said it in that box or this box.
I did have that in Wellington where I've sort of relaxed a little bit more just to. Look, if you repeat yourself, it's all that happens as you get older. You repeat yourself and someone reminds you that you've said that somewhere else. But I've appreciated you guys having me in radio and telling different stories as the days have gone on.
Here is Will O'Rourke once again. Up to the crease now, bowls, and Bethell whips it away beautifully on the leg side. That's a very, very fine shot. Yeah, you know what they say about radio and TV. I'm often asked, what's the difference between radio and TV? And I always say, twice the work for half the money, radio, but I'd take it every time.
It's enjoyable, it's nice and relaxed, and you can get into storytelling about stuff that, you know, people find interesting, whereas, so there's so many different bits and pieces you put in TV and to try and tell a story of the game, more rather than necessarily other bits and pieces, but yeah, it's a nice relaxed atmosphere in both areas.
3 slips in a gully. New Zealand have played intense cricket. They've attacked. Will O'Rourke now, I think this is a monumental effort, it really is. That's a bouncer down the leg side, and Tom Blundell has pushed it over the bar. 4 byes. Adrian Holstock, up goes the arm to signal byes, and then 4 of them. That was down the leg side, but Blundell should have done a lot better with that, as you would know, Katey Martin. You too would have expected to take that one down the leg side at sort of just above head height. 162 for 4. Bethell 75 now. Ollie Pope has 6. Definitely time for 9 holes this afternoon, I suspect.
I heard there's been some planning going on around that, so whether it will be this afternoon or whether it be tomorrow morning. So,
well, apparently Garth says that he hasn't experienced such gusty wind in Hamilton before, saying he might be having second thoughts about getting the sticks out, playing 9.
It depends what hole. There's nothing worse than heading into a massive breeze on the golf course, but it is sort of Wellington-esque wind. That's probably unfair to Hamilton, to be fair, but yeah, I've never experienced it breezy like this, and it's a southerly, so it's switched around, and I think that's probably what's aided Will O'Rourke's pace as well. He got one up to 151. So if he pulls out later, Garth, then it's probably the fact that he doesn't feel confident with his golfing ability into the wind.
Mitchell Santner in again, down the leg side. Ollie Pope whips it away, or tries to, hits him on the pad and is fielded at backward short leg.
Quite intriguing in terms of Mitch Santner, and he hasn't had a heap of opportunity with red ball cricket, but he's made quite a significant change in his technique around being able to get up and over that front foot a lot more.
Santner round arm delivery, and it's clipped up to Williamson at mid-on. No run.
And he plays for... We play for Chennai Super Kings in the IPL, spent a lot of time with Jadeja, who we know is such an outstanding all-rounder in the game as well, and just learnt so much about little tweaks in terms of his action, and a lot of what he learnt from white ball he's brought into red ball cricket.
Santner in once more, and forward comes the batsman, pushing it defensively out on the offside. Ollie Pope, Jacob Bethell going very, very nicely indeed. Just the 6th Englishman to score 50s in his first 3 test matches from debut, and well, after his 96 in Wellington, he might just go a little bit further than a half century. That one is chopped off the back foot by Ollie Pope to cover. Diving, tumbling stop from Phillips. 163 for 4.
Well, there's half centuries in the second innings as well, so he sort of, as I guess the game goes on, he's sort of got better and better. He's learnt what he may have done in the first innings, and yeah, well, you sort of feel like both these players out there in the middle. Is that the selection dilemma at the moment for England? It's hard to know.
Here is Mitchell Santner in once again. Forward comes Bethell and pops it into the covers. Nobody there. Trots through for a single. So good workmanlike innings this from Jacob Bethell. What did you make of Kane Williamson yesterday when given the opportunity to commit himself to Test cricket indefinitely, or at least in the short term? Yes, I'm definitely going to play on next year. Not doing so. He said, "Oh, it's so long away. It's so long in the future." He spoke about a lot of exciting white ball cricket coming up. As Santner is in once again, a little bit short outside the off stump and cut away, but Phillips is in pursuit, and that ball squirms away from him like a live fish. He just thought he had it, and it jumped out of his hands, and he had to go and fetch it, allowing them to come back for another run. 34 overs gone, 166 for. I mean, you sort of get the impression that Tim Southee's had this grand farewell, memorable, emotional farewell to Test cricket, and Williamson has only played a couple less Test matches. He's played 105. Equally great, I think you'd have to say. Some would say, maybe a tier up. But asked about whether he would carry on playing Test cricket, he said, he didn't say yes.
Yeah, I read that article, which was quite intriguing. You're spot on. He sort of, as he always does, it's not often about him, it's always about the other players, and he's one of the hardest guys to interview, because when you're trying to ask him about his performance, it's always about the team. But yeah, I guess the fact that he has had a few injuries over the time he missed the Indian series with a few niggles, and he's had some hamstring problems, and coming back from that ACL injury, which I think it was 4 or 5 months he come back, which was such a short-term period in terms of an ACL injury. Got that broken thumb at the World Cup as well.
Tim Southee's into the attack, and he might take a wicket with his first ball, and he does! Caught at deep backward point by Glenn Phillips, and you have to say that's a genius piece of work by the captain, putting his deep backward point on the boundary. Southee bowling it in the right place. It's saying to Jacob Bethell, you can go for it if you like. He went on the charge, first ball, and he's carved it out to the man at the deep backward point. Good catch from Phillips. End of Bethell, 166 for 5. The end of the game is nigh.
Oh, what a disappointing for the youngster to not be able to reach those 3 figures. It was really intelligent bowling. He saw him give himself some room on that leg side, charged down the wicket, pushed it slightly wider, wobble seam delivery, so a little bit away off the wicket, and to think he's hitting into quite a significant breeze into that extra cover area, just squirting off the face, and it went finer and finer, and fantastic positioning. That's that sort of defensive feel that we saw a lot of Australia to say, okay, if you want to try and hit a boundary, we've got a guy out there to defend that, and if you hit it well enough, it's going to go for an opportunity. Exactly that. He batted so beautifully. He's had so much control in his innings, a lot of maturity in the way that he's played. New Zealand looked to attack him with the short delivery, which is such a strength of his. He was able to combat that, and then the continued approach of attacking Tim Southee in his last test has paid dividends for Tim Southee. Boy, he would have loved that Joe Root as one of his last wickets as well, Tim Southee. Dropped at third slip, I think, from Tom Latham, so it's a good reward to get another wicket of the youngster this occasion.
Do you know, I don't want to sound like a clever clogs after the event, but I did say before the Test match began that I could see Tim Southee picking up 2 or 3 wickets caught on the boundary, and that is because of this undiluted attack that England approach that England have had against Southee in the first 2 Test matches, and Southee knows that what's coming, and I could picture him putting men strategically on the boundary and having batsmen caught there. Gus Atkinson's the new man, so no Ben Stokes. That one is driven back to Southee. The news from the ECB, from the England cricket team liaison manager Danny Rubin, was that Ben Stokes would bat if required. So I would be interested in how you would define what would define a requirement in this situation.
If you're Ben Stokes and you get the opportunity to bat, and if I'm a New Zealander out there bowling to Ben Stokes on one leg, we've seen it in his career other times where he can just stand there and whack it.
Here's Southee again, short, pulled by Atkinson, out towards Rachin Ravindra at deep mid-wicket, and he's off the mark with a single.
I don't think there'll be as much will from the crowd as to when they wanted Tim Southee to come out and hit sixes, but there'll definitely be a will to say, come on, Ben, just give us a little bit of entertainment. That's what you're about. He's sort of like Robbie Williams, isn't he? The old DJ, the entertainer. He's got a new movie coming. Are you a Robbie Williams fan?
I am latterly. Yeah, I wasn't sure in the early part of his career, but I think he's maturing brilliantly, isn't he? Can do everything. Short and cut by Ollie Pope, straight to backward point Phillips Fields. I think he's one of those people that can play sort of any kind of role, and I think very few of his fans realise what a genius he is. How many different styles he can sing in, that he writes, he produces, he directs.
Danny White-Hodge, who's the England women's cricketer, she is good friends with Robbie Williams, actually, and when he was playing in Spain, I think it was, she knew that his manager, and he said, we've got a few tickets, come out the back, so they did.
Here's Southee again, and Ollie Pope pushing it into a gap at cover. Phillips runs around, they go through for a single, 167 for 5.
And he took. They waited for a couple of hours to meet him backstage, and he took too long. And they're like, well, look, we have to get back to our hotel. And then about an hour later, she got a message from Robbie's manager and said, here's an address. He wants to meet you. Come here. And they spent 2 days at this mansion with Robbie Williams, partying with him, playing table tennis, playing pool. He just walked around in this Gucci outfit the whole time. She said it was the most incredible 2 days. And so now every single time that he's in town, she always gets backstage passes to Robbie Williams.
Southee in again. Oh, beats Atkinson on the inside edge, taken behind by Ollie Pope. I love a good backstage story, especially when it takes you by surprise. There I'm thinking, we can only spare 20 minutes because we've been waiting 2 hours for you, Robbie. And there you go. Oh, they spent 2 days. The backroom pass lasted 2 days. More from Katey Martin, and then John Norman will take you through to the lunch break.
There's a few stories about England women's cricketers and the rock star life that they live, a little bit more than New Zealanders. Charlotte Edwards was actually in Perth and got invited from the Rolling Stones to go to a concert, so she went backstage with them as well. So I think maybe it's an England women's cricket thing to be able to meet the superstars of music.
I'm going to be honest with you, Katey. I've just been deep in conversation with my production team. So what on earth have you and Manners been talking about for the last 10 minutes that's led to Rockstar Life? Is it Bon Jovi playing out that's got you...
Now you're going to have to unwind my brain. That's not very fair.
Okay. Santner continuing from the Tim Southee end is pushed into the covers by Ollie Pope, who moves to 11. Gus Atkinson's batting. Ben Stokes has not walked out onto the field after the dismissal of Jacob Bethell, who slapped Tim Southee to deep backward point. First ball.
We were talking about that Ben Stokes is an entertainer, an ultimate entertainer, and then he reminded me of Robbie Williams being an entertainer, and then got onto the story about Danny White-Hodge partying for 2 days with Robbie Williams.
Oh, did that happen, did it?
Yeah, yep.
I actually met my favourite American rock star at a cricket ground in New Zealand. Santner's in. This is pushed to mid-wicket by Gus Atkinson, coming in at 7. New Zealand now sensing that England are in a position where things could happen quite quickly, as is always the way, driven with minimal foot movement but plenty of timing by Gus Atkinson. Strange shot from deep in the crease. Take 4 through extra cover. Atkinson moves to 5. I've told this story before, but I used to listen to a band called the Smashing Pumpkins during the 90s.
I do know them. I'm not that young.
I'm talking to the listener as much as you,
okay, just checking.
who might be. Wow, I mean, I still feel quite young, but it was 30 years ago now that they were at the height of their powers. Santner again. This is in and around off stump and defended back to the bowler. And yeah, so I was in New Zealand in 2008 at the Basin Reserve. England 2 wickets away from the win that was going to level the series going to Napier. And then the guy comes on the tannoy and says, playing this weekend is Smashing Pumpkins. Santner forward. This is driven by Atkinson. Better looking shot than the 4 that he picked up earlier in the over. Full follow through, bit of foot movement as well. To the left of extra cover and away to the boundary. 4 more, 177 for 5. So yeah, the guy comes on the tannoy and he's like, coming up at the weekend, I won't do a Kiwi accent, coming up at the weekend is Smashing Pumpkins are in town. And I knew this, but I had to go to Napier. And it seemed like wherever I was, I'd been to Australia just beforehand, wherever I was in Australia or New Zealand, the Smashing Pumpkins had either played one day before or were about to play one day after I was in town. It was a bit frustrating, to be honest with you. Flatter and pulled away through mid-wicket for 4 more. Atkinson moves to 13, 3 boundaries in the Santner over, 181 for 5 here at Seddon Park as we push towards lunch on day 4. So yeah, so I'm sitting there up on the steps where you and Harmy played your challenge on TV, and the guy goes, yeah, so tickets are sold out, but celebrating his birthday is lead singer on Smashing Pumpkins, Billy Corgan. And I was like, what? Now, to give you an idea, they played at the London Astoria 4 nights in 1994, and I'd been to 2 nights of it. I went to the first night and the third night. I'd seen them at Brixton Academy in 93 and again in 95, and at Reading Festival in 95 as well. So I'm not a massive muso, but I was a big fan. And I'm thinking, what? I'm in Wellington, of all the places, and Billy Corgan, the lead singer of my favourite band in the world, is walking out into the middle during a drinks break.
Outstanding.
That's absolutely crazy. A wide first slip, there's a 4-slip gully, and this is cut through vacant point with Phillips, I think, coming in from the deep backward point boundary. Similar position to where he picked up the catch that saw Jacob Bethell's innings ended a couple of overs back. So yeah, so I'm like, oh my days. Now, I'd been to Australia the year before, and I'd watched England lose 5-0. So my first overseas test matches that I'd seen England playing, they'd lost all 5. That was 2006-07. 2008, I'm back in New Zealand for the first time, and they'd lost here at Seddon Park. So I was 0 for 6. Driven, inside edge, back past the stumps and down to fine leg for 4. Atkinson's gone past Pope, his Surrey teammate. He's up to 17, 186 for 5. So I'm at the Basin Reserve. I've seen England play 6 times overseas. They've lost 6 matches, but here they are, 2 wickets away from what was going to be my first win, series levelling win. And suddenly I'm torn between my media duties for talkSPORT and trying to find Billy Corgan. So I go up the stairs to the guy who's kind of like overseeing the press. I'm like, mate, Billy Corgan's here. Where is he? So he goes, oh, he's just down there. The little blue stands, like those ANZ stands just to the right of us here. A little, would have been ANZ as well. They've been sponsoring long enough. Push to mid-wicket. So off I go. And Billy Corgan's there. I meet the guy, have a photo. I'm so excited. I'm pulling the stupidest face you've ever seen. Somehow there's a guy there with a copy of one of their albums was called Pisces Iscariot, and he's got an album. Well, how did you know that Billy... Who comes to the cricket with a Smashing Pumpkins CD just on the off chance that Billy Corgan's going to be there? And so, yeah, met the great man, got myself back in position. England took the 2 wickets they needed. And, hey presto, what a day.
Did you get free tickets to the concert or anything, or was that just a bit too cheeky to ask?
No, pushed to, when I was out of town, pushed to mid-off this time by Atkinson, who stays 17 not out. No, because I had to get to Napier, so I was always going to miss the gig. But I saw it as a sign. Now, my wife and I were going to stop back in Australia on the way back to England. And we were due to land the day after, what was it called? Lollapalooza or something. Or they were playing some festival in Sydney. And I saw it as a sign. And I said to my missus, not that she was my missus then, forward is Gus Atkinson, and defending this time.
So your friend at the time that then turned into your wife?
Well, my girlfriend.
Okay.
My girlfriend.
So she was your missus?
She was my missus.
Well,
you don't really say missus.
Well, you still say missus even if it's your miss.
Oh,
even
you don't really say that in
miss,
England.
Yeah. Do you not?
No.
Ah.
You do? Katey's been referred to as the missus. No? In your life? No? You would hate it. So it does happen, but you'd hate it.
So if your mate had a girlfriend, you wouldn't go to him, how's your missus going?
No, definitely not. Pitched up and tickled through the leg side for a single.
I wouldn't say that.
I don't think so. I think I'd say, how's your insert partner's name?
Yeah.
Or how's your girlfriend? Or I don't know. I'll revisit. Maybe we.
Sorry,
say
we
Mrs.
digressed onto between English and Kiwi. Sorry, as you were.
Well, she is a Kiwi, so I suppose I could have called her my missus before she was my missus.
Did she make you? Was that the turning point from the Miss to be the Missus? Was the Smashing Pumpkins concert or not? Or the festival?
When you know, Katey, right?
Well, I'll let you know when I know. Have you got any single friends?
Scott.
I see. I think
I'll introduce you to the producer later.
I know, but there's, the crew thing can get complicated.
Yeah, mixing work with pleasure can be, probably best to avoid.
That's a specific word that rhyme with crew, but I'm sure that you know what that one is. It's something that you drill into things.
You just keep talking. Moving on, says Scott, nervously. So anyway,
I just got a text from a weird number, do you know?
+44. Pitched up on the pads of Gus Atkinson, who seems to have farmed the strike since coming to the crease. Tries to deflect the ball past short leg, but is unsuccessful. Santner's picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 57 today, so he's been expensive, but he has picked up the big wicket. Still the big wicket in my mind of Joe Root. Comes in again. So what I did was I moved my flight forward back to Australia, flew back to Australia, landed, dumped my bags at the airport, went straight to wherever the Smashing Pumpkins were playing, and I got there about 10 minutes after they started their set. And I watched them. This is angled in on off stump, flatter of trajectory from Santner, and it's defended up to mid-on. The field is, as you'd expect, with a lead of 471 and 5 wickets to get if Stokes at bats. Catching positions all around the bat as we move towards the lunch break, as Mitchell Santner gets on to bounce and turn, and beats the outside edge of Gus Atkinson's bat by an inch or so. That was a beautiful delivery from Santner. He got a lot more bounce there than we've seen at times in this spell. As he comes in, he just drags the pace back a little.
To try and explain that catch from Tom Blundell behind the stumps, between the index finger and the thumb, how that patch that goes across there has to be now even. Back in the day, I remember Ian Healy, how he used to have that massive webbing. Caught it in the webbing still. There's still enough pouch there.
Pitched up and pushed to mid-on. No run from Atkinson. The score remains 187 for 5. We've got about 3 minutes till the lunch break. Considering our conversation over the last 5 minutes, it's probably a good thing, Katey.
We're just talking the difference between TV and radio. I would have got slapped in the hand after about 3 seconds of talking about famous people that you've partied with, but
it's talkSPORT. We love that kind of thing.
I sort of think my dad actually once met the Queen. Dad worked at Otago Rugby for a long period of time, and they were opening a facility in Dunedin called the Edgar Centre. And so he had to meet the Queen there, and my sister actually met her as well. So that's the most famous person that our family has ever met, is Queen.
You've set the bar quite high.
Yeah.
I mean, in the last 50 years, is there anyone more famous in the world than the Queen? I mean, if you... No?
Donald Trump?
Possibly now, sadly, yeah.
I got invited to the Ascot races when I was in England in the English summer this year, and obviously it's a very prestigious occasion. I managed to have a few connections to go in as a horse owner, which obviously I definitely didn't own the horse.
Talking about horses, here's Tim Southee. He's invited Anton Devcich out.
What?
Well, I know he's the camel, but earlier today we had Anton on, and he was saying he's been invited to Wairarapa. I can't believe I even attempted to say that, by the way, but to go and watch some horse racing. Does that make sense?
Divvy did. Tim, yeah.
Tim and his partner have invited Anton. I asked Anton, is he on family duty tomorrow? Because he's, of course, been working for the last 4 days. And he says, no, I'm off out with Tim Southee. He's like, no, not to Papa. This is driven nicely by Ollie Pope, who hasn't seen a lot of the strike in the last few overs, to the left of mid-on, and he comes through for a single.
So the pass that we had as part of the owners, you could go down into the area, I can't remember what they call it, but where the horses come back and then they get the sash for the winning and then they get a trophy.
Yeah, what's it called?
It's not the bird cage, but it's something else. I should know the name
If
of
only
it.
Rupert Bell was here. Carry on anyway.
And as I was up the top, because I didn't know at this point in time, and a few of the people that we were with were down there, and I'm like, oh, there's Camilla and King Charles. Queen Camilla and King Charles, my apologies. And I thought, oh my goodness, I'm going to be able to meet the king. What an incredible experience this is. And I've become friends with one of the security guards, and he says, I've got bad news.
Southee again, short delivery, top edge. And William O'Rourke coming in from the fine leg boundary, but it bounces well short. 189 for 5. 3 balls left until the lunch break.
Because I've got bad news. I said to him, I'm going to meet the king the next race. He'll be down there presenting it. I can get really close. And so bad news, all the radios have been turned off, which means he's leaving. I couldn't believe it. I missed the king by 5 minutes.
So close.
And Queen Camilla.
You're going to have to move to the UK. Hang around outside Buckingham Palace.
Well, if Scott and I get on any better than we are right now, then I might have to.
Might have to invite him. Might have to invite him to the wedding. Here's Southee. This is short and wide. And Ollie Pope just admonishing himself there. He's on the cut but picks out backward point on the bounce. A metre or two to the right, that's off to the boundary.
He's got looking at the text chat to see whether he's getting any encouragement about what the situation is.
He's a nervy type.
Is he?
Yeah, so if he's not shifting in his seat anyway. No, he's not having it. Scott Taylor, our producer here. Will he be coming back to the UK? Going to have to move quickly, Katey. His flight's in 2 days. Beautiful shot here. Through extra cover and away for 4. Ollie Pope moves to 17. 193 for 5. New Zealand still 5 wickets away from winning this final test match of 3.
Tim Southee's 3 wickets away from a 5-wicket haul, and the last New Zealander to get 5 wickets in his last test match was Sir Richard Hadley, and he's the one that leads the number of wickets for New Zealand in terms of test match cricket. Tim Southee number 2, so could you imagine just the romance of that, finishing 5 wickets in your last test match with Sir Richard?
Oh, that'd be something, wouldn't it? If there is one more wicket to fall to go the way of Southee. It's not going to come from the final ball of the session, though. A long one, 2.5 hours. We started half an hour early to make up for time lost yesterday, and England got through the first hour and 20 minutes before Joe Root finally succumbed. LBW to the bowling of Mitchell Santner for 54. Harry Brook didn't last long, gloved. A short and sharp delivery from William O'Rourke to first slip. He went for 1, and Jacob Bethell slapping Tim Southee to deep backward point where Glenn Phillips took a decent catch. So England have lost 3 wickets. No sign of Ben Stokes. Katey Martin's got a head off. Thank you very much, Katey. And hopefully we're going to get more from Katey in the afternoon session when the players make their way back out onto the field. Ollie Pope unbeaten at the break, surviving a very close LBW shout first ball. Thoughts for Zach Crawley's thoughts would be worth considering after he was given out yesterday to an LBW decision that was even narrower in favour of the bowler. Atkinson is still there as well, 19, 4 fours from him, 3 of them from one Mitchell Santner over. So Pope 17, Atkinson 19, England. It needs to be said, need 465 runs to win, but more realistically, New Zealand need 5 wickets. Whether those 5 wickets fall in the afternoon session, which will be 2 hours in length, we will find out shortly. But coming up at the break, Lawrence Booth from the Daily Mail and Nicholas Holt, or Nick Holt as he's called, from the Daily Telegraph, are going to be joining Neil Manthorp to look back at 2024. Does Manners know this, by the way? I hope so. Going to be joining Manners to look back at 2024 with an eye on 2025. Fresh challenges to come, of course, with India visiting England, an Ashes winter, as well as a bit of white ball stuff led by Brendan McCullum. But you're listening to talkSPORT 2 or watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Live and exclusive coverage of the 3rd Test, Day 4 here at Seddon Park, with England 193 for 5 in second innings at lunch.
When Wednesday night double trouble Christmas Carabao Cup quarter-final commentary. Arsenal versus Crystal Palace. Kick-off 7:30 on talkSPORT. Meanwhile, Southampton meet Liverpool. Kick-off 8 p.m. on talkSPORT 2. Live Wednesday night football for each ear on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Ho, ho, ho!
talkSPORT 2 is your dynamic destination for all the latest sporting action, featuring live commentary of all the biggest events, including football, PGA golf, horse racing, Premiership rugby, cricket, boxing, and all the big-hitting drama of the NFL. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, William Hill, is always on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need. talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner, William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Live on DAZN, December 21st, Usyk versus Fury 2. Reignited. The two best heavyweights on the planet will collide. For redemption, for greatness, for legacy. Get closer to Fight Night with the best viewing experience, unrivaled talent lineup, and exclusive watch-alongs on DAZN, the global home of boxing. Buy the pay-per-view with no subscription required. Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
I'm home, Mum.
Dad. Kids.
Right, I've got a call in the office.
Spinning in the lounge. Gaming in my bedroom.
Well, I'm live streaming in the kitchen.
I need to watch the footy.
When everyone's caning the broadband, EE's new Wi-Fi 7 router makes every device work better, even yours.
Hello, guys.
My perfect spagbowl hat for you.
And with your next breath, reach your arm.
Upgrade to Wi-Fi 7 on EE, and we'll sort the switch for you.
43.7% UK availability. Smart Hub Pro and Smart Wi-Fi Pro available with selected EE full fibre plans. Terms apply.
Imagine your dream holiday made possible by comparing cheap flights on kayak. Walking on an unspoilt goes-on for miles beach on the Sardinian coast, plunging into the splendour of an idyllic lagoon in Greece. Ah, yes, this is the life. All you have to do is actually book it. Don't holidays. Use Kayak to compare prices from hundreds of travel sites and airlines to find your dream deal. Search Kayak and go see for yourself.
When you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing, get the flexibility you need with VeryPay. Pay now, later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. Very, the online store for fashion, home and more. Search VeryPay. Ways to pay that work your way. VeryPay credit provided subject to status by Shop Direct Finance Company Limited. 18+, representative 44.9% APR variable.
Carabao Sport is uniquely formulated to keep you hydrated, whether you're at the gym, running the streets or bossing the midfield. Available in berry or orange flavours. Carabao Sport tastes great and is Informed Sport accredited. For a chance to see your team in this season's Carabao Cup, look for special packs of Carabao Sport in MFG, the largest independent forecourt operator in the UK. Carabao Sport, the perfect assist. UK 18+, see drinkcarabao.co.uk/win tickets to enter by 28th of Feb 25 and for details.
This Saturday,
Game day is go.
a massive day crammed full of high-octane Premier League drama featuring two
Hello,
exclusive
Jack.
games.
Jack.
Aston Villa versus Manchester City. Kick-off.
Jack, yes, mate.
talkSPORT.
Your highlights packages have been stunning.
Ipswich versus Newcastle. Kick-off 3 p.m.
on talkSPORT.
Particularly the one, particularly the Anton Devcich one.
Each and every weekend.
Game day
on talkSPORT and talkSPORT.
Especially so that you've got an Anton
online by the
Devcich
talkSPORT app
career
and
package
on your
in
smart
which he
speaker.
says, I'm going to be spending my winter changing nappies.
commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand. It's a claim for a catch. He's got him
on talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back to Seddon Park in Hamilton. It's lunchtime on day 4. England are 193 for 5, still requiring the not inconsiderable number of 465 runs to win this Test match and complete a 3-match clean sweep. We don't think that is going to happen, but there is an opportunity for Ollie Pope perhaps to score a few more and add to his 66 and 77 in the first 2 Test matches. Anyway, to talk about that and much else besides, I've been joined by Lawrence Booth from the Daily Mail and Nick Holt from the Daily Telegraph, both of whom as the senior cricket writers for their newspapers, we're not going to miss out on a tour to New Zealand. It is one of the more popular of the destinations. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Nick, let me start with you then. Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have said that they won't be, or that results aren't the be-all and end-all, and that they won't be defined by results, but more the, I don't know, the legacy, the way they play the game. So let's assume that England do win this series 2-1. How would you measure the tour and their success?
Well, their first win here in 16 years is a feather in their cap, and the way they played when the series is on the line. But once again, they've lost well, we assume they're going to lose the last test of the series, which has happened 4 times this year, and 3 times they've lost dead rubbers, which does suggest they run out of puff during series. So that's something to keep an eye on, given what's coming up next year. 5 test series, 1 against India, 1 against Australia. I think they are defined by results, and they know they're defined by results. So, but I was trying to think this year, England's year, probably if you think of the changes they've made to the team, particularly obviously shaking up the bowling attack. The only series they've lost have been in Asia on spinning pitches, which has always been an England problem. You would probably give them maybe a B- for this year.
B-, Lawrence.
I might be tempted by B+ actually. I mean, India, not every team has to play a 5-test series in India. England do it for the reason that the big 3 are always scratching each other's back, so those series can run out of control. And 4-1 perhaps wasn't the most accurate reflection of that series. 2-1 in Pakistan. Look, Pakistan had to change tack quite dramatically after 1 test because they realised England were going to hammer them on flat pitches, and then moved heaven and earth, almost literally in some cases, to create spinning tracks for the 2nd and 3rd test. So they, and as Nick said, England were undone there as they often are. But to come here, I think, and win against a New Zealand side that had just won 3-0 in India is not to be underestimated. And they got themselves out of trouble in both the first 2 tests, a century from Harry Brook in both cases, and as you mentioned earlier, Pope chipping in. So this is a very good result for them. I mean, I think in this test, I think they have run out of puff to a degree, but they also, that spell from Will O'Rourke in England's first innings really was too good for them, and he's almost been too good for them again in this innings. He's got Brook for 0-1. He's a hell of a bowler. They've been outperformed by New Zealand. Do they take their foot off the gas? They probably do a bit. I think that's inbuilt in the Bazball psyche. But they certainly want to win games. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, just on this tour, individuals, who's gone forward, who's gone backwards, who has made strides looking forward to the first test of the summer against Zimbabwe and then the series against India. Obviously, Bryden Cast's 18 wickets, Zach Crawley's 33 runs in 3 test matches. So they're the obvious ones who've taken a step forward and a step back if it's possible for Zach Crawley to take a step back. And Harmy says that as long as Ben Stokes is captain and Brendan McCullum's coach, Zach Crawley will open the batting. Taxes and death and that kind of. So he's. Who else? Who are the individuals? Ollie Pope at 6 has looked rather good actually with the gloves, as well as batting at 6.
That's a tricky one for them because Pope said after his 77 at Christchurch that he wanted to go back to 3. He doesn't want to keep wicket at 6. He wants to prove a point that he can do it at 3. And in fairness to him, I think his Bazball average at 3 has been 40. So it's not been terrible. It's just he goes through these phases where he gets a good score and then several failures, and the people jump all over the failures. The problem he's got, I think, is that Jacob Bethell, who's replaced him at 3 effectively in the series, has looked much less frenetic. Even though he's in each of the first innings he's been out in the teens, he's then gone on to get a half century, almost 100 in the second innings. So that is a slight issue for Pope. He's been made to look sort of cat on a hot tin roof by a guy who's much younger than him and less experienced. So that is an issue for England going forward. But they will very much want Pope to prove himself at 3. They backed him. Of course, Jamie Smith comes back to further complicate things for the first test against Zimbabwe in May. He's missed this series because of paternity leave, but has had a very good first year, and you'd expect him to reclaim the gloves, possibly bat at 6 ahead of Stokes at 7. Then one of Bethell or Pope will have to miss out, and I don't think they're dropping Pope.
And as Cast now shoehorned himself, shoulder-charged his way into the squad for the India series and the foreseeable future?
Absolutely, he's run all over everybody else and trampled them out of the way. Keeping him fit is obviously going to be the big thing for England. Can they keep these guys on the park? That's traditionally been a problem. The progress of Gus Atkinson this year has been outstanding. Nobody would have expected him to burst on the scene and the way he has with bat and ball. The attack has been completely rejuvenated since the retirements of Broad and Anderson, who barely get a mention now, and that's amazing how quickly teams and cricket move on. Bethell has been the real find of this tour. He looks so composed, like Lawrence said, a lot less frenetic batting at 3. The way he saw off the spell from Will O'Rourke this morning, it was just a shame he then got out the next ball and his eyes lit up when Tim Southee came on. Maybe that's just an experience on his part. Zach Crawley, is he a protected species? These guys are very ruthless when they have to be. Could Jacob Bethell open? I mean, he's never done it before, but he'd never batted 3 before, and he's the latest he's walked out to bat in this series is the 5th over, so he's been opening anyway, more or less. So there are a few things that they've got to decide over the next 6 months. Zach Crawley looked like a guy who couldn't wait for the break to come, really, and walking off, chuntering and shouting at the umpire was not a good look, and it really showed that it's been getting to him.
There was an unfortunate but highly amusing accidental coming together of Zach Crawley and David Boone, the match referee in the team hotel last night. Actually, Zach Crawley came over to say hello to Harmy, who was chatting to his former Durham captain, David Boone, and Crawley didn't realise that it was David Boone who had his back to him, and he came out and went, "Hello, Harmy." Oh dear, and he skulked away because he's got a big disciplinary point. He got 3 points in India, didn't he, for another umpire spray? So he could be looking at a suspension if David Boone throws the rule book at him. So he could miss the Zimbabwe Test match. What about Ben Stokes? Just quickly, gentlemen. Does he need to be protected from himself? I mean, he's got himself back to full fitness. I'm sure that he would find the idea of wrapping himself in cotton wool reprehensible. I mean, he would. That's the last thing he would want. But England need him, and bowling those hard overs, that super long spell when the game was gone. Does he need someone to tap him on the shoulder and say, "Captain, don't do this"?
I think those are the moments where someone does have a strong member of the team has to tap him on the shoulder. And the slight problem England have is that who is that person? And the former captain Joe Root is temperamentally unlikely to tap Stokes on the shoulder and tell him what to do. Brendan McCullum's probably the only guy who's going to be able to tell Stokes that there's no point bowling more overs in a Test match since 2022 in this game, which is dead. The series is dead. The game is dead, effectively. Look after yourself. He is absolutely crucial to the balance of England's attack going into the Ashes. If he can't bowl, England have got a problem, especially if Shoaib Bashir is one of what becomes a 4-man attack. So Stokes' presence is vital, and he's got to keep scoring runs as well. I know he's got a couple of knocks in this series, but he's to me, he doesn't quite look the force he has been in recent years with the bat, so it's going to be an interesting year for him.
Nick, he was due to play, Ben Stokes, in the SA20. Mumbai Indians, Cape Town signed him. But Steve Harmison said at the end of play yesterday that he should not play white ball cricket again, certainly for England. He said his England white ball career should have a line drawn underneath it firmly. Even if Stokes wants him to play Champions Trophy, just let him have his month of SA20, that being his one extracurricular earner. But otherwise, just play Test cricket. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely. For 2 reasons. One, to protect Stokes, the Test cricketer, and 2, because I think that white ball team, the England white ball team, needs to move on as well and regenerate the way that the Test team has over the last 6-7 months. Brendan, almost bringing Brendan back in as dual coach probably makes it more likely that Stokes and Root will stay in the side, because he'll want the men around him that he trusts. But I think there's so much white ball talent in England that you want to give those guys the opportunity and protect and preserve Stokes and Root for Test cricket. It's obviously a bonus for England that he's not got an IPL deal, that Ben didn't put himself in for the auction and didn't take a deal like he could have done. The SET20, I suspect he's insured for that. I'd be surprised, depending on the severity of this injury, whether he plays in that tournament. We were talking in the box really earlier about the insurance and how that must work for players, and no claims bonus must be long gone.
I had exactly the same conversation with Harmy. I asked him about insurance, and he said, "Oh yeah, there'll be insurance involved." I'm just like, big numbers? Yes. He said very big numbers. I was told that his contract was about 80,000, worth about £80,000 more than Joss Butler's at the Rajasthan Royals, which would make it, well over £500,000, which is it's a lot of cash, isn't it? Anyway, can I just talk to you both about Champions Trophy? I want to remind listeners and viewers, by the way, we're at Seddon Park in Hamilton. It's the lunchtime on the fourth day. England are 193 for 5, making their way steadily towards defeat. Consolation victory for New Zealand and Tim Southee's farewell test match. The Champions Trophy. I'm going to ask you both a question that I know you'll find ridiculous. But was it not a golden opportunity when India refused to travel to Pakistan for the rest of the test-playing world to call India's bluff and say, well, we've got Sri Lanka who can take your place? I know that it would have cost many millions of pounds and dollars, but now we've got a situation, a hybrid situation, where India will play their games in the UAE. The television broadcast companies are having to spend, and the advertisers and the sponsors are having to spend millions of dollars more to get 2 stadiums ready in Dubai and in Lahore in case India make the semi-final and the final. They don't know where the semi-finals or the final will be. I mean, it just would have been simpler and more expensive to say, okay, well, we'll have to do without you, India. I knew you'd smile.
I mean, international cricket, pragmatism rules. Idealism disappeared a long time ago. Indian cricket now is so hopelessly politicised. It's effectively run by the BJP, the governing party. The former Honorary Secretary Jay Shah, who's now chairman of the ICC, is the son of the second most powerful man in India. So there is no way on earth that India are going to get involved with Pakistan. The political situation with the two countries has broke down a long time ago, back to the Mumbai attacks in 2008. So that ain't happening, and no other international board is going to stand up to them because they will lose money. It's all very well to say England and Australia should take the lead, but if they take the lead, the likes of West Indies, Sri Lanka, South Africa, New Zealand will lose out on a big chunk of the earnings they get from the ICC. So they'll have made a point. They will have stood by some principles, but it will have cost them a lot of money with damaging consequences for some of the nations lower down the ladder.
Into Greg Barkley, the outgoing chair of the ICC at the start of the tour, and we were talking about this, and he said the Champions Trophy is roughly worth around $550 million to the game, and a lot of that broadcast money comes from the fact that India are going to play Pakistan. That's what they're paying for, the broadcasters. So you not only you're taking India away, you're taking away obviously that game as well, which is the big seller. And like Lawrence says, that money, the ICC money, is hugely important to every board apart from the top 3. So, yeah, and there's some parallels were drawn with England not going to Zimbabwe in 2003, the World Cup in 2003. There was one very big difference there, and that was that this time the Indian government have told the cricket team they can't travel, and the British government didn't do that. It was a decision made by the players, by the team at the time.
When was the tournament awarded to Pakistan by the ICC, Lawrence?
Was it 3 years ago?
Yeah, 3.5.
Yeah.
So why the pause in India?
Well,
confirming that they're not travelling?
Because the ICC don't really exist. They're a mirage in the desert. They're a events organising company who are beholden to the demands of their members, and principally the most important member, which is India. That's always been the way. People say, why can't the ICC do this and that? Well, because the BCCI/BJP run world cricket. That's why.
Good, isn't it? Now then, another burning issue which is fascinating me. There's the principle of protecting the sanctity of the English County Championship and the English season. If sanctity is the right word. I mean, a couple of our listeners, when I interviewed Richard Gould a couple of days ago, said if the County Championship was so important, they wouldn't play half of it in the winter. But this idea that English players will no longer be given permission, county players will no longer be given permission, certificates of no objection, to playing in Major League Cricket, the PSL, the Caribbean Premier League, I think the Bangladesh Premier League, that also clashes with England? No, maybe not. But any of these other tournaments, T10s and that sort of thing, the English players, county players, will not be permitted to go and play during the English season, apart from the IPL, of course. Is that enforceable? Is that not restraint of trade? Nick?
Well, that will be the argument that some will put forward, but he's only applying to white players on white ball contracts. So they are guys who have signed white ball deals with their county. I think the cricket, the counties and the ECB sort of have to protect those contracts, essentially. And also, we're in a situation now where there are so many leagues, so many different opportunities for players. You have players getting knocked out of one league, and then a day later picking up a contract in another league. They're almost being rewarded for being knocked out. The sort of thing has to be some sort of stand taken somewhere.
I completely agree. I mean, if the ICC wasn't a figment of our imaginations, it should be them taking the lead rather than the ECB. But I thought it was, Richard Gould said to me that it was red ball players who...
Sorry, yes, red ball players.
Sorry. Right, and but my point was, what if you have a red ball player who's coming back from injury and he's not going to make the team, and you don't necessarily think that he's going to complete his rehab in playing second 11 cricket, if maybe there aren't second 11 fixtures, and so a county may actually think we'd be better off if this guy went and played some T20 cricket in some hot weather and some hot sunshine, just to get some overs under his belt. They'd be in a situation where they wouldn't be allowed to send it.
I think they'd. There will always be specific instances where you think, hang on, that doesn't fit the general argument. The ECB are trying to make a broader point about protecting red ball cricket in England and asking people to honour their contracts effectively. You know, these people have signed contracts with county clubs. They should honour them. And you know, we have this situation where players are, you know, a Surrey player might be being looked after by the Surrey physio. He'll come back injured from South Africa or India or wherever, and the Surrey physio has to do the work again. You know, is that right? So I think the ECB are kind of saying, look, we accept the reality of the situation. The IPL is here. We can't deny players that would be restraint of trade if they said you can't go to the IPL, but they need to protect. It's a bun fight now. For T20 tournaments that clash with each other, we include the 100 in this, it is a bun fight between boards to make sure that they get the most eyeballs, the best players, all these things that matter. They want to turn the 100 into the second best T20. I know it's not T20, but it's kind of bracketed in with that T20 tournament in the world after the IPL. So it's become a selfish world now, cricket.
It has been for a while, isn't it? Let's look ahead again to the Indian series, Nick. I know that we're all keeping half an eye, if not both eyes, after hours of this series on the Border Gavaskar Trophy. It could be a very different looking Indian team. There could be, as many as four, possibly three or maybe even five of the stalwarts. Rohit Sharma looks on borrowed time, doesn't he? A bit past his sell-by date, and I'm not sure that Virat Kohli's looking... he looked very poor in the last Test match. Interesting shake-up there?
Obviously, it depends on the result of the series. I'd be very surprised if Virat Kohli wasn't in England next summer. Probably the same for Rohit. I think their loyalty to their fading stars is probably stronger than it is with other countries. The cult of personality carries so much more weight. And Virat Kohli scored 100 2 Tests ago, so he probably would happily point that out. It's going to be an incredible series for England. They've been run close. I mean, India probably would have won the last series in England if they hadn't have pulled out the Old Trafford Test match, and for COVID reasons, and then played the following year when England had been reinvigorated by Bazball and lost at Edgbaston. England won a famous victory there, and it will be a huge test of England to see whether they can compete with India ahead of going to Australia. We're going to learn so much about this team, about this Bazball project, whether it's working, whether it's worked. So yeah, it's a terrific summer coming up, and we're going to see Bumrah, Siraj steaming in and bowling probably not quite as quickly as Will O'Rourke, but certainly posing those similar sort of problems that the England batsmen love so much.
Okay, I've got a question for you, and you are the best placed gentleman in cricket to answer this. Harmy reckons that if England don't win the Ashes, that Rob Key and Brendan McCullum won't be in their jobs by choice. He reckons that everything is so geared towards the Ashes that both will leave their positions if they don't win down under, Lawrence?
Well, yeah. I mean, Brendan signed a new contract recently when he agreed to take the white ball job to take him through to 2027, which is another Ashes, by the way, the home Ashes in England. So while we all thought that the away Ashes was the natural endpoint of the Bazball project and the culmination of it all, it now looks like they'll get a third, McCullum and possibly Stokes, if his body holds together, will get a third crack at it. I'd be surprised. I mean, if they lost 5-0 in Australia, maybe let's talk again. That has had repercussions for English coaches and captains over the last decade. But I don't think it will be 5-0. I think England are getting a group of fast bowlers together who are going to take it to Australia. They may not win, but I think they're going to give them a good go. Australian attack are still world class, but they're on the wrong side of the hill. The English attack are kind of young and hungrier, and if they can get Archer fit, if Wood is fit, there's a group there who they can work with. So I'm going to be optimistic and say McCullum will still be in his job after the Ashes.
Never mind the Australian attack. I reckon Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon can go another 12 months. I'm more concerned about the Australian batting. Anyway, back to the Bazball project, Holty, and please can you plug your book?
Yeah, it's still available, paperback, just in time for Christmas. What a present. And we're always trying to sell this book. We were joking about it yesterday. We were talking about our book after England have taken an absolute hammering, which doesn't really help.
So, do you think that this is another Harmism? I love to repeat the great man's comments, but he says, take Jofra Archer and absolutely rinse every last possible over out of him during the Ashes. And he also says play him with Mark Wood in a couple of tests.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, there's a former England player on this tour, Mike Gatting, who is known still as the man who won the Ashes in Australia in 86-87. They're the only 2 wins of his 21 Test career as captain. That's what he's remembered for. If Jofra Archer wins the Ashes in Australia and never plays another Test again, he will still be remembered as an all-time England great. So I'm with Harmy on that. And
just go through some of the names. So that fast bowling, I mean, we reckon there's about 8. Ollie Stone's been on this tour. Apparently hasn't come close to making the starting 11. But what about all the, Josh Tongue and who's the giant left armour who played?
Josh Hull.
Josh Hull. I mean, I don't know whether he's in line for an Ashes. That might be a surprise. But do you reckon that England do have the fast bowling? Bryden Cast, yeah. So I don't know whether he's in the starting 11, but he's definitely inked into the squad. You've got him in the starting 11?
He's the first name down at the moment. I mean, okay, but if Archer and Wood are both fit, I mean, they have to play. Cast has to play. Then it's a tricky one. Does Atkinson play as well? Are they so wedded to playing a spinner in every game as they have been with Bashir that he has to play? I mean, that's an issue they've got as well to sort out next year. You mentioned Tongue there. There's Ollie Stone. Potts, could he be the workhorse? Is he moving ahead of Chris Woakes as the workhorse option? Because Woakes will be 36 come next winter's Ashes. So they've got options to play with. It's as Nick said earlier, it's keeping them fit. That's always been the problem with these guys. But they are tunnel vision now towards that winter, and they will do everything they can. That's why they gave Mark Wood a 3-year contract a couple of years back to keep him focused on next winter's Ashes. And they've been managing Jofra's return from his elbow surgery very, very carefully. They want him fit for the Ashes. So they're giving themselves the best chance.
They've got John Turner as well. He hasn't been mentioned. He's another one that I'm sure they will look to give opportunities to. And also, fast bowlers do have a habit of bursting out from nowhere very quickly. So there could be others that emerge very quickly in the summer. The one thing they've got to get better at, I think, is rotating the attack during series. They seem to stick with bowlers for one test too many. Atkinson was on his knees at the Oval against Sri Lanka, here as well, and Cast too. We saw it a couple of. Jimmy Anderson probably played the odd game too many. Mark Wood so they've got to be. I think they've just got to grit their teeth and get through it. I think these days, they've got to rotate these guys and keep them fresh and get the best out of them.
It's 193 for 5. It's lunchtime on day 4 at Seddon Park in Hamilton. England will resume after the break on 193 for 5, needing nominally 465 more to win. My guests at lunch were Lawrence Booth from the Daily Mail and Nick Holt from the Daily Telegraph. We'll be back with more ball-by-ball commentary on the second test match in around 5 minutes' time. Look forward to your company then.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
New Impact Sub from William Hill prepares you for those unexpected player subs by keeping your bet builder running for longer. So when you've backed your star man to have the game of his life, but the manager says he's done, your bet isn't. If your selected player comes off, we carry the bet onto the substitute. Enhance your big match bet builders with Impact Sub. That's proper value from William Hill. Available online and in shop. Selected competitions and markets. Cash out on online bets only. Available until players substituted. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Live on DAZN, December 21st. Usyk versus Fury 2. Reignited. The two best heavyweights on the planet will collide. For redemption, for greatness, for legacy. Get closer to fight night with the best viewing experience, unrivaled talent lineup, and exclusive watch-alongs on DAZN, the global home of boxing. Buy the pay-per-view with no subscription required. Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Sam used to worry about rising energy prices, but not since fixing his tariff. Instead of spending hours looking for deals, he just relaxes in the shower. Singing. Rather badly. Because with a British Gas fixed tariff, you're protected against future price rises. And if we release a cheaper fixed tariff, you can switch to it, absolutely free. Search British Gas tariffs. Eligibility and T's and C's apply.
In the UK, there are nearly 3 million lost pensions. At AJ Bell, we're on a mission to reunite you with yours. In fact, every time we track down a pension, we ring a bell. It's really quite fun. If you love the sound of bells, it's definitely not a little annoying. Can we turn the music up a bit? These bells are doing my head in. Open the account today and let us help find your long-lost pension pots. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. Pension criteria apply. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
talkSPORT Breakfast in partnership with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. Move up through the gears every morning with top-of-the-range sports edition, ABS, story breaking news, and more gold talk to the gallon. Plus, a stellar lineup of super celebrity sports guests as standard. talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK.
Only one radio heavyweight brings you unbeatable, canvas-thumping coverage of the biggest bouts in world boxing. talkSPORT.
And now, get set to go the distance with unparalleled ringside commentary of the biggest boxing showdowns, including the explosive heavyweight rematch between Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury this Saturday night. From the weigh-ins to the final count, all the action for free on talkSPORT.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
First ball of the morning, and it's cut away, not quite to the boundary. A chase on by Mitchell Santner through the covers, but England have knocked 2 runs off that target. 640 to win has become 638. They're 20 for 2.
Celebration enough, and that's nicely played by Joe Root. Back of a length from O'Rourke once more, and he gets right up onto the top of it off the bounce and plays it with a straight bat down to the wide third-man boundary for 4.
Over the wicket, and Bethell just steps down the track and with a beautiful swing of the bat just clears his front leg and hits this pretty much where it came, over Henry's right shoulder and away to the boundary for a beautiful 53 for 2, 50 up for England, 605 runs needed to win. Pitched up, driven to the left of mid-wicket, and Kane Williamson gives up the chase. 4 more. Yep. Full shot, chance at square leg, Rashan Ravindra. No, it's going to be 6. Surprising bounce from Root. No, don't think He's so. outside edged it to Might have second glitched slip. just when and I the chance spoke has to you. gone down.
Sound
We had our
short,
mics off.
pulled away beautifully. Oh, word, listen to that clatter as it hits the advertising boards. That was smoked.
And Jacob Bethell reaches a 3rd consecutive half-century, coming from 63 balls. Another sweet shot from Joe Root. This time to the right of Rachin Ravindra, and it's 4 more.
Here we go. Pitching in line, hitting in line, and smashing middle stump. Joe Root's got to go. Santner strikes here at Seddon Park.
Sorry, you'll be overturning your decision of not out to out.
And England now 3 down.
So overturning the decision to out.
122 for 3.
Santner's going over the wicket to mid forward. Right, it's an immaculate shot. Just so beautiful, effortless. Henry just turns and chases. He's out. Brook's gone. For the second time in the match, the #1 batsman in the world falls to Will O'Rourke.
Tim Southee's into the attack, and he might take a wicket with his first ball, and he does! Caught at backward, deep backward point. Good catch from Phillips. End of Bethell, 166 for 5. The end of the game is 9.
Pope 17, Atkinson 19. It needs to be said, it needs 465 runs to win, but more realistically, New Zealand need 5 wickets. To the strains of 1979 by the Smashing Pumpkins. That's how the first session played out here on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Copyright flag, which will have to be edited out for those in the know. 193 for 5. England with Ollie Pope and Gus Atkinson, the two Surrey players, walking out to the crease. 17 to Pope, and Atkinson has hit 4 boundaries. He's going on a strike rate of nearly 100. Suggests that we might be in for some action in this afternoon session. Beautiful conditions, as they have been throughout the day. The wind is still buffeting this ground here at Seddon Park in Hamilton. The Barmy Army and touring fan groups make up the majority of the spectators here. But at the fall of every wicket, you are reminded that this is a home New Zealand Test match. Test match that started on a Saturday, though, so by days 3 and 4, a lot of people with Christmas in mind have possibly headed up to Batches, up the coast, maybe up to the Northlands or the Bay of Plenty. And they've left a few sunburnt Brits behind them. Here we are then. It's Santner who's going to open up from the Tim Southee end. First ball of the afternoon session, and it's a tempter for Gus Atkinson. Plenty of loop, a bit of dip. It's wide, and Atkinson plays through the line and away to deep point for a couple. Did you eat well, Harmy? You ate better than I did.
I was going to say, I mean, it wasn't the best lunch you've had here. I think it might have been an afterthought, day 4 of a Test match. I think we might have thought an afterthought. That
what's left? What's at the back of the fridge?
We're still going to be here, yeah.
Well,
yours look disgusting.
Who's defended on our stump is this flattered delivery from Santner. 195 for 5 then. Atkinson coming in at 7. Ahead of Ben Stokes, who, well, we're not sure whether he's going to bat or not, but he, of course, picked up that hamstring injury yesterday. It's going to go for more assessment. Driven hard by Atkinson. He's looked good in his short stay. Southee fields at a deepish mid-off, and that brings Ollie Pope onto strike. My thoughts went the way of Zach Crawley after Ollie Pope survived that very, very close LBW shout first ball, given not out on field. The ball shown to be hitting the top of off stump, and Crawley was given out to a ball that was going on in terms of the projection, as this is glanced fine down to the boundary to a ball that would have hit far less of the wicket yesterday, and that's kind of what happens when you're out of form and you need a little bit of luck.
Yeah, out of form, out of luck, runs aren't coming. You get a stiff one that Zach got yesterday when you came Williamson, one of the best players in the world, and you're in form, you get the umpire's call. So it's what this beautiful game does to you. Zach might be in a little bit of trouble at the end of this Test match.
Maybe. There's a slip in place and a leg gully for Ollie Pope, who comes forward and pushes this delivery back to Santner. There's Tom Latham at a short cover. Tim Southee about halfway back at mid-off with Williamson at mid-on. Mid-wicket, point and kind of a deep extra cover. This is drilled to Williamson at mid-on from Ollie Pope. Mark Kelly, our New Zealand producer, team man that he is, has just come back into the commentary box. Guess how many corn dogs he was carrying for the 6-person commentary team?
It was about a quarter of one left, so if he had more than one, he's had a good lunch.
Mark Kelly does not look like the kind of man that eats 6 corn dogs for lunch. One corn dog. That doesn't go round the 6-person commentary team.
You're just jealous. You are. You've just had your salmonella and chips, and that was just. I mean, you're just jealous.
I avoided the salmonella and just ate the chips.
Yeah, fortunate you're staying on New Zealand until after the new year. I think if you ate that,
short spell in hospital.
No, I reckon a bit of trouble in the air. I think
bit of turbulence.
Yeah, a little bit of turbulence. I'm not sure the toilets are
inside and outside of the aeroplane.
The upper cabin toilets in premium economy might be out of order for at least Sydney to Singapore.
It's Matt Henry, is it? Yes, it is. It's Matt Henry who's opening up. My eyes are starting to go.
I had a shocker on TV just before. I'm waxing lyrical about
You
Willow
do surprise
Rock.
me.
Yeah, the opening the mouth, stupid things coming out, and then thinking about it. I mean, Willow Rock bowled a great spell, and I've said, Henry's got a bowl. 20 minutes before, Henry's got a bowl. I wouldn't go Southee, I'd go Henry, and then Southee gets Jacob Bethell at first ball. Wow.
I hope the camera panned in on your face as he did so. Pushed to cover by Atkinson. 200 up for England, 200 for 5. New Zealand need 5 wickets to win this match. England, of course, will be celebrating on the outfield at some point, having won the series, coming into this match 2-0 up, of course. Really interesting chat that's just taken place between Lawrence Booth from the Daily Mail and Nick Holt from the Telegraph, with Neil Manthorp. Will be available as a following on podcast, looking ahead to 2025. Fresh challenges await this team. Pushed again to Tom Latham, who comes in from cover.
Good ones, though. Exciting ones.
Very exciting, but also a bit of a break for the Red Bull team, who've played 3 tests here in New Zealand, 2024, 3 tests in Pakistan, 6 tests at home, and of course they started out the year on talkSPORT 2 in India, 5 tests in India, losing heavily away in India, losing in Pakistan, winning here in New Zealand, losing a test towards the back end of the summer. So a mixed bag of results, but plenty of entertainment along the way. Certainly a single here to square leg. Atkinson sets off quickly, but he's sent back for a second, or rather prevented from turning back for a second by Ollie Pope. 201 for 5. In terms of pluses and minuses, I mean, if you look through the England team from top to bottom, obviously Crawley has really struggled. Duckett, it's very Ben Duckett-like series, really. He's got England off to decent starts. He's scored some runs. He's fallen short of a century. He scored relatively quickly. It's Ben Duckett, isn't it? Always good to watch. You never take your eye off Duckett when he's batting. As this is front foot, Ollie Pope comes forward, plays a very straight bat, and pushes this to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I get that. It is very much the way Ben Duckett plays, and that's why I like the 2 openers that England have got. Zach, yes, Zach's been a minus on this trip, but I think we'd be very short-sighted if we say he's been a minus throughout the last 12 months. He's had some.
Oh, he had a great. He's top scored in India.
Some good times.
Beaten this time. On the move is Pope, and he's trying to drive a ball that isn't drivable length. Very close to getting an inside edge, and if that kept a bit low, the stumps would have been rattled. Good final delivery of the over from Henry, 201 for 5. So moving then down the list, Bethell, I think, has impressed us all.
Bethell's a fine. I think Crawley's had an okay year. I think there's some. It's same as Duckett. As long as they don't have them together, then you're always one of them's getting you off to a fast start. That's what teamwork does. So, I mean, Zach's had a less complimentary New Zealand, but he had a very complimentary India. I think Bethell's been a real plus point. Root's been magnificent, as ever.
Atkinson facing with a short leg in place and a slip. Fielders catching cover and at mid-wicket. And there's a 3 fielders in the covers who are ready for a slice drive or a mistimed aerial drive. This is defended into the offside. As Santner again, who's impressed on his return to the New Zealand side, is as gracefully as you like, with minimum foot movement or power really. This has been timed sweetly. Back over the bowler, over Nathan Smith, a substitute fielder at mid-on, and down just below is for 6.
Yeah, caught by Jacob Bethell. You watch the TV screen again, nonchalantly caught by Jacob Bethell, who just threw it back.
Touch wide, plenty more drift. He goes again, does Atkinson. And Tim Southee at mid-off just turns and slowly walks back towards the long-off boundary. And it's back-to-back boundaries. This is just dropped short. So 10 runs from 2 deliveries. 211 for 5. He can bat, can't he? Gus Atkinson.
He can bat. He's the 100 at Lords to get on the honours board wasn't a fluke. This boy can bat. He really can. He's a handy lower order cricketer. He's had a brilliant year with the ball. He looked tired, but I mean I expect him to be tired in this match as a bowler.
Southee's gone back at long off, and he's going to have to go and fetch another 6 that has been hit over extra cover, through extra cover. It's actually bounced just before the boundary. And that's an even better shot, because Atkinson saw Southee going up, so he just essentially went a little squarer, and instead of over and through long off, he got it over the fielder at extra cover and away to the boundary for another 4.
I suggest with 443 to win, I'd keep chucking it up, Mitchell Santner.
I think Mitchell
Keep
Santner,
throwing it a bit higher.
I think Mitchell Santner will do exactly that. He's in again. This is actually a bit flatter. He hits Atkinson on the pad. He's trying to guide the ball fine. Taken by Blundell behind the stumps. Final ball of the over. I mean, no bowler likes to be hit for runs, but the team require it here. A touch slower in the air from Santner. Still some loop, but straighter, and doesn't allow Atkinson to get under the ball. So end of the over. 14 runs coming from it. New Zealand still need 5 wickets to win. England 215 for 5.
Yeah, Roots had obviously a wonderful year. Brook, again, I think he's backed his year up the year before. Another fantastic year from Harry Brook, who goes to world #1. Pope, fits and starts, brilliant in Hyderabad right at the very start of the year, and then he had to take the captaincy. Took some criticism towards the back of the year of a few former England players, but I think he's shown what a great team man he is, and adaptability he can be. He's batting 5, batting 3, batting 6, kept wicket. So for me, it's a positive year for Ollie Pope. Great to see the captain back bowling after the knee injury, which was always going to be the challenge, and a tough end to the year for Ben Stokes.
Henry's in, and Pope is facing. Push back to the bowler, and it's no run. Start of Henry's 11th over. He's gone for 54 and picked up a wicket. That of Zach Crawley late last night.
I'd say Stokes has had a decent year. I don't think he's had a bad year. I think he's batting. He would like a few more runs.
Well, he's missed a lot of cricket through injury. He hasn't bowled a lot. He didn't bowl until the 5th Test match, or the 4th Test match against India. Bowled Rohit Sharma first ball. Down the track comes Ollie Pope. He squared up a touch and is sent back by Gus Atkinson. Latham fielding at cover.
The bowlers was always going to be the ones that you mark.
Have we talked about Pope?
Yeah.
You just said? I just zone out?
Yeah, you zoned out.
Sorry.
I said it's been difficult for Ollie because he's had to be the ultimate team player. 3 to 6 to keep wicket. Unbelievable start in Hyderabad. That was a magnificent innings we had from there.
Well, he won the test,
had to captain the team. Got some criticism from former England players.
Oh, yes, right, I did hear. Beaten this time, Pope, with an absolute beauty from Matt Henry. This is pitching on 4th stump, drawing Pope forward, and then some bounce. It's actually straightens. And Ollie Pope, who's on the move, trying to play defensively, kind of shot that will get you into trouble. He's not going to get a run for that.
That's the problem.
Very close.
That's the problem. As the ball is into the wicketkeeper's gloves, Ollie Pope standing 2 feet standing straight down the middle of the pitch.
Now he attempts an attempted ramp, and Matt Henry has bowled Ollie Pope, who's missed the ball, and the ball has done the rest. off stump has just been hit. Pope's innings comes to an end. New Zealand pick up their 6th wicket, 215 for 6. And having seen the TV director picking up the picture of Ben Stokes, who's down there in front of us, I don't think Stokes is going to come out to bat. So it could be that New Zealand need 3 wickets to win this match now.
I'm not sure what to make of that, John Norman. I mean, I've just described the ball before where he's beaten the outside edge and he's lost his balance and he's got both these big toes pointing back down the wicket to the bowler. I mean, both these big toes were pointing down the wicket there, more or less in a split. And he's trying to ease it over the slip. I mean, from a bowler's point of view, it's a solid ball. It's at the top of off stump. From a batter's point of view, I think less said about that dismissal, the better. It wasn't one of young Oliver's best shot executions. And just fast forward the inevitable of New Zealand are going to win, and win probably in this session.
Yeah, diminishing returns for Ollie Pope, who started off in really good form, combining with Harry Brook for 2 big partnerships, coming to the crease with England in trouble and walking from the crease with England in control. But the last test hasn't seen him score a great deal of runs. He's still been very, very tidy behind the wicket. And it's Bryden Carse about to face his first delivery. Down the track it comes Carse. Henry sees him coming, drags his legs back, and Carse has to abort. Just ducks out the way. And to my mind, at least, it seems like the New Zealand fielders have all collectively taken 1 pace in towards the wicket.
Yeah, Bryden Carse, he's done that a couple of times now. First ball, charged the bowler.
He's given an earful here and there. He's just been wrapped on the back of the helmet by another short delivery. Carse took his eye off the ball. He's smiling. He's coming down the track. It might have actually hit him on the shoulder and then glanced up. Either way, the fielders converged to try and catch the ball. I'm not sure it hit the bat. And that's the end of the over. Success for New Zealand. They're first in the afternoon session. Pope's gone for 17. Atkinson is still there, 37 on out, playing very nicely. 215 for 6, and we do not expect Ben Stokes to bat. So New Zealand probably need 3 wickets to win the match here in Hamilton.
Yeah, 3 wickets to win. Yeah, if you're going to take it, if you're going to give it, Bryden Carse, you've got to take it. Took it with a smile. Wore one on the body. Mitch Santner's either going to get some tap, or he's going to get 3 wickets very quickly here. I don't see this game going another 45 minutes. I really don't. Gus Atkinson's hit some nice shots over the top. Bryden Carse is coming in, charging the first ball.
There's 2 fielders catching position in the covers. This has been tossed up and very wide of Atkinson, who loses his body shape just trying to hit this towards Gisborne. It misses. I'm not sure where Gisborne is, to be honest. I know where it is, but I'm not sure where we are, which probably sounds familiar, Harmy. This is in that Atkinson's arc, and he drills it to one of those 2 short covers. It's fielded by Latham towards Auckland rather than Gisborne. So I imagine Gisborne is that way.
Just pleased I know I'm in New Zealand.
Auckland's that way, I guess. North or South Island, Harmy?
I think I'm in the north.
Well done. You're always in the north. Even push back to the bowler, Santner.
Heads in the clouds.
I told you that when I came up to visit you in Ashington, I got a New Zealand vibe. I mean, it was a very sunny day, mind. Not sure I would have felt that way. Tossed up again. It's a top edge. And New Zealand fielders are slightly confused about where the ball's going to bounce. And bounce it does. Phillips runs in from the extra cover boundary. Latham at extra cover loses a flight of it. And it's a fortunate single going the way of Gus Atkinson. 216 for 6. I'm not sure I'm going to have another commentary stint, which might be cheered wildly back in the UK.
May get a double cheer because I don't think I'm going to get one either.
You love a double cheers, don't you?
Double cheers, yeah. We'll be having a
Two-time
double cheers
Harmy.
in about half an hour, 40 minutes time.
In off stump, and this is a wild sweep shot from Carse, attempted, and it's collected by Blundell. There's movement there. The length wasn't there to sweep. It was way too short.
Garth has got to be loose now. He's run down the wicket twice. He's played a sweep shot. The legs are loose. The back's got to be, rotation's got to be loose. He's been hit.
He's ready to bowl a 7-over spell. Sadly, he's batting. He goes big. It's in the air, and it's going to sail over long on. I'm sure the microphone picked up the sound of the ball crashing into the scoreboard just in front of us. So he's got his eye in, has Bryden Garth. 2-2-2 for 6, England. Stokes sitting on just below us in his black training gear. Dark specs on, just applauding that shot from his Durham teammate. Garth moves to 6 with a 6. Atkinson's 38. New Zealand need 3 or 4 wickets to win, probably 3. 222 for 6.
Yeah, 3 wickets to win. England fielders are England team are all sat down right in front of us. White sort of picnic chairs. They're all out supporting their team, sticking together as a team.
Henry on the hunt for wickets late in the series. He'd love to go past Bryden Garth at the top of the wicket-taking tally. He's not going to get a wicket here. It's clipped away to legs, square leg from Atkinson, who moves to 39, 223 for 6. I'm not sure that there's going to be many at drivable length here for Garth. Maybe a... Well, actually, the field is... Well, on the leg side, it's set for maybe a short delivery. We shall see. Here is Henry, and it is back of a length and pushed towards points. Second slip who runs in and fields, or gully. 223 for 6. Garth has certainly been... I mean, what? I'm not sure you've got many A's, so I'm not sure you're in the right position to really answer the question. But
I was absent. Does that count? I was absent for all my exams, so that might count a little bit. But no, I think Garth has been a real find as well as Bethell.
This time playing back in his crease and defensively is Garth. Fielders converge. Just for this series alone, I think he's going to score. I reckon an A.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's shown especially in them first 2 Test matches, especially when it's gone flat. When that's what we're going to have from an England point of view. Against India, against Australia, passages of play where the up-bat is dominant.
Henry again, and Garth is down the track, trying to smash this length delivery over mid-wicket, gets an outside edge, sails over first slip and away to the boundary just below us for 4 more. Garth moves to 10. 227 for 6. England also scored some useful runs at Christchurch, didn't he?
Yeah.
As did Atkinson. Actually, can you remember that partnership between Stokes and Atkinson? Atkinson hit best part of 40 runs from a 50-run partnership.
Stokes just stopped. I mean, he gave up trying to score boundaries. He just started singles.
Yeah, he was just getting Atkinson back on strike. 140 runs scored in the session, as Stokes scored 40 of them, something like that. Beaten again, flat-footed pull, slog really, and the ball sails over leg stump and through to Blundell.
Can't hit it if you're not looking at it, Bryden. I mean, he's trying to hit it far too hard. But I think in this series, Atkinson is... I mean, Garth has proved that there's a long-term future in the Test match game. I think Atkinson proved that in the summer and enhanced that since he's been here. Potts has put a shift in. Thought, he's always going to be the unlucky one. I think Woakes has proven that overseas he can still just about perform.
Mid-wicket has gone out. This is a full toss on off stump. There's a chance for a run out. The throw from cover, and Bryden Garth, who's been sent back by Gus Atkinson 2/3 of the way down the track, manages to get back behind the crease, and he kind of gives his new ball partner at times, strike partner, a shrug to say, well, what was wrong with that? There's a single there. What are you doing?
Bit of ball watching from Atkinson. I think there was a single there, but Atkinson was ball watching. A little bit of stiffness. A little bit of, I fancy hitting Santner for a few sixes. So I want to steer down this end. Atkinson 39 off 38, Garth 10 off 9 balls. He's still a long way behind 431, and Tom Latham and Mitch Santner are just trying to work out the best field possible for Atkinson. Don't think sweep or the late cut is in the game, so all the fielders are predominantly in front of square. And I think Mitch Santner's just going to throw it a little bit higher above the eye line, Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, he's not going to mind how much these wickets cost. These last three, here's Santner bowls, and there's no swing and a miss at this one, just tapped away gently by Gus Atkinson to the offside. He has a test 100, of course, and he made 48 very, very good runs at the Hagley Oval, and he came in at number 9. As Santner is in again, bowls, and reverse sweep from Atkinson. He's hit it very nicely indeed down to the boundary for 4. Will O'Rourke trots after it. It's a golden opportunity, isn't it? The sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, and there are test runs to be had. Just apply yourself, play a few trick shots. That was very nicely done by Gus Atkinson.
Great execution, great execution of a reverse sweep. Didn't get all the way down.
Santner in once again, and width outside the off stump, backs away, cuts out towards cover, and is caught by Glenn Phillips. Well, he's hit that too well, Gus Atkinson. It was a little short, a little wide. Atkinson increased both by backing away outside leg stump, and he's carved it to deep extra cover, where Phillips has taken a really, really good, well-judged catch. Not easy when it's hit as hard and as flat and as low as that, and it's dipping on him. Taken a really good one. It's 231 for 7, and Gus Atkinson goes for an entertaining 43 from 41.
Yeah, good innings from Atkinson. He had a bit of fun. He's hit his sixes, and a smart bit of bowling from Santner there. Knowing that he's been throwing the ball above the eye line and throwing it up half volleys, so Atkinson can hit him off the front foot down the ground there. He's just again held it up, but taking the pace off it, but just dragged his length back a little bit and said to Atkinson, well, you can hit it, but you're going to have to hit it off the back foot and not off the front foot. And I think because he's hitting it off the back foot, his weight is going obviously towards the leg side, but his weight's going backwards, and as he's made contact with the bat, he's obviously not weight transfer coming forward, and he's clothed it straight out to deep point. So what you say, a very, very good catch by Glenn Phillips.
In situations like this, would Matthew Hoggard have played a few shots?
Well, he would have tried.
That's why I ask.
Not sure. I'm not sure captains would have had 5 men on the boundary to Hoggy. I think they might have had them just outside the 30-yard circle, in what everybody would call no man's land, but Hoggy would manage to find them.
Well, Mitchell Santner's now going to bowl to Matthew Potts. Still no sign of Ben Stokes, and personally I hope it stays that way. No point risking Santner in. First ball to Potts, beats him outside the off stump. Taken by Blundell, who whips the bails off. Would you be dismayed if you saw Ben Stokes hobbling out?
Yeah, I would. And he sat in front of me, and there's no movement, so there's no way Ben Stokes is going to bat.
Here is Santner once again. And a swing from Matthew Potts out towards long off. Southee's underneath it. He takes the catch. Potts goes second ball. Mitchell Santner has 2 in 3. England are 231 for 8. And is that the sound of the fat lady clearing her throat?
Yes, gargling. The fat lady is ready to go. Clearing the tubes and ready to start singing the song. Matt Potts just come to the wicket. Not quite in tune with where he's trying to hit that. Body shape's looking as though he wants to hit on the leg side, and it slashed straight across it to the offside. And good catch from Southee, because he ran in a couple of steps, realised he's probably had to backpedal, and he got himself set where he was when he first started, or the ball was actually made contact with the bat. So a good two-handed catch above his head. And yep, the end is nigh. The sun is shining. The beer is cold.
Please tell me what...
The golf course is still open.
The wind is still blowing.
We've got options.
Not going to help your slice.
We've got options.
Please tell me what Bryden Carse said to Shoaib Bashir. He walked out 20 yards beyond the crease to walk with him to the crease. Would it have been something like, Bash, leave the hitting to me?
Beer is cold. Golf course is open. We've got options. That's what Hoggy would have said to me in this situation.
Here's Mitchell Santner. Can he make it 3 and 4 balls? Bashir forward and steers it out towards extra cover. No run as Tom Latham fields. Over comes to an end. Mitchell Santner. I said earlier there's no such thing as easy test runs, and maybe there's no such thing as easy. But these are as easy as Mitchell Santner will have got in his test career. 3 for 85, 231 for 8. Ben Stokes has fortunately, or thankfully, not strapped the pads on, as Steve Harmison just said. He's not going to risk any further damage to that hamstring. He is going for further, more detailed scans after the test match is over, which will reveal the further extent of the hamstring injury. Did have a scan last night, but I'm no medical expert in these things, but there are degrees of scanning. I think there are CAT scans and other things. Here's Matt Henry. Can he wrap it up? Bryden Cast lashes this one through extra cover, or to extra cover. Tom Latham dives to his right, tips it past the post, and it's collected out on the long on boundary by Will Young. So for spread field, Matt Henry is looking for a third wicket. Mitchell Santner has 3 for 85 from 14 overs. He won't mind in the slightest that his 3 wickets have cost 6 and over. He'd happily have paid, I think, 8 or 10 and over for 3, as long as New Zealand win today, which they will. They just need 1 more wicket. Alongside me now, Anton Devcich, as well as Steve Harmison. It's been an absolute pleasure having you, Anton. Many, many thanks for giving up these 4 days. Down the wicket, on the charge, Shoaib Bashir. He never looked likely to make contact with that, but it showed willing intent. Have you enjoyed your time with us?
I have indeed. I mean, it's always good listening to you all and hearing a few stories that you wouldn't hear over this side of the world too often. So it's been really enjoyable.
It's been a great pleasure having you. Here's Matt Henry from the City End, bowling to Shoaib Bashir, and he drives in the air just over the head of Rachin Ravindra down at long off. He was halfway long on. He's halfway back to the boundary, and just momentarily leapt in the air and held out his left hand. It looked like he might just have been able to get fingertips to that.
Stuffed Bryden Cast out of sight. I mean, Bryden Cast's legs they're not working that well at this moment in time. Shoaib Bashir was desperate to get back under strike, so he ran 2 while Bryden had run maybe 3/4 of the first one. So he's had to put a few swift strides in to get back to the non-strikers in.
Henry in bowls a slower Yorker. Love it. One of my favourite deliveries. A slower ball Yorker to Shoaib Bashir, who manages just in time to pick it and then block it. I just... Don't you... Dev, don't you just love a slow ball Yorker?
That's the toughest ball in the book. That's really tough to bowl. Well read by Bashir, though. Just jammed the bat down just in time.
Yeah, he didn't pick it, I don't think, for the first 3/4 of that ball flight. Here's Henry again, bowls. Bashir beaten outside the off stump. Had a little push at that one. Bryden Cast. I don't know what's going through Bryden Cast's mind, but he's a good, proper hitter. He's a bowling all-rounder, and he's now walked down the non-strikers and make up this conversation. He's talking to him, Harmy. What is he saying?
I think he's just trying to say, get past this, just get something on it. I think Bryden Cast is desperate to have some fun down Mitch Santner's end. That's what I'd be thinking if I was in this situation. I don't fancy facing Matt Henry. Let me face Mitch Santner.
Henry into Bashir, plays a nice little push off the legs out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. Southee does the tidying up, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 234 for 8. Bryden Cast has 11 from 10 balls. It's been quick progress for New Zealand after the lunch break. They've now got themselves to a position where they are 1 wicket away from a consolation victory. And Anton Devcich, I think it will be a consolation, actually. I mean, I don't often say that. I always often think, well, you've lost the series, but this has been a very, very well played test match by New Zealand.
Yeah, it's been. Well, I guess those standards have just come back, and for the first couple of tests, the catching wasn't at its best, and a couple of the batsmen weren't quite firing, and what I've enjoyed about this Test match is the bowlers have really run in. There's been quite a considerable difference between the two bowling attacks. One bowling attack obviously looked a little bit tired because of the amount of overs they spent.
Here's Mitchell Santner then. The match could end at any time. Bryden Carse heaves this one out to deep mid-wicket and declines the single.
Yeah, I always find it interesting. You know, if New Zealand batters actually had to face the New Zealand bowlers in this situation, how would it have gone? Because there was a considerable difference in the energy on the ball.
Santner, quicker one, stumped, gone. Bryden Carse down the wicket. Santner saw him coming. He's put that extra pace on it, beats the outside edge. Blundell whips the bails off with Carse a yard and a half out of his crease, and England have been dismissed. 234 for 9 with Ben Stokes absent injured, and New Zealand have won the Test match by 423 runs. It's a massive, massive victory, amongst their most comprehensive of all time. I think that's the second most highest margin by runs that New Zealand have won a Test match by, and Mitchell Santner finishes with 4 for 85. Bryden Carse stumped Blundell, bowled Santner for 11. Shoaib Bashir unbeaten on 2. England last innings in this series, 234 for 9. And the players out in the middle congratulating each other, shaking hands, as is the great Test match tradition. And down below our commentary box, those not involved on the field at the moment also shaking hands and congratulating each other for a series played in great spirits. There's been some wonderful cricket, many highlights. A bit of a downer for England to get onto the plane with, but for New Zealand, as I said, Steve Harmison, a thoroughly deserved consolation win.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved consolation win. Well played, New Zealand. England can be proud of their efforts in New Zealand. I think they've been absolutely magnificent. But this is a moment for Tim Southee, and a good friend of Tim Southee's, Anton. Fantastic.
Yeah, what a cricketer, what a human being. He's given everything to this country, and rightly so. He's getting a huge applause from the crowd here. English team also clapping him off. Such appreciation for what he's done for the game here in New Zealand, and he'll be sad to walk off that field, but a little bit of relief as well, I'm sure. But he can be super proud of what he's achieved with the silver fern on, and I'm sure he will leave a lot of young kids aspiring to be like him when they grow up.
You're speaking without the vaguest quiver in your voice, Anton Devcich, but I would imagine that there is a lump in your throat.
Yeah, probably more so than when I retired, to be fair. It's when you see people go through what they go through, especially international career and a fast bowler, they go through more than what your just general batter would go through in terms of body-wise and how much sacrifice and hard work they have to put into the game. And yeah, just knowing everything that's gone on behind the scenes, it's just been a pleasure.
A nice moment there, Anton. You know, all the team congratulated Tim Southee, but there are two friends in that England management group, and a nice embrace between, first of all, Jeetan Patel, and then obviously somebody who played a hell of a lot of cricket and means a hell of a lot to Tim Southee, and that's Brendan McCullum.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the celebrations will go deep into the night, and a lot of old stories. I'm sure the English and the Kiwi boys will get together and have a couple of quiet beers, and that, two teams that get on super well off the field, and they just appreciate each other and the way they go about it. As I'm just looking at the screen, a big hug from Tim Southee and Brendan McCullum, and they were both big part of changing, I guess, New Zealand cricket, their mentality when Brendan was the captain of New Zealand, and Brendan needed a couple of lieutenants to help him drag that team along, and Tim Southee was one of them, and he trusts them immensely, and I'm sure he's, although a little bit I wouldn't say he was upset with the loss. I'm sure it's a little bit bittersweet, because he's really been a big part of Tim Southee's cricketing career.
So it actually equals the highest margin of victory for New Zealand in a Test match. They once won a test match by 423 runs against Sri Lanka 5 years ago, and they've matched that now with this victory by another 423 runs. Down below us, the presentation area is being prepared. Ben Stokes also, by the way, was the first man on his feet to greet Tim Southee as he led the players from the field, and he gave him a warm embrace as well. And it was a little further, once they got off the field, further down the players' entrance from the changing rooms, that Brendan McCullum gave him that warm and I would say fraternal, brotherly embrace, and Southee responded. He's actually maintained control of his emotions remarkably well, Tim Southee. You sort of almost wanted to hope that he does get a couple of minutes to himself to shed a tear or two and reflect. I mean, he's been reflecting for the whole series. I had a chat with him on the high street in Wellington, and he said, you know what, I've got everything to be grateful for and no regrets. He said the game has been so good to me, and I never thought this day would come. Do you remember, Harmy? He said this is the day you always hope will never come. In your case, you were quite happy with it.
Yeah, in my case, I was quite happy. But you go your way, and I think that's the thing from Tim Southee's point of view. He's got a chance to play against one of the best sides in the world, in his own back garden, literally in his own back garden, Seddon Park. I mean, I've said this many, many times on it. I was there when it all started for Tim Southee in that Test series in 2008. It's a privilege to be here, commentate on him when he goes out, because he has been a champion of the game. The length of time he's played, the amount of Test matches he could have played if he had been at a nation that plays a lot of Test cricket. I think that tells you everything about the career that Tim Southee's had, the numbers he's got, and the way he's conducted himself for New Zealand. He's been a true champion. It's only second behind in the wickets to Sir Richard Hadley, but I think in the world stage, I still think in the modern day, Tim Southee going across the generations into the way the new white ball game has been played. I think he has conducted himself and acquitted himself brilliantly in that change. He's been a champion cricketer, not just for New Zealand, but for world cricket.
Talking of Sir Richard Hadley, he's out there on the field, New Zealand's leading wicket taker. And Will O'Rourke is poised with intent on the boundary's edge. He's obviously been. Is he? Who will be the player of the match? Anton Devcich?
It's a good question. He's just doing an interview at the moment, but
it's got to be Kane. Surely
it's got to be Kane.
It's got to be Kane.
I guess
I don't know. I think Will O'Rourke's in there. I think the TV commentators they were of the opinion that bowling and taking wickets was harder. And if you look at the incisive moments, the spells,
them three wickets blew the game up. But I'm sorry,
it would be a brave call. You're just used to batsmen being given the player of the match award. You wouldn't argue against him.
I would give it to him because I think he was the difference in the match. But when Kane Williamson's gone to his 33rd Test 100 to set up a victory which you're leaving a team 650 to win,
I'd give it to O'Rourke as well.
Well, I think both great points. But for me, the changing of the game was Will O'Rourke's spell, and at that point of time in the game, it needed someone to break it open, and he was the man. Obviously, Kane got that 150, but a lot of the work was already done from O'Rourke. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to decide that.
It'll be a batter, it always is.
Yeah, I know that. But every now and then you get, if it's the commentary team, television commentary team who are deciding it, then I think that they might just say, you know what, well played, Kane. It was brilliant. It was a very tired attack. You've batted superbly. That's what you did. But Will O'Rourke made more of a difference in the game.
I was the only bowler on the commentary team, and I've already given it to Kane Williamson.
Inside information.
No, I wasn't asked, but I mean, all the rest of the commentators on the TV crew were all batters, so I'm sure Kane will get it.
Just have a little wrap of the series before John Norman comes in to present the following on podcast. Anton Devcich, just review the situation from the series from a New Zealand point of view, given that they played poorly in Christchurch and there were a number of senior players who were out of form. There were question marks about the places of Tom Blundell and Devon Conway, and too many senior players were out of form. and they've gradually fought their way back into the series, culminating in this massive victory in the third Test match. Who, as individuals, has gone forward and who's gone backwards?
Yeah, well, firstly, I guess there's going to be a lot of questions after this series. I think these questions about certain selections have been around a while, and I think they might have gone a little bit quiet once they won that series in India. But it doesn't necessarily mean those decisions don't need to happen. Those selections don't need to happen. Sometimes wins and series of wins can mask what's actually really going on within a group. I don't know the answers to that, but for me, I think Mitchell Santner's again showing that he can play Test cricket, and following on from the series in India, I mean, we talked about him today being more a really world-class white ball bowler, and against this English side it might be a really good option to have him there. And I guess the last wicket that we just saw of Garth running down the wicket and running past one with Santner pulling his length back was a great example of that. I think Will Young has to be there. I think coming in on the last test, late notice, and looking so good and organised, I think if you give him time over the next wee while, he will score hundreds. I've seen it before in first class cricket. I guess the big question is Nathan Smith your man to take over from Tim Southee, or is there someone else playing first class cricket currently who can do that job? Obviously Kyle Jamison's coming back from a back injury. That'll be the big question, is who does replace Tim Southee as the third seamer and potentially even a fourth seamer when needed.
Very, very good Test match for Mitchell Santner, just by the by. 76 in New Zealand's first innings, and then returning figures of 4 for 85 as England were reduced to 234 for 9. Harmy, just thoughts, similar thoughts from you. Who's gone forwards? The obvious one is Bryden Cass. Who's gone forwards, and who, or shall we? Mitchell Santner's the player of the match.
You forgot about him. He's not a fast bowler though, is he?
That is a surprise, but not one that I can argue against by any means. I mean, he took 3 for 7.
He's got 49 and 70, 74 and 4 and 3. I think he does get player of the match. Completely forgot about him.
Okay, gentlemen, it is time for John Norman to take the hot seat to present the following on podcast from this Test match and a reflection on what has been a thoroughly enjoyable Test series.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to Following On talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm John Norman, and alongside Steve Harmison and Anton Devcich, looking back at what we expected to happen on day 4. New Zealand ending things relatively quickly after England had batted through the first hour and a half. Joe Root, the first wicket to fall on the day. LBW on review. Mitchell Santner with the breakthrough. Root went for 54. And England found themselves 122 for 3, and they were bowled out within 112 runs of that. Along the way, Jacob Bethell eased his way towards the top of the run scoring charts across both sides. He finished in 3rd place and top scored here in second innings for England with 76 before he slapped Tim Southee's first ball of a new spell to Glenn Phillips at deep backward point to walk from the field, and essentially from there on in, the destination of this Test match arrived relatively quickly. Pope went for 17, Atkinson with 43, some really nice sixes hit down the ground. Potts lasted 2 deliveries, and when Garth was last man out with Ben Stokes not batting after picking up that hamstring injury yesterday, that was that. New Zealand therefore win by 423 runs. That's their joint highest win in terms of runs in the history of their Test cricket. England's defeat, well, that's their second heavy defeat. In fact, 2 of their heaviest ever defeats by runs have come in the year 2024. Let's start with the winning team, shall we? Anton Devcich alongside me. We've just had a very memorable, quite emotional moment just in front of us at the commentary box. Tim Southee afforded the privilege of leading his team off the field for the last time. He picked up a couple of wickets, one last night, one today. Boy, would he have loved that catch to have stuck Joe Root. That would have really been something for him, even in the latter stages, the twilight of his career. But he can walk off with another Test win. I don't think anyone's experienced what it's like to win Test matches more than he. He inched one nearer Sir Richard Hadley's record, and he walked off with his shoulders back and head held high.
Yeah, I think that'll be the thing that he looks back on as most proud is, you know, he's just a country kid from Whangarei who had a dream when he was a young kid to play for the Black Caps, and for him, you know, being so far up north to get recognised by Northern Districts cricket first and foremost, and then make his way through the grades. And then as soon as he did that, he quickly got snapped up by the Black Caps and played such a long, beautiful career as far as I'm concerned in terms of, I guess, hard work and passion for his country. And you know, he'll walk off today, although he might have a few sad thoughts. He's going to look back and be extremely proud of what he's done in the Black Caps side, and you know, hopefully moving forward, we can utilise the skills as England have with Jimmy Anderson. I mean, you know, you don't want to lose guys to the game for too long, especially when they've got the knowledge and experience that he has got. So, no, he'll be immensely proud, and I bet there's a little bit of relief as well, especially getting a couple of wickets. Today, he would have loved the Joe Root wicket. That would have just capped it off, but I'm sure he'll be fine either way.
Well, he ended with more than respectable figures in second innings of 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. The post-match ceremony currently taking place. I'm sure you can hear the wind buffeting the microphone that we've got here. Player of the series is Harry Brook, despite a first baller in first innings and only scoring a run today. Just shows how many runs must he have scored. Well, only Kane Williamson scored more runs than he, and really it was those innings at Christchurch and Wellington that effectively won the series for England. And you know, when you look back at a Test series like the one we've just brought to listeners on talkSPORT 2 back in the UK, or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Harmy, you know, those memorable moments, and we'll hopefully see and commentate on a lot of cricket to come over the next few years. But that innings at Wellington will stand up there, along with any innings I've seen in recent times, and probably over the next few years.
Absolutely, and I think that the 1, 2, 3 out of 280 was magnificent. He was batting on a different wicket to everybody else. He just backed up what was a brilliant innings in Christchurch as well, when yes, he was dropped 5 times, but still, you know, I mean, you can only give somebody a chance. You can't sort of make them take it. So I think that, from a New Zealand point of view, will be where they'll be disappointed in this series and look back. But from an England's point of view, Brook going to number 1 in the world ahead of Joe Root, who himself in this series had a wonderful 100 in Wellington to set up the game and finish the game off. So I think it's been a really good series between what I expected, 2 sides who were very evenly matched, small margins and all that when it comes to these 2 sides, but the drop catches will be the one that really will hurt Tom Latham when he looks back at this series and thinks, well, what could have been. I think from England's point of view, we came here with a lot of unknowns, and I think we've gone home very, very happy with them unknowns. Pope filled in and kept wicket. Bethell, I think, has excelled at number 3, and I think Carson Atkinson, because we needed to see what Atkinson was like away from home, and we've seen that over the course of this last sort of 6 Test matches in Pakistan before, and then in New Zealand. So I think all in all, it's been a pretty good 12 months for Ben Stokes' side in red ball cricket. Played some good cricket in India, but not smart cricket. Got beat 4-1. Could easily have been 2-2 gone into Dharamshala. We played some in the summer. We played some good cricket, and then we let ourselves down in the last Test match of the summer. But I think all in all, to win 5 and just lose the 1, I think ticking them in the positive box. We got some new players into the group. We played very, very well at the start of Pakistan, and then let it slip on turn and tracks, and that's been I think a story of England's side over the course of the last 12 months, that when they play on something which turns big, this game plan doesn't work, and they've come here. And whether you look at New Zealand has dropped 8 catches, England have still left with the Thorpe Trophy, and I think that was the main aim of Brendan and Ben when they came home.
Yeah, the inaugural winners of the Thorpe Trophy, but also the first time England have won here since 2008. Ben Stokes is currently fielding questions from local broadcasters. The England team have got their arms draped around each other, and it's Jacob Bethell with the trophy in the middle of those. He's caused a little bit of a selection headache, a good one. We know how that all goes, but you know, such is the uneven balance to Test cricket. You can see why the frustration for New Zealand will be that much sweeter or bitter, because of course, whilst England look ahead to 2025 and to challenges anew, 5 tests against India at home, 5 tests away against Australia, 2 of the biggest series in world sport, let alone cricket, and let's not forget the first home Zimbabwe test in 20 years. New Zealand are once again going back to a position where most of these players will not play alongside each other for the majority of 2025. There'll be IPL for a couple, there'll be SA20 for a couple, there'll be some white ball tours, and they name their new white ball captain tomorrow. And then there'll be 2 tests in June, whether that be a full strength side, we'll see, and then 2, maybe 3 tests at the end of next year. There's not a lot of cricket played here at the end of next year. And that will be where the frustration lies, because they don't get these opportunities often, do they, New Zealand? And they kind of let it slip.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I just had a thought come to my head when you rattled off the 5 Test match series, the back-to-back series that England are going to face. I actually don't think New Zealand cricket are in a position where they can play that much volume of cricket just now, because although the depth is good, as you know, it's very hard on the body to play 5 Test matches, and you need you need a lot of good bowlers and batters underneath what you've got, and I'm not sure New Zealand cricket has the quality just yet. It is getting better, but they most definitely want to play more Test cricket, especially throughout our summer. Not sure how the future programs actually looks in regards to that, but I think moving on from this Test series in particular, they've got a few questions that they need to answer, and I'm sure throughout the back end of the Plunket Shield they'll all get enough cricket through that competition here in New Zealand.
The England team just posing with the Thorpe Trophy, and Ben Stokes surrounded by his teammates and also members of Graham Thorpe's family, and it's a nice touch really at the end of a series, which is just with that trophy, and you just seen Joe Root chatting with Graham's wife. Yeah, it's just a nice touch from the England team at the end of a series which, as you said in commentary, has been played in really good spirits. There's been no let up in intensity in the main, I think, today. At times yesterday, whilst the series didn't quite peter out, there was only ever going to be one winner towards the back end of this match, and of course New Zealand had already lost the series. So we wait to hear from the likes of Ben Stokes. I think Brendan McCullum has just spoken. Sir Richard Hadley's about to speak to the host broadcaster, and possibly we'll hear from the New Zealand camp. We kind of ran through the team, didn't we, Harmy? And in the main, you know, all the players that boarded the plane at Heathrow the best part of 3.5 weeks ago are going to land back at Heathrow, and they're going to feel that they played a part in a series win. There are a couple who will feel that they didn't perform. Zach Crawley, of course, has really struggled at the top of the order. One of the players that did perform, perhaps better than many of us expected, Shoaib Bashir. Didn't expect him to play. They were surprised when he played at Christchurch. He played in all 3 Test matches and was always going to from that point onwards. But he played a big part in that win at Christchurch. 4 wickets on day 1. And he took a couple here as well. You know, with an eye to the future. Australia next year. And, of course, he's going to be coming up against India again, where he made his debut at the start of the year. He's certainly one who will sleep soundly in the business class section of whatever flight he'll be taken back to England. He did a job.
Yeah, he did a job. I think he did a good job for the team. I thought he bowled some of the hard overs. I think from a team point of view, from the selector's point of view, and from the captain's point of view, I think his education in cricket is what England were looking for when they selected him, going into what is a tough 2025, but exciting one. And I think his education, has gone up leaps and bounds. I really do. He's learned how to bowl into the wind. He's learned how to bowl into ends when the seamers are going to really struggle at. He's learned how to bowl when the ball's not turning and batters are in, and you have to, you hold the game's in a holding pattern from your team, if there ever is one from this Stokes McCullum team. And also, when he got a chance to spin it, he spun it. So I think he is being invested heavily into the future, and rightly so. I think he has got a big future. You've also got Jack Leach to back up, who's just he's an excellent tourist, great backup second spinner, and if something did happen to Shoaib Bashir, loss of confidence, loss of form, potential injury, then you've got somebody who is as a good team person backing that up. So I think from that point of view, and Rian Ahmed, I think another one who has come onto the field as a sub-fielder in each time and showed enthusiasm to really sort of to tell everybody around the world that he does belong in this environment, and that's where the spin bowling department is at the moment. I think he can be happy with the way he goes. Now, the Zach Crawley one, over the course of the last 12, look at him over the course of the last 12 months and don't look after him in the last sort of 3 test matches. He's had a struggle since he's been here. Just one run in the first test match. He got 17 and 8 in the second, and then he got 21 and 5 in the third. But Zach hasn't had a bad 2021. He was top scorer in India at the start of the year. He had a few scores in the summer. He does go peaks and troughs in a way which when he goes big, and I think that's why there's so much invested in Zach as the opening batter who's going to set the tone. So I don't see him moving. I don't think he's under pressure at all. I think England can go home with 12 months behind them in Test match cricket to go. There's a lot of plus points in some of the unknowns going into what is going to be an exciting 2025.
It is. It's going to be incredibly exciting, and of course we're going to be bringing you a lot of it on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It begins with the White Ball Tour of India, which we will be broadcasting live and exclusively. 5 T20s and 3 ODIs. The first White Ball Tour under Brendan McCullum. Sir Richard Hadley still talking. Have you picked up what message he's given to the New Zealand team? Anton?
Pretty sure it's all about Tim at the moment, but I think he's the man who's. I think there's a couple of little awards for Tim.
Oh, that's a nice way, because of course it's only Sir Richard Hadley above Tim Southee in terms of the wickets taken in the history of Test cricket. Most wickets in New Zealand, of course. Sir Richard at the top of it, 431, and Tim Southee finishing up with 391. 2 of them in his final innings as a Test cricketer. So here we are at Seddon Park. We've still got some fans sticking around up on the banks on the far side of this ground, and in the seating area under the shade of the tree there's a nice cool breeze, which I'm sure Steve Harmison will hope to be hitting some golf balls into, if not later today, but certainly early tomorrow. The England team are going to hang around for another day or two before making their way back to England. And I suppose for all the positivity that's around this side at the moment, there will of course be question marks over the fitness of Stokes.
Yeah, that's the only disappointing element to what has been a very, very positive tour, a positive few months for England. To see Ben Stokes back bowling, and eventually in Pakistan, to see Ben Stokes bowling in this game, it's a little bit bittersweet, because you know how much he's important to this group when he's bowling and bowling fit, and the overs he's bowled so far in this series. He bowled 13 overs in the first innings of the first Test match when his team really needed him, and then he bowled 24 overs in the first innings of this Test match when his team really needed him and his other bowlers were tired. And I just think not bowling as much in the last 3 or 4 years because of different injuries is a message to Ben Stokes that I think you're going to have to pick and choose your battles now when it comes to the bowling element to it. Pick and choose when you bowl, pick and choose the environments, you can bowl in and how you can push your body to the limit, because this is the second hamstring in the space of 6 months. And the age he's at, he's not going to thank me for that, for the little age sort of dig, but it is. He's getting older, and unfortunately the body slows down, and the all action, all conquering superhero Stokes, I think he has to pick and choose his battles when he does that hard yard bowling. But I'm not going to criticise him for bowling dead overs, because his team needed him to do it at the time, and he looked physically in a very, very good condition before this tour. I just think this is a good gauge and a good guide going forward into 2025 to how far you can push your body, because the biggest thing that can't happen, it's fine walking off in the middle of a test match in New Zealand. England can ill afford them walking off in a test series in India, against India, or in Australia, and lose. You're not losing the bowler, you're losing the all-round captain and package of Ben Stokes, and that's something England can't afford.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Stokes to talk to Scott Taylor, who's been waiting very patiently. Stokes has just broken off from the England team as they make their way from the field, and that is it for the ceremony as well, the post-match ceremony. Yes, Scott Taylor's just about to start speaking to him now, as both England and New Zealand players walk off. Another round of applause for Tim Southee. I mean, he found bowling and hitting sixes came very natural to him. I'm not sure about the speech-making side of things. Anton?
No, he's not one for words, Tim, but I can assure you in the change room there will be a lot of banter getting thrown about from him in particular. So once again, just congratulations.
Yeah, I'm sure both sides will be congregating together, as is customary. Most international wickets for New Zealand in all formats. Tim Southee at the top of the list, 776. He is going to continue playing white ball cricket, isn't he? He hasn't retired entirely. I think he's going to hang around.
Yeah, I think franchise will be his next port of call. I think he'll look to do that for another couple of years. He still feels like he's got enough in the legs to get through 10 overs or 4 overs.
Well,
a day.
I mean, I wonder who will ever go past him, because there's nobody anywhere near him. Daniel Vettori second in the list with 696. Trent Boult, his former opening bowling partner, 611. Sir Richard Hadley, 589. Chris Cairns, 419. So if anyone goes past Tim Southee, they're going to do it when we've probably retired.
Not enough cricket, I don't think, for someone like Will O'Rourke, but he is the one that stands out. That there's something special. I don't think Will O'Rourke's going to be a flash in the pan. I think this boy is here to stay in the international scene, and how he gets into white ball cricket, I'm sure there is a pathway for him where his next part of his development comes. One thing I will say, if I'm a New Zealand fan, I'm excited by that big fella, because I think he has got something that New Zealand probably haven't had since Anton, Shane Bond.
Very similar bowler. When you look at their shape and how he runs to the crease, I remember when I first came into the first class scene, Shane Bond was in his peak, and the way he shaped the ball at the speed he bowled, it made it a pretty difficult task. And you're correct. I think he is the closest thing to Shane Bond that we've seen for a long time. We've had guys like Adam Milne and Lockie Ferguson, obviously, but the longevity for them was the thing that they found hard. Their bodies didn't hold up, and that'll be the test for Will O'Rourke, is how he manages that, how he gets through his work and his preparation, and how he stays on the park for long periods of time.
The other tall fast bowler who really impressed us all was Bryden Carse. I think a lot of us have seen over the course of this test series, and also in Pakistan, just why you've been raving about him for so long, and just why England want him to be fit, ready, and with experience ahead of next year's Ashes series, and of course India visiting in the summer.
Yeah, that middle period of the ball's not reversing, so we need somebody to bowl when it's flat, and I think we just found that. I think we have just found that, and that hopefully will take away some of the effort that Ben Stokes normally, the burden that he normally shoulders upon himself. I think now Carse is inked into this group. I really do. I think his qualities when it's flat, and he's not a first-class bowler, he's a test bowler, and what I mean by that is, and no disrespect to the Sam Cooks, the Jamie Porters, all the sort of early 80-mile-an-hours that get 50, 60 wickets a season in first-class cricket, and everybody talks about why they're not playing inning test match cricket. Because when the wickets get flat, you need something different. Height, pace, aggression, putting bowlers on the back foot. We've seen in this test series the likes of Atkinson, the likes of Garth, the likes of Henry, the likes of O'Rourke especially. When the ball has done little, very little, and it's got a bit flatter, Tom Latham and Ben Stokes have had options to really take the game to the opposition, and that's been Garth for England, O'Rourke for New Zealand. So I think when it comes to the big series is on flat pitches, when things aren't going, when things are heavily in favour of the bat, then Garth comes into his own.
And Gus Atkinson, again, he just quietly goes about his business, doesn't he?
He does,
whether he's taking wickets or he's scoring runs.
Yet to see him smile.
Nope.
I'm yet to see him
no,
smile.
we did. Hat-trick.
Oh, yeah, we did, yeah.
God, we forgot the hat-trick.
Good point, very well made.
How could we forget the hat-trick?
Well, we forgot the hat-trick because of the innings of Harry Brook on a wicket, which was, obviously, it was doing a bit. The hat-trick was the ignition, I thought, for Atkinson in this part of the winter series, because I don't think he was at his best, but it was for me, it's a good learning education. When things aren't going well, how does the young player, the new player, work on getting out of a time when things aren't going, staying relevant in the test match, and then trying to strike again as a fast bowler. So, look, I think he's learned a hell of a lot about himself and about himself as a cricketer as well on this trip. He batted nicely. Again, I think it's just another tick in the box and a feather in the cap. Atkinson bowled well throughout English summer, went to Pakistan on flat ones, came here, and I think he's continued on what is going to be another very, very good international career.
There was some mention in an article written overnight that Kane Williamson might be starting to think about when his time is. It was quite touching to see how Kane Williamson, I think he handed Tim Southee the stump, or one of the stumps that was taken out of the ground. There was a little embrace between the two. And Tom Latham as well. We shouldn't forget, Tom Latham's played all 87 of his, well, not all of them, but he's played a lot of his 87 tests, or however many it is, alongside Tim Southee. Those two go back a long way as well. And it was quite touching to see those two, or three. There's talk about Joe Root breaking Sachin Tendulkar's record, and the feeling is, as long as he's fit, he will continue for another 3 or 4 years. What about Kane? Not breaking Sachin's record, but
no, and well, I'm not sure about Kane. He would never let anyone know. The type of person Kane is, I'd be very surprised if there was a big song and dance about when he retires. Obviously, New Zealand cricket and the whole New Zealand public would want a big song and dance, but I sort of get the feeling with Kane, he sort of just wants to ride off into the sunset by himself a little bit, having so much media scrutiny over the years. So I think he's still got a little bit left in the tank. I don't think it'll be sort of years and years and years, but I think for now, while he's playing good cricket and it works well with his family, which has become a really important part of Kane Williamson over the last sort of 3 or 4 years since he started having children, I think while it all works out for him, I think he'll continue to play.
It's a paucity of Test cricket in 2025, and actually 2026 is an exciting year for New Zealand, because they come to England for a 3-test series and then they go to Australia for a 4-test series. I mean, it couldn't have gone. It was like the old England tours of Australia in the 90s when New Zealand were last in Australia. They were given 3 test matches. They got the Boxing Day test, Sydney, and I mean, it was like back in the day when the England team would arrive in Australia with their 2 best bowlers injured and the third one hobbling around, and then within one warm-up game that bowler was heading back, and then the captain was injured, and then suddenly by the end of the tour you're playing. There's some crazy team selections out there. You're not quite dragging someone from grade cricket to come and play for you, but
I played on one of them tours.
Yeah, you did. Played in. Well, you were there in 2001, weren't you?
2002 was one of them.
2002 and 2006-07.
I mean, we needed 2 team buses. We needed a team bus with a red, siren on it. That red and blue siren went one way, and we had a team bus that went actually to the ground. I mean, we took ridiculous players, but you're right. I think that's always the challenge of keeping New Zealand's best players in a position to play Test match cricket in the meaningful Test matches. And that 2026 year is going to be. Is that realistically Kane's last year?
Well, it would make sense if you want to go out with a bang. You know, he has scored a century against England in England. I don't know if he scored a century against Australia in Australia. And actually, I'm not sure his Test record, for all of Darren Lehmann talking about Joe Root's record in Australia, I don't think Kane Williamson's record against Australia is anywhere near what it is against the likes of England and India. So that will be something that he'll want to tick off for sure. I mean, a series win over there, that never happens.
Wow.
Before I get your answer to that, though, Anton, let's hear from Ben Stokes, who's been speaking with Scott Taylor.
So Ben, thanks for joining us. Firstly, got to ask about yourself. How are you holding up?
On the injury. Got a scan tomorrow morning, so won't know too much more till then.
Perfect. And how important was it to not let a disappointing end to what's been an overall a good tour for you, a series win?
I think regardless of the result this week, what we've came here and achieved was never going to be an easy task. New Zealand are a very, very strong team wherever they are in the world, but in particular in their home conditions. Coming playing the next series after a pretty historical series out in India for New Zealand, beating them 3-0, we knew they were going to be full of confidence. So to be leaving here, series winners and winning 2-1, playing some amazing cricket in the first two games. Obviously disappointed to end the way that we did, but we came here to win the series, and we've done that.
And a word on Jacob Bethell's come into this Test side for this series and giving you guys some headaches, I guess, for down the road.
Yeah, he's some player. We knew that by obviously selecting him in the squad and then giving the opportunity when we're sort of forced to. He's been amazing. Throughout all three tests, he's put in some very eye-catching innings for such a young man. Just doesn't look flustered by the occasion whatsoever. So I think everyone can see why we gave him the opportunity, and he's a phenomenal talent.
A couple of words on a couple of your bowlers. Bryden Cast, 18 wickets for the series, and Gus, who's had a phenomenal 2024 really since coming in.
Absolutely awesome. The way in which the guys have came into the team, with the little experience we'll call it, and have impacted the game so quickly at the start of the career has been awesome to watch. There's a reason why they were selected in the first place, because of the skills and the attributes that they have, and we felt that with those attributes that they'd really be able to impact games, and we've seen that from Gus over a long period of time now. What a 2024 he's had. Amazing stats, and Bryden's took the world by storm so far. He's a great cricketer to have, especially with the ball and his batting ability down the order. Bowl's been amazing this whole tour.
And Zach's had a bit of misfortune, and not the series he would have had, but he's got a good record against India and Australia, and those two series to come. How did he get back to that form he showed sort of at the start of this year really, and then in the Ashes last time out?
It's just form, whatever it is. It's just put a few lack of runs out here. This will be one to sweep on the carpet and then move forward to obviously India. We've got a long time off before we even play next Test match. Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley have been absolutely phenomenal at the top of the order for England over a long period of time now. The way in which they complement each other, with the obvious height and size difference, it's very hard for team opposition to settle in and bowl where they want to. It's not been the tour that Zach wanted, but look, he's a phenomenal talent. He's at the top of the order to really stamp the authority that he has, and stamp the authority of the way that we're going to go about our cricket. Not everyone always has a tour that they want. There's a few other guys who would have liked to have got more out of this tour as well, but Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley have been absolutely phenomenal for us at the top of the order for a long period of time now.
And just a couple more. You spoke so well in the past about your relationship with Graham Forbes, so how special was it that you were able to lift that trophy there?
Yeah, it was, obviously coming here with that trophy sort of, being announced for the first time, two huge names, for New Zealand cricket and English cricket, and then obviously even just having the family in the photo there with us at the end was a special moment, I'm sure, for them and for us. There's been a lot said about Graham Thorpe over the last year or so, You know, he was such a huge part of English cricket. So yeah, it was very nice to be able to lift that trophy with his name on it, and also receive the trophy off Amanda as well.
And just your plans for 2025, and I know we don't know the extent of your injury yet, but has the fact that now Brendan's taking all 3 formats, has that changed your plan? Will you have a conversation with Brendan about what that looks like for yourself?
I've got to see what this is first.
Perfect. Thanks for joining us.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Scott Taylor speaking with Ben Stokes. Final wrap then from here in our commentary box at Seddon Park. First, you, Anton, your memories of this Test match, and I imagine it'll involve Tim Southee looking back, but with William O'Rourke, it does allow us to look forward as well from a New Zealand pace bowling perspective.
Yeah, I think that's you hit the nail on the head there. You saw Tim Southee obviously coming to the end of his cricketing career for New Zealand, and you see a bright spark in Will O'Rourke, and it is a really bright spark. The way he bowled out there over the past 4 days has been something special. And for me, just seeing the Hamilton crowd get behind the Black Caps in this one, especially because it being Tim Southee's last test, it'll be something that I remember for a long time. And also getting to join the commentary team for the week, it's been another big highlight.
Well said, and enjoy the horse. Is it horse racing tomorrow? I didn't quite understand.
It's a stud.
What does that mean?
Well, that's where they breed race horses, basically.
So you're just going to go and look at some horses?
Well, it's right next to Brendan's house, so I think they put on a bit of a...
So when you told your missus you're going to go and watch some horses, it was actually...
Well, she knows. She knows.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure she does. Anton, thank you for your time. Harmy, one memory from the tour. One memory from the tour that's going to keep your thoughts for the 27, 36, 42 hours back to Ashington.
I think the memory, the sort of on-field memory, has to be at Wellington. We're watching Harry Brook and marvel just how good he is and the difference he was to everybody else. And on that day in a Test match arena, to play the way he did and bat the way he did, I think it was. There's been loads of great memories of this tour. The tour's been fantastic. People of New Zealand have really looked after us. The weather's been brilliant, apart from obviously just one day yesterday. But I think if there's one standout moment on a tour where I think you could have quite a few standout moments, seeing Bethell and Bashir, Bethell and Garth play the infancies of their careers out in front of you while in a commentary box, but to sit and commentate on 123 off 115 balls in that first innings, that second test in Wellington, I think that will take some beating.
Well said as ever, Harmy. So that's a wrap from us here at Seddon Park. A big thanks to all the listeners who tuned in throughout the night, the silent shout-outs, the inane chat on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel's chat facility. I hope you've enjoyed the ride. It's been thoroughly entertaining. We're very fortunate to be able to do this job. England winning comfortably in tests at 1 and 2. New Zealand coming back to just make sure that Tim Southee can walk off into the sunset with another test victory under the belt. It's been fantastic. I always approach this part of any broadcast with trepidation that I'm going to forget a name, but a big thanks to you, Steve Harmison, ever present and always will be, as long as I've got any say in the matter in terms of talkSPORT cricket. Neil Manthorp as well, he's sitting beside me writing a column, no doubt. Go and check him out on his Substack. Anton, thank you for joining us for this third Test match. Katey Martin, wow, that was a conversation that took an unexpected turn late in the morning session. Frankie Mackay, who was with us for Christchurch. Grant, the hairy Jav, serious man crush from Scott Taylor. Thank you for your insight and that bottle of red at the Basin Reserve. Chris Harris back in at Christchurch, who drove us all home after a night out at the Spates Ale House. And Garth Galloway, who's been a big part. We crossed paths throughout the first 2 Test matches, but it was great to hear him commentate for the first time in this, the third. And Daniel McHardy, to get him back in the commentary box, is a pleasure as ever. Jeremy Coney, wow, what a superstar he is. Thanks for your time. And back home, where covering this series hasn't been quite as pleasant. What would we be, or where would we be without Gary Morgan? Throughout the night, as well as the production team Alex, Tom, George, Jack, ever present, and of course Gubbo. Guy, Nick and Sam reporting on talkSPORT. But as we reach our conclusion here on talkSPORT 2, a special word of thanks, of course, to Mark Killer Kelly, Kate Corona Hanscom, and of course Scott Corndog Taylor for all their work. Thanks for joining us here on talkSPORT 2. It's been a blast. First ball of the morning, and it's cut away, not quite to the boundary. A chase on by Mitchell Santner through the covers, but England have knocked 2 runs off that target. 640 to win has become 638. They're 20 for 2 over the wicket, and Bethell just steps down the track and with a beautiful swing of the bat. Just I'm ready with the pod links whenever you want. And hits this pretty much where it came, over Henry's Let me know when I can roll. And away to the boundary for a beautiful 4. 53 for 2, 50 up for England. 605 runs needed to win. Pitched up, driven to the left of mid-wicket, and Kane Williamson gives up the chase.